Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Marty Durbin, President of the Global Energy Institute at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, this is the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We expect a little more energy early in the morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. There we go. That's going to be a good start to the day here. Well, listen, good morning and welcome to the second annual Energy Future Forum. I'm Marty Durbin. I'm president of the U.S. Chamber's Global Energy Institute, and it's my pleasure to kick things off for what is going to be one of the marquee energy gatherings in D.C. this year. I want to first thank our co-hosts of this event, Real Clear and the National Center for Energy Analytics, led by David DesRosiers and Marc Mills, respectively. You'll hear from both of them momentarily, but we're really grateful for the opportunity to partner with them this year and to combine forces for this effort. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers today, a veritable who's who of policymakers, CEOs, and industry executives, and energy thought leaders. Our goal today is to cut through the noise with insightful and even provocative dialogue on a rapidly evolving energy landscape. If the current moment could be summarized in a single word, that word would be more. It's increasingly clear that we need more electrons, more molecules, more transmission lines, more pipelines, more critical minerals, more factories, and so on. And at the heart of this, of course, is the soaring energy demand, especially from data centers and artificial intelligence applications that are both critical national and economic security imperatives. But if we take a step back, let's think about the energy landscape here in the U.S. over the last 20 years. 20 years ago, we were still living in what we referred to as energy scarcity. We were building LNG import facilities and still relatively dependent on other countries for our energy. That was replaced, of course, by the shale revolution's energy abundance. 3 years ago, Russia reminded us and the entire world of the importance of energy security. And now, my hope is that with the clear recognition of this energy demand growth, we are entering what we can call energy reality. And today's conversations will help us to drive that discussion to get us to more realistic discussions of the needs, how we meet the needs of today. It's actually fascinating to watch an issue disrupt the energy scene with the speed and intensity we've seen with data centers and load growth. I mean, 15 years ago, saw the shale revolution disrupt energy markets in a very similar fashion. In 2007, 2008, very few foresaw how rapidly U.S. production would increase. Well, maybe Dan Yergin saw it, but he can discuss that when he's up here later. But by 2011, it was abundantly clear. And later that decade, the U.S. became the world's largest producer of oil and natural gas. Similarly with AI. Consider that in October of 2023, just 20 months ago, the International Energy Agency published its World Energy Outlook, a 400-page tome tasked with identifying global energy trends. Completely unmentioned in that report was artificial intelligence, data centers, and the load growth resulting from them. That's not to criticize the IEA. Just goes to show you that nobody was talking about data centers as recently as 2 years ago, except for our friends across the river in Loudoun County, of course. But fast forward just a few months from that, and by early 2024, everyone was talking about it. Last year, the world saw a surprise year-over-year electricity demand growth 60% higher than historical averages, a figure that will be sustained for the foreseeable future as data center energy demand triples over the next decade. Of course, trends like this, in turn, impact the entire energy and economic system, which brings us back to the big question of more. Can we deliver more electrons, more molecules, more infrastructure, more technology, and the policy necessary to meet the moment? This is at the core of what our speakers will tackle today, and what we hope will provide a shared learning opportunity to get our collective arms around the fast-evolving world of energy. So again, thank you for being here, and I just want to invite you, please stick with us throughout the program, not just for the presenters, but for the networking lunch that we'll have, and for the reception that will follow in the afternoon. So again, thank you for being here today.
Please welcome Conference Co-Chair and President of the Real Clear Foundation, David DesRosiers.
Thank you, Marty. Thank you, U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Marty, My mother's at home watching this on live screen today. I told her to tune in because her son was going to be playing at the Carnegie Hall of Capitalism. Thank you all, for waking up and getting here early. Unlike many who are viewing us while at home in their pajamas, we have a handsome assembled group that appears to be highly caffeinated. A special thanks to Marc Mills. If you want to know what the future holds, short, mid, and long, there's no better cartographer of the promised land of a free science, of free markets, and of free politics than Mills. And with that in mind, our thanks to today's participants. Thank to all of you for being the best of future class in participating in Marc's vision of a more abundant energy future. What's the viewing public's job today? It's to pay attention and do what we can after we leave this place to unleash the promise and opportunity that is being put before us. In doing so, we will set the conditions for greater energy abundance. What a difference a year makes. What a difference an election makes. Talk about the shift in the window of what's possible. What is possible is the term of art that the Overton window means. The Overton window are the mental guardrails of what is deemed possible in the present and the future. The Overton window shifts when the guardrails of public discussion dramatically shifts. It's a good start to a morning with a self-evident question. Have the guardrails of energy discourse shifted over the past year, over the past years? Are we living in the same world that gave birth to the Green New Deal? I think the answer is no. The window has shifted not just a little bit, but a lot. How much is a lot? I think we've gone from scarcity to abundance, from the green gospel of scarcity and its Trinitarian ESG God, to the promised land of abundance guided by the values of affordability, reliability, and clean. A new arc for a new energy covenant. That's a big shift. Evidence of the shift, for most of my public life, I've spent my time making the case to the wind and solar folks that, an all of the above energy policy was necessary. That's no longer the case. Now I think we're at a moment where it's wind and solar that have to make the case for their place in the stack and being part of the all-above case for what we should do. Wind and solar are no longer the cornerstones of a green energy economy, a clean energy economy. Natural gas and nuclear ought to be. Why is Real Clear interested in the future of energy abundance? First, our business runs off of it. Our business exists in the clouds. It requires affordable, reliable, which means always-on electrons, and as clean as can be afforded. Every business in America requires this, as does our way of life. The same goes for the rest of humanity. Secondly, the unelected Fourth Estate, of which Real Clear is a member of independent standing, and for that reason, poor standing, does not share the common sense, existential, self-evident point, of what we hold here. Unlike like the university, the NGO class, American and global media are of a scarcity mindset. Real Clear sees it as its duty to stand up in front of this providential mark of historical scarcity and offer an alternative. We have given scarcity a trillions of dollars try, and it's proven itself to be a road to serfdom. Let's give abundance and an abundant mindset a try. This conference reads like a script for a better energy future within reach. I do think Marc Mills, who's now spending a lot of time out in Texas, is secretly feeding Taylor Sheridan all these great lines that we see Billy Bob Thornton delivering. Not all futurists are created equal. In fact, most of them, to quote the French, are mirrored. Marc is a futurist that is rooted in reality. Marc's future is not waiting for breakthroughs in fundamental science. It does not require a restructuring of energy markets with triple bottom lines and endless political subsidies. The only real obstacle to this vision of ours, this abundant vision, is outside this door. It's politics and organized entropy as usual. The scarcity camp and lobby still exist in this new window that we live in and act in now. Yes, the present politics are friendly to the abundance mindset. Hell, one of last year's participants, Chris Wright, couldn't be here this year because he's too busy setting the conditions necessary to take advantage of this window of opportunity. He and the administration are working with a sense of urgency that we need to start modeling ourselves. Secretary Wright understands that to drill, baby, drill, the American economy needs to simultaneously build, baby, build, and the needed infrastructure, creating the needed infrastructure that connects a growing supply to meet a growing onshoring demand, and then exporting the rest to the world. The problem before us, as I see it, is that we are the ones who stand in the way of an energy abundancy. The United States of America is presently a can't-do country. My concern that the systemic can't-do entropy will strangle the opportunity and close the window that is before us before we can really get anything truly through and transformative. I think I'm the average age of this room. You know, this isn't my first time at the Abundance Rodeo. You know, last time I was excited as I am now is when I heard Boone Pickens self-pitch the Pickens plan back in 2008. You know, I said to myself when he was giving it, you know, if this self-evident plan that is within immediate reach was made a national industrial policy, it would make America great again. I didn't say that last part then. You know, I still think the Pickens plan remains, you know, a Shark Tank top of class idea that deserves our immediate attention and reconsideration and implementation. However, what happened then can happen now. Windows presently open for big world of difference change can close. This window before us will not stay open indefinitely. Let us use the limited time that's at our disposal to keep the window open. An American century built on abundance is ours for the taking. Carpe abundance. Thank you.
Please welcome Conference Co-Chair and Executive Director of the National Center for Energy Analytics, Marc Mills.
Well, thank you, David DesRosiers, for your vision in pioneering the abundance framing before it became fashionable. Others now on both sides of the political aisle have now rediscovered that abundance is a basic social and political driver. It's the abundance imperative that is arguably more than the 2024 election shifted the Overton window David talked about. And thank you, Marty Durbin, for partnering with us on this, the second annual Energy Future Forum. Now at, as David said, the Carnegie Hall of Capitalism here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I think it should be renamed that, chiseled in the pediment outside the building. And also, Marty, thank you for your succinct framing of the state of play in energy domains with just one word: more. You know, of course, the more electrons, more molecules, more pipes, more mines, and more infrastructure are all in service of more of the products and services that enable the pursuit of abundance. And Marty's also spot on in pointing to the fact that the International Energy Agency, an organization at the pinnacle of energy punditry, they have, until very recently, assiduously avoided and ignored the issue of data center energy demand. It's not a mystery to those of us who've been studying it for years. But they now join the legions surprised by the energy implications of a digital revolution. The consequence of the pursuit of more digital services and more AI is easy to summarize. As Marty said and David observed, it drives a demand for more energy. And you could say that we're witnessing, I guess I would call it a realization of a truth in aphorisms. Aphorisms are often based on truths. One of my favorite ones comes from the great science fiction writer Philip K. Dick. For those of you who don't remember, he wrote the book on which the Minority Report was based and many others. Philip K. Dick said this. It was a great line. We put it on our website for the National Center. Reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away. It's a pretty good aphorism. It's also a truth about Washington, D.C. Congress frequently forgets reality, and they have the right to do that in democracy, to pass laws that violate the laws of physics, the laws of common sense, the laws of economics. But eventually reality rears its ugly head, and we re-equilibrate around what reality permits. In fact, 11 days ago, for those of you who watched this, it made its rounds on social media, and X, and on LinkedIn. We witnessed what I would call a regression to reality in testimony before the U.S. Senate. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, who's by now almost as famous a name as Dan Yergin and Elon Musk, Sam Altman was testifying before the Senate, and he said, let me quote exactly what he said. Eventually, the cost of intelligence, the cost of AI, will converge to the cost of energy. How much of it you can have, and the abundance of it, will be limited by the abundance of energy. In terms of long-term strategic investments the U.S. can make, I can't think of anything more important than energy, end quote. You know, it couldn't have been better timed for a conference, for the zeitgeist of the times, and, as I would say, a Philip K. Dick regression to reality. Some of us are not that surprised that the pursuit of abundant AI shares a key characteristic with the pursuit of all forms of abundance. Let me borrow another aphorism, this one coined by a good friend of mine who is also an interlocutor you'll be hearing from today, Scott Tinker. Scott has said many times, and I think he's the source of this aphorism, abundant energy won't end poverty, but you can't end poverty without it. It's a great line, it happens to be true, nor can you win what is now framed as a great power competition in AI without energy. How much energy it'll end up needing, how much will be consumed by all things digital, as Marty said, of course, is the question of the decade. The digital cognoscenti have long been aware of, and they've studied these energy appetites of digital things and infrastructures. But as with much else in the current excitement and hype around AI, it was really, the pivot in history, self-evidently, was November 30, 2022. That was the day that ChatGPT was announced and burst onto the scenes. Relevant to our meeting, it was also the trigger that led to the fleet of studies since then that all attempt to guess how many data centers were built and how much power they'll all consume. Among the most recent of such studies, last month, again, as Marty noted, the IEA has noticed this. They released a study, as they are wont to do, as all energy institutes and think tanks do. We release studies. They released a 300-page tome titled Energy and AI. If you haven't read it, you should. There's some unsurprising things in it. There are some surprising things in it. And the report begins, like most of these studies, with a context on the energy demands of AI systems. The IEA repeats what was once not seen as conventional wisdom, but as they note, a single large AI data center can use as much electricity as 2 million households. And with myriads of data centers planned and announced, this means that lighting up the digital infrastructures will soon have the energy demands equivalent to reliably powering hundreds of millions of households. And this is a possibility, of course, that continues to surprise and worry a lot of people. To understand why so many seem surprised at AI's voracious energy appetites, we could blame this surprise on the emergence of a phrase, and you've probably heard this phrase if you followed all things digital, you know, atoms to bits. The birth and rise of our modern digital society has engendered this seductive idea that economic growth can now happen, in effect, weightlessly. The atoms to bits phrase, for those of you who don't know this, was created 30 years ago by Nicholas Negroponte, founder of the MIT Media Lab, and his book was published 30 years ago this year called Being Digital. Negroponte was prescient. He predicted essentially all the kinds of things that have happened since the commercial and structural changes that the digital revolution has delivered. And Negroponte wrote back then, and let me quote him from that book, quote, "Bits are weightless and virtual and allow for instant global movement," end quote. It's that bits are weightless framing that has delivered an unintentional misdirection. The reality, of course, is that all bits exist in physical machines that have real weight and require real energy to build and operate. And nowhere is that more obvious than in the rush to build AI-infused data centers. To give you a sense of perspective, it takes more materials, physical materials, to build a single gigascale data center than to build a skyscraper. Just one such data center uses 200,000 tons of concrete, 100,000 tons of steel, and 10,000 miles of power cables. And I haven't mentioned NVIDIA chips or racks, just the infrastructure. So apropos Sam Altman's convergence observation that I quoted, once completed, such a data center, operating that one data center will consume as much natural gas every day as a SpaceX rocket launch. Every day, as much natural gas, and the Starship that SpaceX is building, for those of you who are not space cognoscenti, is powered by natural gas. It uses natural gas as LNG as a fuel. And of course, for the natural gas to be converted to electrons, you need to build megatons of machinery. Or if you prefer to convert photons into electrons, you face a nonlinear increase in the tonnage of materials required. The pace of construction of gigascale data centers does continue to surprise. And set aside the blizzard of announcements for what's coming, last year, the United States saw some 30 million square feet of new data center space completed. That's already roughly double the average construction rate of the previous 5 years. It's six-fold greater than the square footage added annually over the prior decade. So the trillion-dollar question now is how much gets built in the next half dozen years? Well, big tech, you know, the Magnificent Seven that's labeled for people who like to invest in growth in the future. The big tech, the Magnificent Seven, have announced, as you know, an eye-watering $300 billion plus in infrastructure spending this year. BlackRock forecasts the annual spending could reach $1 trillion by 2030 in just 5 more years. I think it's fair to say that no one really knows whether it'll end up being that high, lower, or a little higher. But even if the spending flatlines in the $300 to $400 billion a year rate, the power implications are sobering. Put it this way, every $100 billion in new data centers will consume something like $100 billion of electricity over the decade of their operation. That right there is what I would call the Altman convergence. Whether or not all the forecast hardware gets built and how much power it will all use, it's pretty easy to framing what will determine that. And it's just 2 variables, just 2. The rate of growth in demand for bits and the pace of energy efficiency gains in the digital hardware. And both are, as you know, proceeding not only at the rhetorical exponential rate, they're actually proceeding at a real exponential rate. And for forecasters who are allergic to growth in energy demand, they're already claiming that all this hype about power demands from data centers is hype. They think that efficiency will conquer the monstrous power growth. Well, the forecasters who are allergic to demand and energy, they're half right. The efficiency gains are coming fast and furious, but they're wrong about the implications, of course. Rising efficiency is precisely what will propel the net growth in demand. We've seen this movie before. If it were not for the staggering gains in efficiency, the internet and all of its derivative businesses and benefits, they wouldn't exist today. A single smartphone, and I don't have to ask if anybody in the room has a smartphone. In our economy, everybody has a smartphone. Many of you have 2 of them. Your households have dozens of them. A single smartphone operating at the energy efficiency of a 1984 computer would use more electricity than a city block. A single data center operating at 1984 compute energy efficiency would require the electricity produced by the entire US grid. The exponential gains in energy efficiency are what made it possible for there to be billions of smartphones and thousands of data centers. And all that hardware today, collectively, already uses more electricity than the country of Japan. So when it comes to the prospect for vastly more efficient AI chips and data centers, history won't just rhyme, it in fact will repeat. And this time the efficiency gains are more significant, and it is true, they are coming faster. What that means is that the net increase in power demands will come sooner. As for the other variable, society's appetite for harvesting and consuming bits, that's the prime driver, of course, of all things digital. It is the prime fuel, if you like, of all things digital. And with the demand for bits, we have, in fact, entered a somewhat unique territory. It's the key feature the demand for bits that divides the worlds of bits and atoms. In the domain of atoms, buildings, food, cars, airplanes, highways, there are clear limits to how much society can consume and will build as wealth rises. It will increase, but the limits are clear. But in the domain of bits, of information, you can say with a reasonable degree of accuracy and not hyperbole, there is an infinite demand. There is no limit to the demand for information. There's no limit to how much information we'd like to have about, at increasingly deeper levels of granularity and at greater volumes about everything in our infrastructures, in our supply chains, in our machines, in our physical bodies for our health and our health care, and about nature and about the very universe. And as the cost to harvest data keeps collapsing, and that is collapsing at a rate faster than the proverbial Moore's Law rate, society's consumption of data will expand apace. And virtually all that data, to come back to our central theme, the purpose of all that data is in service of improving lives, whether for serious things, say healthcare, or making supply chains more efficient, making buildings more efficient, or the ostensibly frivolous things, the uses in entertainment and travel. The essence of the information revolution is the pursuit of productivity. Google just announced, and some of you may have seen this, its own assessment and roadmap for the energy implications of AI. Google's animating observation, let me quote what they said. It's a nice report. It's, to be diplomatic, unsurprising and uninsightful, but it's a nice report. What they said, quote, "The United States has a generational opportunity to build a new era of American innovation and growth," end quote. To which I guess I would say, I hope we would all say, amen. Innovation and growth, of course, are in service of abundance. If AI delivers on the productivity boom it promises, the consequences will be tectonic. Consider the one overarching metric that will matter, which is the economy itself. If AI were to boost annual US productivity growth rate just back to the long-run average, not higher than it, but just to the long-run average, rather than the current anemic productivity growth rate that we're in and that the CBO continues to forecast. If that were to happen, that would generate over the coming decade something on the order of $10 trillion of extra capital in the US economy. The GDP would be $10 trillion more cumulatively in the decade. That much more capital would go a long way to solving a lot of so-called intractable problems, not least the deficit. And set aside the energy needed to power the digital infrastructures, the far more consequential energy impacts from AI driving productivity is that it will spur economic growth. The core premise of an AI-infused infrastructure is that promise, and therefore the promise of what I put in the subtitle of my book, and still believe, is that we will yet ignite a roaring 2020s. But growth always boosts broad societal demands. Wealthier citizens buy bigger homes, they travel more, they spend more on all manner of products and services, and they'll consume more energy. And that reality is not baked into any of the forecasts that in the conventional wisdom. And so coming back to the theme of our conference, we'll need to ensure that that power is an enabling and not a constraining feature of the AI boom. As one NVIDIA executive said at another very recent energy conference, the tech community wants, again, I'll quote him, all options on the table because at the end of the day, we need power. We just need power, end quote. Amen. For those of us who have watched this and know some of the hyperscalers, that's what they're saying publicly, some, all of them privately. That's why this year's Energy Future Forum is constructed the way it is. Our purpose today, as both David pointed out and Marty, is to help illuminate some energy realities for precisely the reasons that David and Marty and I have highlighted. So we brought together leaders, experts, thinkers across the energy landscape deliberately. Not multiple people on each topic area, but a key, clear thinker and leader in each of the specific areas so that we can hear a diversity of opinions about diverse issues, not a diverse set of opinions about one issue. And we'll have this in a one-on-one conversations, as you know. This is what we're going to be doing here is not having panels with multiple people. There's no PowerPoints. This is a PowerPoint-free conference, which is something that I've always longed for. We did this last year, and it was appreciated. There was also, by the way, no Q&A opportunity for you. You don't get to talk. You'll have to listen to us. However, you can ask some questions this year. There's a QR code on your desks. If you scan the QR code, you can enter questions which will be asked by the Real Clear team of all of our guests in video interviews afterwards, so that those will be posted to the proverbial energy-infused internet for you to get your questions answered. And let me briefly mention, in the order that you'll meet them, my friends and colleagues who are the other three interlocutors. So we'll be rotating our roles as interlocutors with our guests. In the order that you'll meet them, first there's Scott Tinker, who flew in from the great state of Texas, which one has to observe that some people in Washington and some people in Texas do think is another country, with reason, I would say. Scott now runs an energy education empire, among other things. He hosts a PBS TV series called The Energy Switch, and he recently retired, not because he's old, because he's got other things to do. Is a director of the School of Economic Geology and a professor of geoscience at the University of Texas. Then you'll meet Peter Bryant. Although he's originally from New Zealand, and if you haven't met Peter, trust me, you'll know he's from New Zealand when you hear him talk. He has that wonderful French accent that the New Zealanders have. He's flown all the way in from his home in Los Angeles, where he serves as the board chair of Clario, a global community consultancy with a particular focus on mines, critical minerals, and energy. And Peter, in fact, leads a fascinating and influential informal group of a global coalition of mining companies and policymakers. The mining industry is indeed a global industry. And then our fourth interlocutor, friend and colleague, Sabrina Johal, who has also flown in from the West Coast, from San Diego, where she resides, though her employer is the great Canadian engineering construction firm, Atkins Realis, building nuclear plants in Canada and around the world. Sabrina recently left a long career at General Atomics, where she was the senior director of their energy group, and earlier served active duty in the great United States Nuclear Navy. So, we can now turn to the main event. Enough about me, as they say. I think you get my view on the zeitgeist and why we've constructed the conference this way. I hope you enjoy our guests. They've been terrifically generous with their time. And the first one to join us on stage will be the estimable and well-known Daniel Yergin. Thank you.
Please welcome Daniel Yergin, Vice Chairman of S&P Global, and Scott Tinker, Director Emeritus for the Bureau of Economic Geology at the University of Texas.
Well, good morning, everyone. That was a terrific kickoff. If Marc Mills doesn't provoke, then nobody can. And I've been working with Marc a long time. And Dan, it's great to share the stage with you, as always.
Thank you.
We've been at this a long time.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And certainly congratulations to Real Clear, to the Chamber, and to the National Center to putting this on and bringing this really terrific program together. And of course, great respect for your leadership. So glad to be here with you today.
Yeah. Let me kick it off in kind of maybe an unexpected way. I have to believe that Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin must talk daily and smile at what's happening in the West. Narendra Modi may be looking east and west and trying to figure things out from India, and certainly Mohammed bin Salman in the Saudi is also engaged that way. And you have just returned from the Middle East, a big investment conference there. And the president spoke for a while, I understand. But share some insights about that for us. Why was everybody gathered in the Middle East?
Well, obviously, it was President Trump was there, and in Saudi Arabia, they put together an investment conference around it, and the president's aim was to get a lot of commitments for investment in the United States, and he certainly got that. Made important comments about Syria and about Iran. But I thought your point about Xi and Putin, I remember being at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, I think just before COVID, and Putin said to Xi, "I'm sorry I kept you up till 4 a.m. in the morning talking." And Xi said, "Oh, we never have enough time to talk." And I thought a lot of what they talked about is what they didn't like about the United States and continue to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of a growing and interesting axis with manufacturing and resources, and a lot of attention there. It's bigger than just Asia.
Right.
Any other insights from the Middle East? Anything the president mentioned that we'd like to know or hear about?
Well, I think, I think the main things is that he wants the investment in the U.S. And sees tariffs, obviously sees tariffs as a way to get that. As I recall, he didn't speak about the price of oil, but we know where he prefers the price of oil to be.
Right, right. Well, you put out a piece I want to visit about for quite a while. I've been writing about something called the radical middle for a couple of decades now, this place where we all seem to be coming today, physics and economics and reality, if you will. And you put out a nice piece with your co-authors in the Financial Times March, April issue, The Troubled Energy Transition, How to Find a Pragmatic Path Forward.
Yeah. It was Foreign Affairs, not Financial Times. I don't want to get in trouble.
Oh, sorry. Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, just to correct the record. It was very interesting because we started writing it last August, and it had actually grown out of work that we had done in an area that's very important to you, Scott, which is talking to people in the developing world, the 7 billion people, not all of them, of course, but a series of seminars about energy transition. And it became clear to us that, and I think it's reflected in this discussion, reflected in Marc's remarks, that the way people have thought about the energy transition has been wrong. It's been what we call the linear energy transition, where everything converges on 2050, rather than multidimensional, meaning different mixes of technologies, different regions, different paces, and different priorities. And looked at it and just said, there are about 7 big reasons that that the thinking that's been out there, the conventional wisdom about energy transition, is wrong, and it is time for a rethink. And obviously that's reflected in the program here today.
7 reasons. What are they? And
well, I'll just go through them really quickly. Yeah. One is the scale. I mean, one of the things when I was writing the new map, everybody already then was talking about energy transition. So I said, okay, I'm going to go back and what do we know about the history of the energy transition? And went back and went so far as to say that it began in January of 1709 when an English metalworker figured out you could make better iron using coal rather than wood. But all these took a long time. And so the notion that you could, in 25 years, transform a $115 trillion world economy was overconfident, let's put it that way. And the costs were grossly underestimated. Energy security fell off the table. It came back. I noticed that the new energy minister of Germany last week said our #1 focus on energy now is reliability and affordability. That's a change, but it reflects energy security. I think a big thing that you've focused on is the North-South divide. And in the South, the global South, very different perspectives. And we did a conference called Energy Asia, and we had the Prime Minister of Malaysia at the last one say, we're not going to be dictated to by the North. We have our other priorities. We have health, we have economic growth, we have poverty, the things you're working on. And then a couple of other things that have emerged. One is metals, minerals that you need, that just, we did this copper study, and we're going to do a new one now because of AI, but saying if you want to achieve, copper is a metal of electrification. If you want to achieve these objectives that were in a Biden goal or an EU goal, you needed to double copper production by the mid-2030s. It takes 16 years to do a new mine. In the US, it takes 29 years. So that was, and then that gets you into this whole nexus, which we see unfolding every day right now. We see it reflected in the president's executive orders, the fact that China, the degree to which China dominates minerals. And the final thing is the thing that Marc has just been talking about, which sort of came from nowhere. It wasn't there 2 years ago, which is AI and the demand for energy for it. And that has really been such a dramatic shift. So all those reasons said, this notion that you could just sort of get on this highway and get to 2050 with, you know, no off-ramps just doesn't reflect reality.
And is this a new insight? I mean,
Well,
which
no, I
of
mean,
these things have
no, but it's
for
been
the public?
But it's been, you know, I was talking to David about the book I did called Commanding Heights, which is really about the battle of ideas. And this is a battle of ideas, and you had one set of ideas that were very dominant, and people over here saying, well, that's not really quite right, it doesn't reflect reality. But that balance has changed, and that's a change. I mean, you know, you've been talking and pointing this out, but it wasn't heard. But it is, reality has, what did Marc say? The regression to reality has come with a big thud.
It's tough to negotiate with physics. We try, but it doesn't work out that well. Any of those you want to dive deeper into? Scale, security, the divide, the minerals, anything you want to dive a little deeper on with those? Energy security seems to be
well, I think, and it's interesting because I just wrote a new epilogue for The Prize, the book I wrote a couple of decades ago. Well, it took a decade to write, and then a couple of decades ago, about, rather than saying what happened, because I've written these other books, like The New Map, I said, well, you know, what are the lessons? And one of the biggest lessons is energy security is so fundamental. And I think particularly during COVID, when demand went down, prices went down, kind of the world went to sleep about energy security. Now, it's actually, even before the invasion of Ukraine, the Biden administration was starting to release oil from the SPR, which told you, well, actually energy security is a concern. And then that morning of February 24th, when Russia invaded Ukraine, was the wake-up call. And you had even the Chancellor of Germany, you know, at the forefront of wind and energy transition, going to Senegal and Canada saying, can you give us LNG, which they hadn't developed, and then going to Kazakhstan later and saying, can you give us oil? So, I mean, energy security is so fundamental, so, and it's clearly on the agenda now in a way that it wasn't before.
If you look, you're in a lot of rooms, and this audience is just so, I want to pull out in the limited time we have some of these insights. You're in Davos, and you just are in a lot of rooms, and I know some things you can and can't share. But if you look at what leaders do, not what they've said, even through the decade of climate passion, they often act towards energy security, even if they're saying climate. Is this a fair observation? What are your insights on that? What has changed? How do you balance security off climate? Do you need to? Can you do both?
Well, I mean, obviously, you know, I've always thought, ever since I wrote The Prize, that the basic law of energy security is what Churchill said when he converted the Royal Navy from coal to oil. Safety lies in variety and variety alone, diversification. So wind and solar have part of it, but, you know, you look at the numbers, between 2022 and 2023, the world's dependence on hydrocarbons went down by less than 0.5%, and so you say where the base is. So I think, and there was a comment the other day, you see the contradictions. You see the British Prime Minister Starmer last week or the week before saying we're going to double our goals to 2050, you know, double speed. But he also said, oh, let me be clear with you, oil and gas is going to be in the mix for a long time. And I think I thought that's really captures the struggle of people, of leaders, to kind of adjust to a reality that's different from what has been the conventional wisdom.
In fact, on the stage at Sarah Week this week, you were interviewing Fatih Birol, the head of the IEA, who put out a piece a few years ago about net zero and what that might look like. And it led to Glasgow. I don't know if that was intentional, but it was a roadmap.
Yeah, well, I think that May 2021 scenario of the IEA is the paradigm of the linear energy transition.
Yep.
You just get on it, and all these things happen, and then you get to 2050, and lots of the things aren't happening.
Right. Well, in fact, he said this year, oil and gas are needed, full stop, or something like that.
Yeah,
the crowd sort of went, is this the same
well,
person?
It shows you thinking is changing, political pressures are changing.
Yeah, I think, and so it kind of brings us back to physics and economics quite often. You led the way with the prize. I mean, you were I think the person who put a lot of our noses on the importance of energy, and I can't wait to have the epilogue come out. Any other nuggets from that you?
Well, I think, certainly energy security. I think a second thing is that, there are hundreds of characters in the prize, but, when I go back and look at it, I say there are two characters who are the most important. One is named supply and one is named demand. And ultimately, just how they shape things, whatever people think they're doing or saying, but how much the agenda is shaped by that. And then the other is agility and innovation, and the constant learning process, sometimes in leaps like shale, and sometimes more incremental.
Right. Western Europe, Canada, Australia, California, New York in some ways, they've had fairly aggressive energy policies. Clean, I think
that's a fair characterization.
Yeah, fair characterization. Clean isn't my favorite word, but pushing toward solar and wind and batteries. And you mentioned optionality earlier. Mix matters, for sure it does, but how's it working in Europe, in California, and Germany?
Well, I'm hoping that this conference today will shed some light on what happened in Spain and Portugal, because I think that's a very important event, and it really needs searching examination in terms of kind of getting the balance right. But you look at California, I think it's about 25% of its generation comes from renewables, but 50% from natural gas, or 45, 50%. That, I think one thing that's kind of become clear in the last year or two is the role of natural gas, how important it is for balancing the system, and clearly the impact of AI demand. What Marc was talking about is that what that means for electricity and the role of gas in terms of electric generation. And, I think for some in this room, that's quite a change from 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, and I hear abundance over and over now too, and as a geologist.
Yeah, and 2 years ago, abundance wasn't part of the vocabulary.
No, but we're sure hearing it a lot today, which worries me that the pendulum is over here in the abundance world, and we certainly have a lot of energy in the world, but converting it into usable molecules and electrons isn't simple. Insights on some of the challenges of the abundance paradigm?
Well, I think if you look at it from the viewpoint of the developing world, in, 10, 15, 20 years, a quarter of the world's population will be in Africa. The whole issue of immigration, so much of it is tied to economic opportunity. And if you don't have energy, you're going to constrain your economic opportunities. And I think one of the things that Europe needs to look at is the role of energy development in Africa, which has been constrained in terms of their being able to deal with their immigration, issues.
Absolutely. You mentioned the North-South divide. Toby Rice and I have started something together called Energy Corps, C-O-R-P-S, to address global energy poverty. And looking at that, we didn't want to just get mud huts and thatched roofs. What would it take to lift people into prosperity, the whole world? The numbers are big. The average of the rich world is 50 megawatt hours and $50,000 per person. The average, the US is above that. About 1.3 billion of us have that. The other 7 billion have less, some extremely less. If everybody were to go to 50,000 megawatt hours, we'd have to triple the world's energy. Right. We're at about 620 exajoules today in the world. You have to go to close to 1,800. Think of it in TCFs, 1,800 TCF equivalent of energy. Tripling of the world's energy. That's the demand. You're one of your two.
Yes.
On the supply side, to have abundance in that world,
it's going to require a lot of investment and a lot of continuing innovation to get there.
Right.
One thing I think do want to mention, the importance, particularly being here at the Chamber, is LNG. And the work we did with the Chamber on LNG, you know, that's a form of abundance that just wasn't there 10 years ago. We didn't export LNG. Today, the value of US LNG is half that of all the semiconductors. I mean, it's huge, huge impact. And if we got into the geopolitics where you started about Putin and Russian natural gas, if Russian natural gas comes back in a free way, you know, they turn on the taps, that's going to be costly for the United States. It'll cost something like $120 billion of investment will be lost. So, you know, this connection of energy, maybe that's another theme of, you know, of the prize, is connection of energy and geopolitics. And we certainly see that right now in terms of what's going to happen with Russia, Europe, and US LNG.
Yeah, yeah. I think we also tend to think about the resources we have and understand with today's technology. If you look at the Middle East and Russia, and you've spent lots of time in both, there are source rocks there. Right. There are lots of conventional oil and gas, there's plenty of source rocks, and they haven't unleashed those on the world yet.
Well, you know, on innovation, I was thinking about it. You know, the CEO of Devon is going to be speaking in a little while. And I don't know if you were there. I remember in the summer of 2003 being at this big meeting, National Petroleum Council, to put out this report saying that the U.S. was going to become the biggest importer of LNG in the world because we're running out of gas. And then it was so much fun when I was writing the new map about it, because exactly at that time, Devon was proving that you could use horizontal drilling and combine that with hydraulic fracturing, that actually you had this other alternative. Yeah. But I don't know, you would know better than me, but it seems it took another 3 or 4 years before people started to realize this is not just something that belongs to a few independents, but this was going to change the geopolitics of energy, which of course it has done.
I visited, well, 2008, Obama asked me to be Assistant Secretary of Fossil, and I visited but declined because they didn't want to talk about shale gas in 2008. Yeah. Well, I'm not your guy. Yeah. But we've got Devon here later this morning, and look forward to getting into that for sure on the resource side. We got about a minute left, unfortunately, but tariffs, the IRA, big topics. Any nuggets you want to share, insights on those?
I tend to, as I was talking with David at the beginning, this book, Commanding Heights, not as well known as the other ones I did, made me believe that basically markets are a good thing and we ought to let markets work. I think we're at the end we're really at the end of a 9-decade era that was towards more open trade, and 8-decade era towards of alliance systems, 3.5 decades of globalization. We really are, we're not only at a turning point in energy, we're a turning point on how the global economy or the global system works, and we're really in the middle of it and don't know what the shape is going to be at the other end. But we are at a turning point. Yeah,
very, very good observation, and we can go too far isolating ourselves as well. We need one another in many ways. I want to thank you personally for your leadership. Thank you. You've really helped a lot of us think about energy for so many decades, and I personally want to thank you for what you've done.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here. Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody. Thank you. That's great.
Please welcome Terrence Keeley, Chairman and CEO of 1.6, and Peter Bryant, Chairman of Clario and the Key Minerals Forum.
I got the socks wrong.
You got the socks wrong. Red and blue, there you go. That's a good balance. Good morning, everyone. Good to be here. And Terry, good to have you here as well.
Wonderful, wonderful,
Peter. To talk about one of the most important things. Everything is words until capital invests in it. And this session is called Spend, Baby, Spend. So maybe a few opening remarks and then we'll get into a conversation. So I always like to say we're moving from the age of an energy transition to an age of energy expansion, which is very, very significant. And to put some numbers on it, the estimates today are to increase generation in the US based on demands, we have to invest somewhere between $1.5 and $2 trillion in generation, and about $500 billion to $1 trillion in transmission in the next 10 years. And with rising costs, you could easily double that. And then, as Daniel mentioned, the global south, there's 1 billion people without electricity, and the world has to invest in the electrical infrastructure for them. And the last ministerial roundtable I was in Africa to reinforce Daniel's term, as a minister from Africa said the hypocrisy of the West disgusts him in terms of how we hold up their ability to build out electrical generation in terms of clean. So, and the other uncertainties that we have is obviously government incentives. They're on, they're off, which feeds into a business case. We have rising supply chain costs, particularly in minerals. The costs are going up. There's a big capital deficit there. So, with that as a backdrop, Terry, we're seeing in the last 12 months financial institutions withdrawing from all these net zero commitments, the climate accords, the associations, whether it's banks, private equity. Is this going to affect the mix of capital and the size of capital that's going to be invested in energy? Is it something we should be concerned about, or what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so good morning, everyone, and many thanks as well to Real Clear and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for letting us have this important conversation. Yeah, you're right, Peter. There have been a lot of headlines about the dissolution of the Net Zero Asset Management Alliance, the dissolution of the Net Zero Banking Alliance. It'll be very interesting to watch the metamorphosis of Marc Carney as Prime Minister from central banker. We're going to find that he's much more interested in developing Canadian tar sands than perhaps he had been as a banker. But I think to put some data around what's really happening under the hood with regard to capital flows and to understand where capital is likely to continue to put its fingers on the scale, it's worthwhile looking at the redemptions in sustainable investment funds over the last few years. The net redemptions, as you probably all remember, ESG funds and sustainable investment funds were taking $8 billion a day of inflows during 2021 and 2022. We now have net outflows, but they're very small, and they are not equal between regions. Net, Europe continues to invest into sustainable investment flows, and there's a reason for that. There has been redemptions for 10 straight quarters in the US, but only one quarter in the last, since 2018, has seen redemptions on the European side. So there's still, as Morningstar defines it, about $3.7 trillion in sustainable investment funds, and those aren't going anywhere. Another way to actually measure the impact of sustainability as an investment thesis is the cost of capital. And I thought it would be interesting for this group to understand that, in fact, there have been advantages to being positively rated by ESG or on sustainability metrics, but far less than is commonly understood. The better rated energy companies on sustainability have an advantage of between 15 and 30 basis points in their net funding. 15 to 30 basis points doesn't sound like a lot, but to your CFO, it's quite a bit when you're carrying a lot of debt.
Yeah, Terry, in terms of government incentives, I mean, we're not sure they're on or off yet. How significant are they to justifying the business case for these energy projects, particularly in the United States? Are they vital, or are we okay if they go away?
Huge. I mean, they're huge, and I was thinking, as this is the current debate right now with the budget bill that barely made its way through the Ways and Means Committee overnight because 4 of the Republicans decided to vote present, not for the bill. That one of the big problems we're having amongst Republicans is how quickly these incentives are going to be removed for renewables. Turns out they fought against the IRA when it was going into law, but they're now fighting to not take it off too quickly. St. Augustine needs to be called out in light of our new Pope. God grant me chastity, but not yet. It's very clear that Republicans are saying, please get rid of these energy subsidies, but not for another few years until I get through this next election cycle. It's hard to take away some of those incentives. But what we know at the highest level, Peter, is that we have massively overemphasized the renewability as a variable. We spend $500 billion a year on solar. We spend $50 billion a year on nuclear. 10 times as much. This is crazy relative to a lot of the, what our true energy needs are and what our true investments should be.
Interesting. So the other thing too, and I couldn't remember the project, we talked about it backstage, there was a major wind project 6 months ago that was cancelled, but because of rising supply chain costs, that they couldn't then get passed on to consumers. And I guess there's this tension between, we know construction costs are rising, or input costs are rising, but at the same time, cheap energy is critical to the US, to America first, et cetera. How do you kind of balance those? Because eventually supply chain costs can really start, if passed on, makes energy expensive, which is what we don't want.
You balance these things in real time. I had the pleasure of speaking to my ex-colleague at BlackRock, who runs the largest Go Anywhere energy investment fund, which is based on total rate of return. So he's unconstrained in terms of what he can do. And of course, the big theme right now in Europe is what happened in Spain and Portugal. Why did they lose power for more than 24 hours, and 8 people died? 7 Spaniards died, 1 Portuguese citizen died. It is very clear that the intermittency of wind and solar had a great deal to do with shutting down the grid. But you cannot admit that if you're in power in Spain or Portugal, because there's liabilities just like there are. So, but what does it mean short term? It means absolutely that natural gas investments have to go up. It's absolutely clear. We'll talk a little bit about the Heartland Institute report that David DesRosiers has written about affordability, reliability, cleanliness. It's very clear that Europe has come to the conclusion that reliability and affordability have been underemphasized relative to cleanliness.
We switch gears a little to the supply chain, because often I think that people look at energy and they forget their supply chain. Always the metaphor I use would be like McDonald's not thinking about where meat patties and buns are coming from, and then wondering why they're more expensive or didn't turn up. So just look at critical minerals, for example, which we'll talk about later in detail with BHP's president. But the capital deficit's huge. Just in copper alone, and I was involved with the Daniel study, is they reckon that we need $250 billion invested in copper just in the next 10 years in new mines, and we're committed about 80. There's a huge, and when you add it up for all of mining, it's in the trillions. And there's a mismatch with duration of capital. These are 30, 50-year projects. So, and I'm interested, how do we unpack this, but not lessons from other industries, sovereign wealth funds, something that should be taking more interest in this, because the supply chain is critical, because that could slow everything down.
So you're the commodity expert, and you're asking the financial guy a commodity question.
Lessons from other industries.
It's
dangerous territory, isn't it? Yes.
And I studied up on it because I knew you were going to ask on cycles and super cycles. What's very clear is that different components of the whole energy mix are impacted disproportionately by interest rates, Peter. So there was a lot more capital available for mining and for nuclear and for these longer dated projects when interest rates were fixed at 0. I don't need to tell anybody in the room that interest rates rose today based on the, in my opinion, appropriate determination by Moody's that America cannot continue to have a deficit of 6, 7, 8% of GDP ad infinitum forever. Interest rates are not coming down, my friend. So what that means is that for those long-durated projects like nuclear and, frankly, like a number of these renewables, the blended capital stack, the amount of public capital that will be needed to crowd in the necessary private capital will grow. Will it grow in actual fact? We'll have to see. What you see in the chart, I misbehaved. Marc Mills allowed me to have on my slide these 2 little things. So I was not allowed to have a slide, but we worked that in. And what you see is in 2015, the blue bar is, in fact, fossil fuels versus renewables. What you see that is in 2024, what we were doing in fossil fuels was a small fraction, in fact, less than half of what we were spending on renewables. I can make a very easy financial case for those leveling out in the next few years, strictly on interest rates alone, Peter, strictly on interest rates alone. But this sustainability investment thesis is not going away. Meta's building a carbon capture plant. I was on ExxonMobil's website yesterday. They're big into carbon capture. And I would argue that most of the financial institutions will strike a position of what I called strategic ambiguity. With regard to sustainability. They're going to be green in front of a green audience. They're going to be brown in front of a brown audience. They're going to be whatever you want them to be to give them your money. And by the way, that's what they're supposed to do. That's what Larry Fink's job is.
It's like a bit of energy Disneyland, yeah? Which world do you go to? Will be.
You know, broadly speaking, you need to fulfill clients' expectations. Otherwise, your business shrinks.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to unpack this public capital and the capital stack.
Okay.
And we just talked about the rising US debt. So if public capital is to kind of fill the void, if you like, of these long-duration nuclear mining, et cetera, where's that funding coming from? Is it, obviously we can't just keep printing money.
Yeah.
Is it working with sovereign wealth funds from the Middle East? What does that look like? Because you do a lot of work with the sovereign wealth funds.
Yeah, so the blended capital, and you have to put philanthropy in there.
Okay,
it's very clear that, Bill Gates is working hard on an SMR, as everybody knows, in Wyoming. And it's very clear to me that the philanthropic capital will continue to be an important part of that. Chris Wright was mentioned earlier. We're supposed to get some more information this week from the DOE, this week or next week, with regard to actual incentives for nuclear. They will be critical. $900 million was announced in a recent study to help promote SMRs. Let's be very clear about SMRs. There are 3 of them in the world. 2 are in China, 1's in Russia. And everybody's in a big hurry to get the FOAK, first of a kind, done in the United States. Will it be Tennessee Valley Authority? But we're a long way away from the commercialization of SMRs, bringing in private capital, because the promise is just not there. And of course, what Doug Burgum has just done to Empire Wind 1, which is off the coast of New York, basically closing down a project that was, according to my Equinor contacts, less than 1 year away from generating electricity. It seems a bit punitive to remove that particular. You can say goodbye to foreign direct investment in the United States for any type of project, renewable or unrenewable, when that type of unreliability becomes commonplace. So where does that leave us with regard to the public-private blend of some of these longer dated, in a rising interest rate environment? More dependent on public spending, not less. More dependent on also having a political consensus around some of these ideas, which also tends to blow with the wind, as you know.
It does, absolutely. That's a stressful environment. So SMRs leads us kind of into another territory, which is these kind of transformative technologies. So I sit on the board of a venture fund that invested in General Fusion, which is one of the fusion companies. So it's really interesting. General Fusion, they've raised $350 million in venture capital, and now they're struggling because they need more capital. And it's clear the venture model is not the right model. We saw that in the early 2000s with solar and wind. It's not project financing. So where's the source for these kind of transformative technologies? And there was a headline in the Wall Street Journal, we mentioned it that backstage too, about carbon capture startups being capital starved as well. So where are if venture capital is not the source for these transformative technologies that are long term? Again, is this the government?
No, I think we'll hear from Sabrina later in the day, who will speak a little bit more eloquently than I ever could about fusion. But no, I think a lot of these are still very philanthropically based. They are not compelling from a from a VC perspective with anything other than a very long-term horizon. And I just have to mention again, what capital is willing to do in a zero interest rate environment is entirely different than what capital is willing to do in a 5% risk-free environment. If you actually look at what that additional 500 basis points adds to some of these long-durated projects, it can triple the costs. Triple the costs. So sorry to be the boring financial guy, but discounted cash flows are what drives capital at the end of the day. And again, to speak about the political alignment, that is necessary to have the public spending behind it. There's more of a political alignment for these things in Europe, and there's not. Europe has not tired yet of the sustainability investment thesis.
No, they're not.
A message I have to this group is that sustainable investments are not going away. They are not going away. They will continue to be a priority for many asset owners.
One question we haven't talked about, which I will jump in, is certainty of projects. So we know permitting, and we'll talk about this in other parts of the conference. Permitting is a nightmare in the US. Projects that should take 3 years to be permitted take 15 years, even if it's a power line. How does that feed into the thesis for capital investment? Do they go, well, this is good on paper, but because of permitting, we're not going to invest. I mean, how big a factor is that, these kind of
Peter,
delays?
you answered your own question. Vogtle, the plant in Germany, was originally supposed to cost $14 billion. It cost $35 billion. It came in 7 years late. We need more nuclear. There's simply no doubt about it. But to say, oh, please, private capital step in, or you talk about sovereign wealth funds, where are sovereign wealth funds going to be in this sort of capital mix? It's very clear that many of them are commodities based. So it is not necessarily in their best interest to put even higher bets on something. They already have enough exposure to the fossil fuels.
Interesting. I'm I'm a finance guy originally, but I'd say
don't become a finance guy. We have very poor prospects in the next slide.
So I'm thinking spend, baby, spend may not be as certain as we may think in the US. It's not a gimme that just because there's rising demand from AI, and the tech companies obviously have bottomless pits of money, but at some point, capital may not go to the energy projects that we need to fuel the growth that we're talking about.
Yeah, but look at the deals that Donald Trump just signed last week.
Sure.
So there's Abu Dhabi obviously promising to build whatever is the necessary energy for the data center that they've committed to. That will be, if not the world's biggest, certainly one of the world's biggest. Of course, they have the capacity to do that both in a renewable or in a non-renewable way. They have the advantage of being able to toggle between those opportunity sets, and I suspect most of it will be renewable in the case of Abu Dhabi.
Very cool. Well, the clock's running down. Let's think about what do you think are the key ingredients if we are to have the free capital flow, the right government kind of policy setting to make capital free flow into the projects that we need? What are some of the key ingredients you think that need to occur in the United States to make that happen?
Something that we won't have: political certainty.
Wow.
The idea, again, imagine you're Equinor. You've been building these wind power plants. You've invested about $60 billion in renewables, and suddenly you have the permit being taken away, not because of the technicalities of the project, but because there was a belief that perhaps under the Biden administration it was fast-tracked in the way it should have been. That's just a little bit too serendipitous. So political certainty is in short supply for all energy producers. We didn't talk about the Ukrainian minerals deal. It's very clear. Ukraine has an awful lot of graphite, a lot of lithium, a lot of nickel, a number of things that are in super cycles and that we need more of. But we need 15 years of peace in the Ukraine before those projects are viable. You tell me, Peter, how peaceful Ukraine is going to be over the next 15 years, and I'll tell you where to put your capital.
Exactly. We have 1 minute. Last thing is, let's do the global south. I mean, 1 billion people without electricity is actually immoral. And I think it's immoral how we have prevented them building coal and gas. What's our role in the global south as the US? I mean, we're focused on the US. What's our role to get electricity into the global south and to Africa?
Well, that's a moral question. But I do think that there is an awful lot of philanthropic capital available, particularly for Africa, that is looking at a number of solutions. Scott Tinker's, lionized, rightly so, and admired by all of us, and he's done a really great job in pointing out how so many of these developing countries are moving from burning dung to. I always like the picture that Paul Romer used in the one picture that he was allowed in getting his Nobel Prize for economic growth, and it's a picture of an airport in Conakry, the capital of Guinea. And it shows all we need, as a matter of justice and urgency, to provide more energy to the developing world.
I think that's great. So I think the key takeaway here is we just shouldn't take capital flow into the key projects as an absolute certainty. There's work to be done to make it happen. Terry, thanks very much. Some great insights.
Pleasure, Peter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, mate.
Good job. Thanks, mate.
Please welcome Marc Christie, Chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and Sabrina Johal, Senior Vice President for Nuclear Strategy and Commercial at Atkins-Realis.
Okay, well, welcome, Chairman. Thank you for being here today. Thank you also for your service in the Marine Corps.
You bet. Semper Fi.
As a former naval officer, I appreciate your service and everything you did.
Thank you.
Now, on to other things. The thing that is on everyone's mind. Let's start with grid reliability. In 2024, 30 gigawatts of solar power went on the grid. And with all the changes happening across the system, how is FERC thinking about this, and how is FERC making sure the grid stays reliable?
Well, and thank you, Sabrina, and again, thank you for your service in the Navy. You know, in the 1930s, with war clouds gathering in Europe, Franklin Roosevelt said the United States had a rendezvous with destiny. Well, now in terms of our grid reliability, the United States is facing a rendezvous with reality. And I would say other parts of the world are as well, including Europe in particular. So what does that mean? Reality, you know, reality, the funny thing about reality, eventually, you can put it off for a while, but eventually it'll track you down. And it's tracking us down in terms of the reality of what it takes to keep the grid reliable. And what does that take? The reality is, to keep the grid reliable, we have to have a sufficient amount of what are called dispatchable resources. Dispatchable resources are not weather dependent. Dispatchable resources are resources like nuclear, natural gas, coal, hydro. These are, by dispatchable, these are resources, generating resources I'm talking about, that can be scheduled. The grid operator can schedule these resources to run, and absent an unforced outage, or they run. And they run at what we call capacity factors anywhere north of 70 to 80%, nuclear north of 90%. So we have to have sufficient dispatchable resources. Now, why do we have to have those? It's because you cannot, the grid, the way the grid works, it has to, you have to balance supply and demand every second of every minute, of every hour, of every day, of every month of the year. You can't have a reliable grid based on having enough resources on average to meet average demand over the course of a month or a year. It has to be balanced every second. And that means you have to have the resources that can be dispatched when you need them. And that means the dispatchable resources. Let me give you an example. So last January, third week of January, the week, actually, ironically, the week President Trump was inaugurated, we had a winter storm in the eastern United States. And in PJM, which is the system operator for a 13-state region, including the area we're in PJM, it hit an all-time winter peak of about 151 gigawatts of load, of demand. And to serve that load at that winter peak, that week, that third week of January, 44% of the resources that were the generating resources that it took to serve that load were gas. 22% of the resources that it took to serve that load at winter peak were coal. 22% of the resources that it took to serve that winter peak were nuclear. So 88% of the resources that it took just last January to hit that winter peak were dispatchable resources, meaning they're not weather dependent. Two terms that's important to understand as we look at the kind of resources we need and how we're going to keep this grid reliable. And I'm not an engineer, I'm a lawyer, but there's two engineering terms that are very important to understand. One term is what's called frequency. Frequency is the metric that the grid operators use to ensure that the grid never goes down. Let me give you an analogy. The grid is like a large lake, a lake covering 100 acres, and that lake is at 6 inches of depth. Flowing into that lake on one end are a bunch of rivers. Flowing out of the lake on the other end is another set of rivers. On the coming in is like the supply coming into the electric grid. Flowing out is like the demand. The grid operator of that lake has to keep that lake at 6 inches of depth at all times. If that lake at any point becomes an inch deeper or loses an inch of depth, the lake ceases to operate. That's the way the grid works. It has to be balanced at all times, and that's the term frequency. And what happened in Spain, and that's still under investigation, as we know, so I'm not going to draw any conclusions, but if you lose frequency, you lose the grid. It goes down. Another term to remember is the term inertia. Inertia is how quickly a grid can recover from a loss of generating resources or interruptions in the flow of power into the grid. Dispatchable resources, because there tend to be spinning reserves, offer much more in the way of an inertia value, which is a reliability value. So as we look at keeping reliability on the grid, we have to look at the type of resources and make sure that we have sufficient resources that offer us the protection for frequency and the inertia value to keep the grid from crashing. Now, in the United States, if you look at the dispatchable resources, what's happening? While demand is going up particularly from data center development, large load customers, so demand's going up. But we're losing exactly the dispatchable resources that we need. Particularly, we're losing coal resources, and we're losing some gas, and we're losing, and over the last 20 years, we've lost nuclear. So we have a situation in the United States, and this is the reality that's tracking us down, where demand's going up, driven again by the large load users like data centers. And on the supply side, the dispatchable resources that we need are unfortunately retiring. And they're not being replaced with sufficient dispatchable capacity. So it's just arithmetic. You don't need to be a PhD in math to see the numbers are not adding up. Demand is up, it's going up. And on the supply side, the generating capacity that we need is not keeping up. And that's the arithmetic problem, and that's the reality that's tracking us down. So,
wow.
Sort of a long answer to a big question.
No, great answer. Obviously brings up a lot of questions, and within the role of the FERC, and when you see specific examples of where reliability may be compromised, is there anything the FERC is doing to step in to assist?
What FERC does in terms of reliability is a very good question. First, let's understand that the decision to build a generating unit, a generating station, is a decision for state officials. States issue the permits to build a generating unit. FERC's role is to regulate the markets that create the incentives or disincentives. And this is really important because in the United States, we have a dichotomy. About 3/4 of the what's called load, which is demand, about 3/4 of the load in America is served in regional markets through these entities called RTOs, Regional Transmission Organizations. So about 3/4 of the load in America is served through RTOs. In those RTOs, those markets have a huge impact on the decision of generating unit owners to continue operating or not operate. So FERC's role there is to regulate the markets, and those markets create incentives and disincentives. In the 1/4 of the country that are not in RTOs, those units are being built or not built largely at the direction of those utilities with their state regulators in agreement or not in agreement. So we really have this dichotomy in America where about 3/4 of our generating capacity is either being incented or disincentive in these regional energy markets. And then we have about 1/4 where it's really a state decision purely to build or retire.
Okay, so we know the importance of aligning federal policy with state policy, and I can imagine that the relationship there at times can be tenuous and is evolving, especially as we face this growing pressure. Can you talk about that with regard to the federal versus the state relationship?
Well, I was formerly a state regulator. I was a Virginia regulator for 17 years, a state commissioner, a utility commissioner. And so I'm a very strong believer in federalism and in respecting the prerogatives of states to have their own policies. I don't think FERC should by and large be dictating to states. And now in the IRP states, they already certainly chart their own policies because they decide what units they want to build or not build, and their state utility commissions, will approve those units. In the RTO states, a lot of states, not all of them, but a lot of states effectively delegated their ability to determine their generation mix to these FERC-regulated markets about 20, 25 years ago. It was called deregulation, but it really was never deregulation. That was a brand name. It was really about restructuring and determining how the money that goes for capital expenditures gets delivered. So in regulating these RTOs, I think what FERC's role is first and foremost, we have to be a truth teller about the problems that are coming and about the reliability issues that we're facing. And one of the things, for example, at FERC that's important is in June next month, we're going to have a technical conference on resource adequacy in the RTOs, and we're going to raise these very issues. But again, FERC's regulation of the markets has to be based on ensuring that these RTO-run markets are valuing the reliability attributes that we have to keep the lights on, while at the same time you respect a state's ability and sovereignty to decide what type of generation mix they want. But you cannot let one state's chosen policies, let those costs be offloaded onto other states that haven't agreed to it.
Okay, all right, so shifting a little bit, something on all of our minds, I think, are some consumers, maybe all, are feeling some pressure in their energy pricing bills and the impact. How is FERC specifically thinking about consumer protection when it comes to price volatility versus reliability?
First, FERC is first and foremost, and I've been saying this since I was went on FERC almost 5 years ago. Under the Federal Power Act, FERC's job, first and foremost job, is to protect consumers from what the statute calls unjust and unreasonable rates. Now, most consumers in America are paying a retail rate, and that retail rate is established by the state utility commissioner. And again, I did that for 17 years. FERC's impact on that is we regulate wholesale rates, which are like sales of power across state lines. And particularly FERC regulates transmission rates. And this is where I think, to be perfectly frank, I think FERC has failed to do its job in the last 20 years of protecting consumers from excessive transmission rates. I'll give you one example. FERC hands out what I call FERC candy. And these are incentives that go to transmission developers to build power lines, which may not even be for reliability purposes. They may be implementing state public policies. You talked about what's FERC's role vis-a-vis state public policies. In the multi-state RTOs in particular, transmission cost allocation is a huge issue, and it's a big part of consumers' rising bills. So I think FERC needs to take a much tougher line on the rate making that we do for transmission rates. And again, I've used this example. Let me give an example of what I call FERC candy. So FERC gives a return on equity adder, okay? Basically, that's a technical term for saying that every transmission line gets a return on equity, which is the profit on the line, and it's under FERC's regulated rates. And FERC gives an extra 50 basis points on top of the market-based ROE as an incentive, and this goes back 20 years, for transmission owners to join these RTOs. I think it's that particular RTO adder is an example why FERC shouldn't be giving that out. It doesn't incent any single transmission line to be built. It's just an incentive to join an RTO, which most of them did 25 years ago. But we're still paying out this incentive to do something they did 25 years ago. So it's going right, and by the way, that goes right into consumers' monthly bills, because transmission costs that FERC regulates, those transmission costs go right into the residential rates and monthly power bills that everybody in here is paying. When you get your monthly power bill, those transmission costs in that monthly power bill ultimately resulted from FERC-regulated rates. Okay, so infrastructure is the linchpin underpinning all of this, no matter what resources we have. And as we see more distributed energy sources, we need more and more transmission and storage, and without it, the grid cannot function. So
are there strategies that FERC is specifically pursuing to get more infrastructure built faster?
First and foremost, we need more generation. That's what we need first and foremost. We need more generation to be built. We need less generation to be retired. And in particular, we need dispatchable generation to be built and less to be retired. Now, the dispatchable generation that effectively is going to be built is largely going to be combined cycle natural gas units. Nuclear is extraordinarily expensive to build, and for the what I would call a stick-built nuclear, it takes many years to get it built and billions of dollars. The coal units are not, there's no new coal units being built. I think the problem with coal is we need to keep existing coal units running until we're able to replace the capacity. So reality is, it's new natural gas combined cycle, Sabrina, that we need to get built. That takes pipelines. We have to have pipelines to serve natural gas units. And FERC's role in pipelines is critically important because FERC is the federal permitter for pipelines. And we've been permitting pipelines at FERC for years and frankly do a very good job at it. FERC is a very good agency when it comes to promoting the construction of pipelines through the permitting process. The problem in pipelines has come because we permit a pipeline and then it immediately gets pulled into court facing an avalanche of lawsuits from people who don't want to build pipelines, don't want to build any natural gas units. And so FERC is not the problem on getting pipelines built. FERC has been approving pipelines. I've been detailing it in various letters. The problem comes in the way it gets wrapped up in court. As soon, almost literally the day after we issue a permit, it gets challenged in court and then it gets tied up in litigation. That's been the problem. It's not FERC's permitting, it's been what happens to it afterward. But we have to have pipeline capacity. We need more pipeline capacity because we need more natural gas generation capacity. So you can't have more natural gas generation capacity unless you have more pipeline capacity. That, again, is reality tracking us down.
Okay, I hear you. With one exception. As a former naval nuclear officer and someone who's dedicated 20-plus years of my career to nuclear, I think we can build nuclear in this country, and I think we can build it at cost and on schedule, and the technology is there today to do so, to build these long generating assets that last 80-plus years. So let's not rule it out yet. Let's keep it on the radar.
I'm not ruling it out at all. I would love to see what are called SMRs, small modular reactors. I would love to see that technology to develop and become so commercially feasible that we can, as somebody said, punch these out like microwave ovens.
Absolutely.
That would be wonderful. Nuclear is going to be a big part of the mix. Absolutely. It's just when you look at the stick-built nuclear, like Southern Company finished the Vogtle unit, which was a stick-built nuke, took several years. And then you have to look at the markets. To get nuclear built, you really are largely looking at a rate-based, rate-making construct where they can get the capital expenditure, the CapEx. Increasingly in the RTO markets, the CapEx is not there, certainly not for stick-built nuke. Again, I really hope we can get the SMRs to the point where we can roll those things out off the assembly line, because nuclear would be a wonderful, it's already a wonderful dispatchable resource. It runs 90%, north of 90% capacity factor. And you're talking to a former Virginia regulator. We have numerous nuclear units in Virginia, and I can tell you the nuclear units we have in Virginia have saved us in recent winter storms.
Okay, thanks for that. In less than a minute to wrap up, when you think the next 5 to 10 years and what your focus is, what are the must-win battles that we have to fight to keep the grid reliable, affordable, and ready for what's ahead?
We have to build more dispatchable generation. We have to prevent the early retirements of more dispatchable generation. This is the reality. To keep the grid from crashing, to keep the grid reliable, we have to have sufficient dispatchable resources. That is a hard reality that has been ignored or diverted for too long. And again, I said at the beginning, we're facing a rendezvous with reality. It's tracking us down, and that's the core reality We need more dispatchable generation. Otherwise, we're not going to meet the exponential increases in demand that we're seeing from large load customers like data centers.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you bet.
Excellent job. Excellent job.
Good.
Please welcome Clay Gaspar, CEO of Devon Energy, and Scott Tinker.
Well, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate being here.
Glad to have you here. We've heard the word abundance a few times this morning, and you run Devon, an important oil and gas company. It'd be good to get some context around all of that, but Clay, I'd like to start bigger if we could. Just some global thoughts from you. Oil and gas and in the world, what is that looking like today?
Yeah, when I think, first of all, thank you very much for the invite. Happy to be here. When I think about abundance and I think about energy, I think it really starts with thinking globally. This isn't a one state, one city, even one nation problem. We need to think globally. And then when we think about energy, it's not just electrons, it's not just molecules, it's the whole system. There's so much fungibility today. When we think about building the infrastructure where we can move electrons and molecules, we think about conversion of one form of energy to another. And so it's a really holistic opportunity for us to solve. I've dedicated my professional career, 30 years, to energy. And so as I think about this conversation and this moment of excitement around energy, it gets me really fired up. I was just at a conference last week on the West Coast, and Microsoft hosted 150 CEOs from all over the world to talk about energy through the eyes of Microsoft, which was fascinating and inspiring. What was really interesting is the undercurrent of energy and the realization of energy's role in accomplishing their incredibly lofty goals.
Yeah, it's interesting on tech. We'll get back to a few more global things, but for a while they were kind of able to keep below the radar, Greene, and had this perception and image, and now I think it's hard not to recognize tech as a massive consumer of electrons.
It's easy when there is abundance, and we have the luxury of abundance. It's easy to be kind of take that for granted and be a little bit dismissive of the challenges. And the real, I'm on the generation side, some of the incredible technology that's required today to drill the wells, pursue the things that we're doing, the moonshots that we do routinely kind of below the radar and under cover of darkness, all on behalf of driving every other business. Devon's mission is to energize modern life. And so as we think about doing that, I mean, we believe it's a real calling, and we're very proud of what we do.
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned electrons and molecules. I thought we were going to electrify everything.
Easier said than done. There's still things like airplanes and vehicles and, even setting aside all the petrochemicals and all the amazing technologies, everything that has a little bit of lycra in it. Thank you, oil and gas. By the way, everything has a little lycra in it today. If you like your Lululemon pants, thank an oil and gas guy along the way. But I think that's, when we talk about energy and the needs, again, thinking holistically, and I am absolutely an all of the above strategist. There will be a place for wind, solar, nuclear, coal, all of the above, but every one of those forms of energy has trade-offs. And when I think about energy, what I always try and instill in groups, I get to speak to a lot of different venues and a lot of different organizations and people of different backgrounds. There's three things I hope, the truisms I call them, that I hope people walk away with. Number one, energy is important. And I say that, if you've lived around the world, you can certainly appreciate it. Maybe if you grew up in the US and every time you've walked into a room, you flip the light switch, it's turned on. It's easy to forget how important energy is. I think on the West Coast, the conversations that we're having around AI in particular, they're starting to realize the importance of energy to accomplish the amazing things that the technology world is doing. The second is the demand for energy is growing. You can look back 150 years, there is a straight line. I'm a terrible futurist, but when you see a straight line for 150 years, it's a pretty good bet that it's not going to vary significantly from that. And then third, energy's hard. And every form of energy has costs, byproducts, trade-offs, and probably ultimately has a place in that overall energy mix. And I think if you can get through those three truisms, then you can start moving on to the more intellectual conversations about how do we do it best? What do we need? How do we do the gap analysis and really analyze what the opportunities are? And I can tell you, infrastructure is a major challenge and something that we're really focused on. When we think about drill, baby, drill, Chris Wright says it exceptionally well. It's really build, baby, build. And so we need to be able to move these molecules, move the electrons, and get them to the places where we can create the amazing things that we do as societies around the planet.
Yeah. Tell a quick story. I was out at a private meeting taking a bunch of journalists out into the oil field in Colorado just a couple weeks ago. And we looked at the rig first, and then we went to there was a separate area getting staged for a hydraulic fracturing job, and it was all electrified. So huge fat pipes going over to each truck and all gathered, and they had two 15-megawatt generators right on site, and they were saying, we're all electrified. And I looked just beyond the generators, and I saw a bunch of semis lined up with H2 and CNG on them. And I said, so that's compressed natural gas? Yeah, and that's what you're burning to make the electricity to electrify this site? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a fossil fuel site, making electrons to...
That ultimately make oil and gas.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is the molecule electron.
Yeah, I think we think too small. You know, again, my three truisms that I try and instill in people along the way, you know, you run into people saying, no, look, I appreciate what you do, but I no longer need energy because I drive a Tesla. Okay. No, I don't need energy. Or where does electricity come from? It's that little plate on the wall. I just plug my phone in, and magically it always works. You think about electrification of even something in our world, a frac fleet, and then we do that. We run drilling rigs. It takes about 3 megawatts to run a drilling rig. Generally, line power can help you get there. To run a frac fleet, it's about 30 megawatts, and so that is typically way over above what line power can provide. And so sometimes we'll put generators on location, typically natural gas powered generators, to then convert to electricity, run the frac fleets to pump the water and the sand into the well to ultimately generate more oil and gas so that we can do it all again. Yeah, fascinating.
But the energy return on that investment is still positive.
Exceptionally positive.
Quite a bit, and that's not the case with everything.
Yeah, we're a 53-year-old company. If it wasn't net generating value, then we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, let's bring it into the U.S. focus. It's safe to say with 7 billion people kind of coming up out of various stages of energy poverty today, we're going to have global demand increasing demand. If we have abundance, we have to be able to supply all that demand. That's kind of coming to the U.S. Shale hit the scene a long time ago. I mean, George Mitchell was working on it from the 1980 to 2000, and cracked the nut, and Barnett, et cetera. Barnett, Fayetteville, Haynesville, Marcellus, and then Eagle Ford, Bakken, West Texas, Anadarko, other basins, a lot of productive shale basins. A lot of resources there. I gave a talk, though, about 3 years ago now, and here in D.C. called Houston, We Have a Problem. And just looking at the plateauing of each of these shale basins in their production. Resources, what's in the tank, reserves is what you can produce technically and economically, and then there's production. 7 out of the 10 were plateauing. And I've just been reading some of you and your colleagues, what do they call you, the shale-ennials or something? But you're calling for
ex-millennial, but I'm somewhere in there.
They're calling for peak shale. I mean, this doesn't sound abundant. Talk to us about the reality of resources.
I think there's local extremes, to use like calculus terminology. So you have inside of the oil and gas industry, that's inside the energy industry, you have local highs. And there's no doubt about it. I mean, the shale revolution that has been maybe the greatest stimulus to the U.S. economy and one of the greatest stimulus to the entire world, I would characterize as entering the latter innings of this amazing gift that we've generated for the world economy. Certainly not done. There will be innovations along the way. You just look to the conventional aspects of the oil and gas industry, and what you see over 150 years is reinvention and reinvention and reinvention. You can just take the Permian Basin and look at the number of times its death has been called over and over and over, and somehow it manages to reinvent. I'm of the belief that I'm tired of calling the end. There will be continued innovation. Generally speaking, the shale plays, the resource plays, the unconventionals, those are all synonyms that we use. We typically recover about 10% ballpark of the oil or gas that we have in place. That's current technology. What I get excited about is what's the next wave of technology that can take that 10 to 12, 14, 15, maybe 20% of those reserves or the resources in place. And it's happening. We think about refracturing technology. The wells that we drilled 10 years ago was an arcane version of what we're doing today. We think about chemical treatments, even re-injecting natural gas to imbibe into the reservoir, grab some of those oil molecules and pull them back out. It's today an expensive R&D proposition. We've seen it work in conventional reservoirs, so we know that there's a kind of a blueprint for it. We're unlocking those kind of potentials. So you think of all the resource plays that you've mentioned, I truly believe they will have a second life. The other thing that's happening is what used to be kind of viably economic from a core perspective, those concentric circles continue to move out. The edgier, the thinner, the bailout zones, some of those opportunities continue with longer laterals. Happy to talk about that. Thinking about new stimulation techniques, how do we get more of the molecules to the surface is really very cutting edge technology.
It's interesting, so 10% of the resource in place. In conventional reservoirs, we had primary production and then what was called secondary and then tertiary recovery.
Yep.
Would you say we're still in primary and shale?
Yeah, very much in primary. So on a conventional aspect, you might be approaching 20% of the original resource in place with that primary. And the difference between conventional and unconventional, it's a pretty gray line, but think of it as high quality, high permeability rock versus extremely low permeability rock. To the point that the world knew, for 100 years that we were drilling through these shale reservoirs, but they weren't viewed as reservoirs. They were viewed as impenetrable barriers that we couldn't get the oil out. We had to figure out how to extract it.
In fact, if you cut a core in those, you lost your job.
Yeah.
What do you do in core in that shale?
Yeah. You ignore that worthless stuff and get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, as you work through all the really good stuff and you've gotten better at extracting from primary on the conventionals, primary maybe 20%, maybe another 10% with a secondary recovery, pushing water down a well through the reservoir back up to another well, and then a tertiary might be CO2. So injecting CO2, letting it imbibe and grab some of those oil molecules, run it through the reservoir, and then produce that. More expensive, but incrementally getting to maybe even 30, even 40% recoveries in some of these conventional. I can't imagine, again, I'm second guessing my industry, but can't imagine us getting to that higher recoveries, but we're starting in a ballpark of 10%. I can't imagine us getting, multiples of that, getting the extra 200 or 300 basis points of recovery. I think that's very achievable in the next decade.
When we talk about the permeability, the pore size, give people a feel for that. The little holes where things are trapped in these shales, if you kind of a lump term, you could fit 100 or 200 of those little pores across the width of one human hair. So that's why you have to crack these rocks, is to be able to move molecules. And you say you can't imagine, and it's hard for me to imagine, but we couldn't. Yeah. My dad in the oil business, 50s, 60s, 70s, couldn't imagine some of the recovery they got out of conventionals either. It's there. As long as there's demand for it, will we continue to innovate? And so come into that with me. What's some of the limits toward the opportunity of continuing to develop these things?
Scott, you're asking me to put limits on an amazing technology, amazing group of technologists and innovators in our industry. I'll draw you an analogy. So let's say 50 years ago, 70 years ago, the ability to drill straight down 2 miles, even 3 miles, pretty state of the art. Say 50 years ago, when I was born, very reliably able to get straight down a couple of miles. And through different hydraulic stimulation and other techniques, recover the resources around that well. Remember, we're working on higher quality reservoirs, so the ability for that reservoir to connect to that wellbore was much higher. Okay? The reason the collective industry dismissed shales is because there was no way to get those hydrocarbons to that wellbore. Today, state of the art, we don't just drill a couple of miles straight down. We then make a turn and then start drilling horizontally. A few years ago, maybe a decade, 2 decades ago, a 1,000-foot lateral from that wellbore was a pretty significant lateral length. We quickly got to 1 mile and then 2 miles. Today, if we drilled a vertical well at the Supreme Court, we go down, straight down a couple of miles. This is standard what we do today. We then turn, we go by the Capitol building, we then go by the White House, we then hook a left, go all the way across the Potomac, out to the Pentagon, and that is about 3 miles. It'd take you about 30, maybe 40 minutes, depending on the traffic, to drive that route. We drill that as a standard well today, about 3-mile laterals. And by the way, the target of that would be about the size of a Suburban. So everywhere along the way, you're having to be exceptionally precise. And so once you have that exceptionally long lateral, state-of-the-art, 3 miles, even 4-mile wells, or maybe even drilling 1 mile, turning around and coming back 1 mile, that's all inside the capabilities today, all a couple of miles below our feet. That allows us to contact much more of the reservoir. And then compounding with pumping a lot of sand and water in the wells to break that reservoir rock up, connecting more of that reservoir rock to that wellbore, and ability to bring those hydrocarbons, those precious hydrocarbons, all the way to the surface. You know, that's state of the art today. Where that technology goes with time, again, I'm not going to under-expect what my industry can continue to evolve and achieve over time.
And you can do depending on the rocks, you can do almost all of that with a single bit now too, which is just incredible.
It is
incredible.
To
pull the pipe out of the hole.
As a geologist, you know, geology is not, just flat as a pancake.
That's what we're convincing you engineers, just so we can keep the job.
They just use a bunch of $5 terminology, and we engineers have to Google it to figure out what they're talking about. But what we're really trying to do, so we go down, we turn, we hit all these very small targets. We do this for miles, and meanwhile, the floor underneath our feet, so to speak, the geology is ebbing and flowing. It's faulting out. It's gone. You have to re-find it again and then get back into that zone. You have a constant feedback from what's happening at the bit to interpret at the surface, maybe 4, 5, 6 miles away, that you're trying to figure out where that bit is and where the geology is around it so that you can really drill. And then you'll do that maybe even 20 times on a single location to really try and achieve the most recovery from this incredible potential.
So given that, and the technology today, the access, there's a big resource. The last administration and this administration, quite different. What's needed? A lot of your colleagues in states are not wanting the IRA to go away. What's needed from governments to allow us to be able to extract that resource for decades and decades to come?
Boy, I think a pat on the back or acknowledgement of the hard work that we're doing may be a little too far, so I won't go there. Thank you, Scott. I really appreciate it. I would say a level playing ground. We should have an exceptionally high standard for what we do. As I mentioned earlier, every form of energy has trade-offs and costs. And so setting that standard high, holding us consistently to that standard would be an incredible breath of fresh air. I was with Alan Armstrong from Williams Companies last week at that conference. He mentioned that it costs him now more in permitting, lawyers, regulatory, all those things, more in permitting costs than it does to actually put a pipe in the ground. That is an unnecessary shooting ourselves in the foot kind of burden. Let's get efficient on thinking about how do we achieve some of the things that we need to do. Yes, hold us to the high standard we hold ourselves to. That should be a given. But an acknowledgement of the importance of energy, the acknowledgement of not just energy to supply AI and the amazing things. I love my Amazon, deliveries, and I love, the thought of AI and crypto and all the things that we get excited about. But the normal extrapolation of energy to energy security to national security to world peace. And I draw a direct correlation between those points. I also think about, there was a brilliant comment earlier about energy poverty and the correlation to poverty. Those things are absolute direct correlations. And when I think about the calling that I have for my career, providing energy for the world, I think enabling us, holding us to a high standard, but working with the industry, specifically here in the U.S., we are blessed with such an abundance of resources. Having the ability to leverage those resources to make our world and our nation so much safer and better.
Well, unfortunately, we're out of time, but as my good friend Terry Keeley said this morning, it sounds like we need less strategic ambiguity.
There you go.
A little more consistency of policy, because there's shale all over the world.
Absolutely.
And we're not the only place with it. So, Clay, I wish we had more time, but thank you so much for
thank you, Scott.
sharing your insights.
Absolutely.
We will now take a break, and we'll be back with the programming shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Welcome back, and please take your seats. Please welcome James Robb, President and CEO of the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, and Marc Mills.
All right, so we're reconvening. This is almost like having a pre-K class where we have to get everybody back and behaving. Conferences are like that in Washington. So let me begin with Jim as they say, needs no introduction because 18, took over as CEO and president of the National Electric Reliability Corporation. For those of you who are not sophisticated about that organization, it was 60 years ago this year that we had the great Northeast blackout of 1965.
Right.
And that is what led directly to the creation of NERC, then the council, because we discovered a truth that shutting the grid down accidentally was a really bad idea, and they created independent reliability authority, which has been the gold standard on the planet, frankly. And as to my knowledge, there is no equivalent authority in Europe. The only authority I know of in Europe is a multi-country authority which was enacted around the same time you took over NERC to promote and push wind and solar to facilitate, they didn't say promote and push, to facilitate wind and solar on European grids. In other words, they created an authority that would be called the Unreliability Authority for Europe, and we have a reliability authority for North America. So let's talk about the Great Iberian Blackout as a starting point, Jim, because just like the lesser blackout in terms of people put in the dark, geographically it was sort of similar to what happened in Spain and Portugal. I have my own opinion on what happened, and the forensics are still being unfolded, but what say you about the why, and then we can talk about what to do.
Well, I think the why you summarized, right? There's a lot of forensic work that needs to go on to figure out exactly what caused the situation and what allowed it to propagate. But just looking at the situation, there are a few things that come pretty clear to mind. The biggest one is that there was very little traditional generation operating at the time of the blackout. It's about 74% inverter-based resource, so that's wind, solar, some batteries, connect onto the grid through a microprocessor called an inverter, some hydro, and then some natural gas. And the great thing about hydro and gas and nuclear is that when you make electricity the old-fashioned way by boiling water, making things spin, you get this quality called inertia. And inertia is terrific at helping a grid maintain frequency. And when there's a disturbance on the grid, which happens all the time, inertia is one of those things that helps kind of restore the grid. It's a resilience measure called frequency response, restores it back to its target frequency level. There wasn't very much of that operating. Right. So that probably allowed the situation to cascade until it got up to France and hit a wall of inertia with the French nuclear plants.
That's right.
The other issue, and again, we don't know the answer on this, but there were a couple disturbances right before all the generation tripped off the grid. The one thing we know about inverters from our work looking at similar instances that happened in West Texas, Utah, Southern California, is that when there's a modest disturbance on the grid, oftentimes inverters will trip off.
And they trip counterpart inverters as a consequence as well.
And it just becomes a cascading thing. So if you look at the math from the grid operator over there, they lost about a third of their generation like that. And it looks to us like it could be an inverter ride-through issue. There's also been allegations that it could have been a cyber attack on the inverters because they are internet connected and
the power electronics
cyber protection. Sorry.
And the power electronics just happens to be dominantly manufactured in China.
China and countries that aren't necessarily friendly to Western values. Yeah. So there's a lot of work to be done as to what actually caused the inverters to trip, but there's something about the fact that we lost a lot of solar very quickly and then we didn't have enough other stuff to restore the grid. The other interesting thing from Iberia is when it came time to black start the grid, which is the term we use to restore after a massive outage like that. They restored it on the backs of the French nuclear fleet and the Moroccan fleet, and then used the hydro and the gas system in Spain and Portugal. Right. Again, we know how to restore the grid that way. It's one of the issues with inverters right now is we really don't know how to black start a grid using inverters and inverter resources.
And so, of course, in the technosphere, that everybody understands that an inverter is a very big piece of power electronics, not unlike what all electric cars have. All electrical machinery have power electronics that convert the non-compliant, non-useful electricity into electricity that's essentially useful for a grid or a power motor or whatever. The problem is that what you hear is a lot of people talking about and hand-waving that, oh, we can solve this problem with technology, which is true in principle. You can imagine making responsive inverters, smarter inverters, more batteries to create synthetic inertia, right. All these hand-waving. I'm very technologically bullish. I think all that is true. I think it's possible. The problem is, you can correct me if I'm wrong, none of it exists today. We don't actually know how to build things like that. And if we want a reliable grid, we'll have to have things that operate reliably.
Well, I'll take a little bit of exception to that because we do know how to create.
You know, if you do, you're going to be wrong, but go ahead.
No, that's... No, I'm kidding. That's part of the fun of being up here. No, there are grid-forming inverters, and there are installations of them around the world. They're not without their issues. And one of the big challenges we always have in the electric grid with any new technology is you can study something in the lab, you can do a pilot on a grid somewhere, but when you try to scale it to the level of the North American grid, which is a terawatt of generation, typically in that translation from pilot to terawatt, we discover things that we don't understand. And then we have to figure out how to model them and how to kind of operate them in the grid. So I think it's very possible to be there, but it's going to take a while.
Well, I think we're saying the same thing. I mean, grid-forming inverters that create synthetic frequency response, synthetic, you do it digitally. This is all, we've known we'd better do this for decades. At scale, because this is the thing about grids. Grids, by definition, for societies are at scales that are astonishing. And that doesn't just require this ability to manufacture at those scales. To your point, when you start implementing things at that scale, you get new phenomenologies that you didn't anticipate. The scale generates the phenomenology.
Exactly. I had one great conversation with the head of grid operations for one of the major utilities, and he described having a file in his cabinet called Stranger Things, which are when things happen out on the grid that they don't understand. And eventually they want to kind of go through all those to figure out what you learn from them and then funnel that into their operating procedures. But you don't really want to have a lot of uncertainty in the control room. You kind of want to know what's going to happen when you push this switch and that switch and when this generator fires up and so on and so forth. So removing uncertainty is a really big thing to keep the grid operating stably, reliably.
As you know, this is the Iberian blackout is obviously a reminder that we want to remove, not add uncertainty, which is not a knock on the ability, especially in places like Spain, where you have a lot of solar resource, quote unquote. That's not the issue. In fact, I thought the most artful excuse or explanation for the Iberian blackout was to say, and I forget who said it exactly, it wasn't the solar power that caused the blackout. It was our inability to manage the solar power that caused the blackout. I said, well, it's actually truth in strict terms, but that's the point.
I think that's right. Plus, I think we're going to learn a lot about the value of diversity of resources on a grid. Diversity is absolutely reliability's friend, and also the role of inertia. You know, we've been very, very concerned as we've been losing kind of traditional spinning mass generation over here, replacing it largely with inverter-based generation, that, you know, eventually we're going to run into issues of not having enough inertia on the system, which can be provided by traditional power plants, synchronous condensers, flywheels. There's lots of ways to do that. But, you know, having something that kind of keeps that grid operating over here at 60 hertz, 50 hertz in Europe, with a very, very tight margin. I mean, that's kind of the miracle of the large-scale power grid, is that we can control it within such tight tolerances, and we need to, because if we get out of whack with that, motors start tearing themselves apart and everything else. So it's a really big issue for us to kind of figure out as we kind of continue to evolve this grid going forward.
Well, as you know, out of whack means that...
That's a technical term.
Yeah, exactly. I like technical terms. So as you go upstream of this, you actually, as you know, can destroy generators. The assets get physically destroyed. You can cause fires.
Right.
It's the destruction at the power levels of maintaining this balance that we're calling inertia. And I'll I confess, of course, my bias as a physicist. It's not, it's inertia only in the sense of how we try to talk about maintaining frequency stability. But it is a form of inertia because what's backing it up has high physical inertia. The analogy that I've used, I think, may be the best for people to understand is if you have a cookie sheet of water and you jostle it, it's really easy to cause the water to spill over the side of the cookie sheet. But if you have a giant bucket, a barrel full of water, and jostle it the same way, there's nothing spilling over the side. So in the electrical sense, what you want is the giant barrel full of water.
Right.
If you're fighting inertia. But let's go to a different issue. That's the dynamic control challenge, which eventually gets solved technologically. There's no question about that. It will take time. It'll cost money, especially at scale. Here's the other challenge. Your organization's end-of-year report, your annual report on forecast, the state and forecast of U.S. grid reliability. I know it was the first time I noticed that someone NERC is actually talking about the Dunkelflaute problem, which in your report is correctly called, the drought problem. They don't mean water drought, but when you have no wind for a day or two or days, and you have no sun for a day or two or days, those are solar and wind droughts. And there's a combined feature, the CDM, the combined, what's it called? Forget the acronym.
We just call it Dunkelflaute, because that's a much funner word to say.
But you can have both occur simultaneously for 1 to 2. So meteorologically, we have data that over decades, as you design grids, you can have days of no wind resource and no solar resource over massive areas of the geography.
Right.
That is, to me, not only a critical feature what's in your latest reliability forecast, but almost completely ignored by all the proponents of high density use of wind and solar on grids.
Yeah, it's a real puzzle, and we've seen events like this even in the recent history. We haven't seen the massive, continent-wide, no wind, no solar event, but we've seen massive solar droughts and massive wind droughts happen independently. The biggest one was June 6, 2022, where across the backbone of the country we've got about 60 gigawatts of installed wind, and that's like the best wind resource in the world, right there. Saudi Arabia wind, and that's not an overstatement. And on June 6, 2022, 300 megawatts was running.
Out of 60 gigawatts.
Out of 60 gigawatts.
0.3 running out of 60.
Yeah. Fortunately, it was a low load day, so we didn't have any customer outages as a result.
And fortunately, you also had running on that grid?
Well, you had a lot of other stuff running.
Yeah, like coal and gas.
We had coal, gas, and nuclear. But, if something like that happened in August, right, when it's really, really hot, then that's a real problem. And we would have had significant outages. Back in September 2023, 22, I forget which year it was, when they had the heat dome over California, and the governor, Newsom, had to send out a text message telling everybody, shut off your air conditioners right now. That was because there was a unanticipated marine layer. Took out a lot of the solar in Southern California. So we got to have tools for dealing with this, and we don't have them today. Well, we do have them today. They're called fossil fuels and inventoried fuels, so fossil fuels and nuclear, hydro as well. Batteries don't have the duration to be able to last that long, nor do we have them at the scale we would need.
Well, that's of course.
So that's a big opportunity for us too.
But the narrative that's pushed out, unfortunately, certainly in clickbait land, another technical term, of course, which is actually a technical term now, the use of batteries in MISO, your MISO example, the Mid-Atlantic outage of 10 days, if you just did arithmetic for that region and said, well, we're going to in fact use batteries to pick up those 10 days, and you assume future battery prices, not today's, you get to trillions of dollars of batteries would have to be built, trillions, not billions, to keep the lights on if the goal was to use batteries by overproducing wind and solar when it was available and then riding out the Dunkelflaute. I mean, obviously that's not what's going to happen. It doesn't matter what number you imagine for future battery prices.
Yeah.
So we'll do what Germany did, which will have 2 grids, which is inherently expensive.
Yeah, and I mean, who knows, 20 years from now what technology breakthroughs might come through, sure. But certainly using the technology we have today, it's going to be very, very challenging to meet those kinds of, impossible to meet those kinds of numbers. The one thing, though, is I think it's also important to say that batteries, as they're coming on the grid right now, are playing a very, very valuable role, right? We see that in California. Right. We see that in Texas.
Managing transitions, shoulders.
Absolutely.
Short-term, cloud cover comes over.
They make it much easier to integrate large amounts of solar onto the grid without tearing apart the natural gas fleet that has to otherwise balance.
Well, they also enable, which we'll hear later in this program, they enable capacity expansion. Get more headroom on transmission if you can actually do a little more dynamic management.
Oh, that's probably true. That's probably true. Batteries can also kind of help on frequency response. Yep. We're seeing that in Texas right now. And the solar battery combination is really a killer summer generating resource. In areas where you have good, reliable sunshine. So, the desert Southwest, Texas, don't do a whole lot for you in the winter. They don't hurt in the winter, but they don't help a lot. So it reminds me of the old adage that, it's kind of a horses for courses thing. Any one resource can be good for one thing, but not everything. And that's true of gas, it's true of coal, it's true of nuclear. All these things have value in a mix. And one of the things that I really worry about is that we kind of continue to march down a path of removing diversity from the grid.
Well, I mean, you should worry about it. I mean, in the role that you have.
It's my job.
It's your job. And it's important. It becomes obvious when the lights go out why power matters. It's also obvious why we take for granted when we've run grids successfully at such high levels of reliability for so long, that the sort of operating assumption is, and this is, I'll paraphrase this in an unkind way, a lot of the tech community looks at the utility industry, that's the old industry, and they're obviously troglodytes, anchored in an old technology. They don't get it. Technology, the pace of change. We gotta just get these old guys and gals out of the way and put the new stuff in, mandates, subsidies. But it's a misdirection in terms of what's really possible, in terms of keeping the grid reliable. Critically, at a reasonable price, reasonable cost.
At a reasonable price, at a reasonable cost, and across a broad range of conditions. I think one of the things that we're really learning, with the weather systems that we're seeing over the last, 6 or 7 years, maybe 10, 15, right? We're seeing these broader, deeper, longer cold spells like Enzo we had earlier this year, Elliott a couple years ago, Uri that took out the grid in Texas. The key thing there is that what we're finding is that, it's easy to design things for the fat part of the curve, but getting things that work in those tails, which are becoming more extreme and more problematic. And by the way, that's when people really need power. Right, is when you're in an extreme situation where, it's freezing outside, you gotta have heat. If it's really hot outside, you gotta have a way to cool people down. And it's those tail events that are becoming so critical, both for the power grid to be able to design for, but to be able to deliver against, because that's where the kind of the health and human service part of the grid becomes so critical.
That's when the reliability matters the most, on the tails.
On the tails.
And your latest reliability report pointed out something that's meteorologically interesting. It's that the droughts, the Dunkelflauts, tend to happen statistically more often at periods of high demand, which is, the point is, on the tails of the curves.
Yeah.
Which creates an even bigger problem. We only have another minute. I don't want to let my gas friends off the hook in terms of something else you warned about in your report. The concern as we push more and more gas into electric generation, which we need to and will, at looking upstream at the predictability of the inherent reliability of that system to deliver and store gas. We're still short storage east of the Appalachians, as far as I know.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the challenges we're going to have with the gas fleet going forward is we're going to see likely average gas volumes decline as we displace gas generation with other fuels like wind and solar, but the peak needs are going to go up significantly. and maybe 10 times the rate at which the average declines. So the gas business hasn't added any material storage over the last I don't know, dozen or so years, and that's going to become a really, really big driver of electric reliability.
And I think that'll be a political issue of non-trivial consequence. So our time is up. I want to join me in thanking Jim for taking the time to come and help us out.
Thanks, Marc.
Thank you.
Good deal.
Well done.
Please welcome Kim Greene, Chairman, President, and CEO of Georgia Power, and Scott Tinker.
All right. Kim, it's good to be with you.
Thank you. Great to be here.
And you have a New York accent, I hear.
I grew up in the South. I've lived in 3 states, Georgia, Tennessee, and Alabama, so my accent is pretty hopeless.
We like that.
Thank you.
You've described Georgia Power as open for business. What does that mean?
We're ready to serve customers who come, and it's been a really wonderful period of time for Georgia. The last 11 years in a row, Georgia has actually been deemed the best state for business, and certainly Georgia Power, Southern Company, all of our states are very joined at the hip and connected with our state's economic development organizations, and most of the manufacturing and many companies who come to the state are certainly very interested in natural resources, workforce, and clean, safe, reliable, and affordable electricity, which we are able to provide.
Clean, safe, reliable, affordable.
Right, balance all of those things.
Not easy, though.
No, it's not.
The demand. So you're open for business. Business comes. That's more demand. How are you ready to address that? What's Georgia Power doing to make sure you can meet that growing demand?
So Georgia Power is, and I listened to Chairman Christie earlier, and he talked about sort of 3/4 of the country's load is in RTO-ish markets, and then 1/4 of the load served by the country is in a non-RTO market. And Georgia is in a non-RTO market, and we are, for those of you who may not know, we are vertically integrated, state regulated. And what vertically integrated means is that Georgia Power owns and controls generation, power plants, transmission, and distribution resources, all of that along the value chain. And so we work with our state regulators, the Public Service Commission, to ensure that we can provide the reliable power that our roughly 7 million customers and Georgians depend on. And we go through processes that have been in place for decades, called an IRP, Integrated Resource Plan. Since 1991, we've been filing an Integrated Resource Plan every 3 years, and that plan allows us to project 20 years into the future what we expect load growth to be, and then the set of resources that are going to be needed to meet that load growth. And of course, when you're responsible for all parts of the value chain, you optimize whether it's a generation resource, a transmission investment, maybe a set of distribution investments that are going to be the best overall for the ability to meet that balance of clean, safe, reliable, and affordable. So we optimize that. And I like to say that we have one eye on tomorrow and one eye on 20 years from now. So we ensure that reliable grid that our customers depend on. And again, customers today and those customers that are looking for a place to do their business, come to Georgia.
Yeah, interesting. Do you actually you own fuel supply chains as well now, or?
We do. So we're responsible for the fuel that goes into our generation resources, and we have a balanced portfolio of a lot of different types of generation, whether it's nuclear, coal, natural gas. Of course, you need and some oil. We have batteries, we have hydro, we have solar. We have a variety of resources, many of which are dispatchable and provide that. And I know I just, again, listened to the chairman, I listened to Jim Robb talk about the importance of grid reliability, and all these generation resources contribute to that, the inertia and the frequency balancing that are needed. And again, when you're in charge of all of that, if there's an issue in Georgia, there's sort of one group to go to. And again, because we're responsible for all of that,
right.
Of course in coordination with our regulators.
Right. So you mentioned coal, oil, natural gas, nuclear.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of get proportionally that kind of dispatchable versus others? What's your mix?
Yeah, so the mix has changed greatly over the past, say, 15 years. And in fact, 15 or so years ago, the mix looked very heavy on the coal. Maybe as much as 69% of the energy came from coal, 20% natural gas, 20% everything else, nuclear and hydro primarily. And that has changed, again, dramatically. Now the majority of our resource is natural gas, about half, with about 20% coal, or maybe even less than that, 16 to 20% coal, 20 to 25% nuclear, and we have more nuclear in Georgia now that I'm very proud of. Would like to talk about a little bit. And then renewables have certainly grown from essentially very little 15 years ago to 5 to 7% of our total.
Yeah.
Capacity.
So you're not hitting some of the challenges of, we heard about Iberian Peninsula. Yeah, nothing close to that. You're in that kind of 10% range so far with solar and wind.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, what do you see limits to that for Georgia?
Well, again, certainly renewable resources, solar, wind, batteries have a really important role in a total portfolio. So there's room, and in fact, again, I mentioned the IRP process. We're going through that right now. We filed in, earlier this year, and we'll be adding more batteries to our mix. We are increasing, even at our older nuclear units, we're increasing the capacity of those by a couple hundred megawatts. We're increasing the capacity of our gas. So certainly there is more opportunity for more, primarily in Georgia, solar and batteries. The wind resource, we're still looking at doing more research at higher hub heights to be able to access that wind resource that Jim Robb was talking about is so prevalent in the Midwest. It's not nearly as prevalent in our part of the country. But again, it's really important to have this diverse mix of assets, and everything matters. There's really not a one-size-fits-all to be able to provide the reliability and the affordability that our customers need. It takes everything.
Yeah, we got plenty of hot air in Texas. We could share some with you. So come to affordability, reliability. I can buy a lot of reliability, but you got to keep it affordable too. How you doing that?
So customers have always been at the center of everything we do, and we know that affordability and reliability year after year after year are consistently of most importance to our customers. And so as we look at the incredible economic growth that is happening in Georgia, and let me just try to put some context to that. So in our around the growth, and then I'll get to the affordability because it's really very much tied. Yep. The 2022 IRP that Georgia Power filed with our commission showed about 400 megawatts of growth, 400 to 600 megawatts of growth over the next 7 to 8 years in the state, with our customers.
Cumulative or?
Cumulative.
Yeah, 400 to 600.
400 to 600 megawatts. About 18 months later, and we actually, although again, we typically go through a 3-year process, we do have flexibility within the process. And so we went to our commission 18 months later and said, hey, our load forecast has changed dramatically. We're seeing a lot of new manufacturing as well as data center, large load growth. And so at that point, that increase had gone up to over 6,000 megawatts.
10x.
Yes. And so,
in 18 months.
yes, so it's an exciting opportunity for us. We're happy to serve all of this load, and we can. And again, we reacted quickly with what we called an IRP update that allowed us to gain approval for building some gas right away. We also signed some contracts for PPAs to give us time to sort of get us to another IRP and RFP opportunity. But having said all of that, this economic growth benefits everybody. And just this morning, we filed an 8K as we're looking at load growth and what that means for rates going forward for our customers in Georgia. We have filed an agreement with the Public Interest Advocacy staff, which is part of our Public Service Commission, and we have agreed to keep our base rates flat for the next 3 years. So no base rate increase for 3 years, with the exception of storm costs. And of course, last year, Georgia and many parts of the Southeast were hit by what for Georgia was the most devastating hurricane ever in Hurricane Helene. But for hurricane and storm costs, no base rate increase for the next 3 years. Now that will need to be approved by the Commission, and that's set to happen between now and July 1st. But again, affordability matters, and
how do you do that?
Everybody benefits from this. Again, it's just that these larger customers, all of this demand provides revenues that allow us to build the assets that we need to build and do it in a way that allows us to manage our financial integrity and keep rates flat, again, for the next 3 years at least.
Who pays?
Well, again, our customers are paying. We're just able to do what we need to do with the rates that are in place today. And certainly, we'll be tightening our belt like we always do. I mean, we're always looking for ways to do things more effectively and efficiently. And, so we're certainly taking on risk with respect to meeting budgets and building billions of dollars worth of assets in a way that, again, with affordability in mind. So it's I believe, a very exciting opportunity for us to be able to meet the needs, again, of our roughly 7 million Georgians, and that's 7 gigawatts, that's 7,000 megawatts, in a way, again, that's helpful for everybody.
So we've heard a lot about data centers today already, and can't wake up without hearing about them. A lot of what we're hearing is kind of the dedicated power generation to these hyperscalers, if you will. What I'm hearing you say, I think, is that's going to come from the grid. And are they going to pay for that from the grid? Talk us through grid demand or grid supply for those as opposed to or in conjunction with dedicated. How does that work?
So what we're hearing from a lot of the folks who come to visit us is that part of what is attractive, certainly, about the Southeast in Georgia is, affordable electricity, and for them especially, reliable electricity. And just as you all have heard a lot of today at this meeting, the focus on a reliable grid and the integrity that is provided by a lot of different kinds of generation resources, and being planned in conjunction with this reliable grid is really valuable for a lot of data centers. And many of them, because speed is of the essence, many of them, I believe, again, this is what we're hearing, are leaning on an independent resource because they believe it can be done quicker. We're actually moving with speed. And so they would prefer to have the resources that a grid provides over the longer term. And we also worked with our Public Service Commission to create some, I would call it some guidelines, or what we call rules and regulations, and how our tariffs work. And for the very largest customers, there certainly are some requirements for them to pay for up front some of their resources, the on-site electric switchyard or substation, for example, that they will use, and then other parts of certainly our investment gets paid for over time. Yeah. But longer-term contracts with collateral provided, and with the intention, and certainly again, many data centers recognize this, they do not want to create a situation where they are putting upward pressure on everybody else's rates because of the investment that we're making for them, and that is that's being held true in Georgia. So they'll pay. Yes.
And they're comfortable because you have, I don't want to put words in your mouth here, but you described about an 85% dispatchable resource grid. So that's right. That's the reliability piece.
Yes, that's right. Yes, and they love that we have we just built, for example, the only 2 nuclear units in the country that have been built.
I heard that went really quickly and under budget. Vogel
the first of a kind.
Tom, didn't it?
First of a kind's always a little tricky, and but I will say I'm very proud of the fact that we finished, and those units run beautifully. They are Westinghouse AP1000 units. They'll run for. We say 60 to 80 years today. I feel they'll run potentially 100 years. Those units will run beyond the year 2100. And we built 2 units there. There were already 2, so the 2 newer ones are units 3 and 4. Unit 4 cost approximately 20% less than Unit 3. And if we continued to go down that cost curve, the additional units would cost less. We have a lot of lessons learned from that experience. And right now, those lessons learned are being used by Poland and Bulgaria. Yeah. They're moving forward with these new units, and I will say I feel like that's a shame. We should be benefiting in the United States from those lessons.
Absolutely. You got plans? More nuclear coming?
So not right now, but I hope that we might be able to do more in the future. But again, certainly. It did take us longer, and it cost a little bit more. There were all kinds of. We did have lots of guardrails in place, but going forward, I think we would just need. Ideally, we'd like a few other folks doing it with us, have a bigger supply chain, bigger order book, so to speak, and some protection against things that happen that are out of our control.
Yeah. So regulation matters in all this. You can't say really well when I ask this question. How do you work with regulators? Really well. What state, federal? I mean, what's the balance there? How do you make this all happen?
It's really well.
Yeah, good. Thanks. Moving on.
I think the way we view our role as a utility is to run a good business, and we really do. I mean, we've said this for years, and it sounds a little bit sort of trite, but it's not at all. The customers are at the center of everything we do, and our job is to provide high reliability, low prices, and high customer satisfaction. And if we do those things well, then there's really not a reason for our regulators to come after us or to, in our state, for example, I mean, our state regulators are elected. And certainly if we were doing a poor job, that would be, the potential for somebody to run on that platform. We never lose sight of what we're here to do. And that reliability, which we can, we've always focused on reliability. We have so many incredible engineers at our company. I'm an engineer, but I'm not one of the incredible engineers who manages all of our power systems. But they take such pride in ensuring that we have one of the, if not the most robust grids in the country. We have the highest reliability and the best operating fleet in the country. We take that really seriously. So again, it's up to us to do our job well and work with our regulators constructively to provide that service that our customers deserve.
Yeah, what's needed? We don't have much time, unfortunately, but anything needed from the regulatory process that would be beneficial?
Anything in need?
That you need that would be beneficial?
Well, I think it's really, again, in our state and in the region that we're in, I just think it's really important for us to understand and protect the vertically integrated state-regulated market model. I'm old enough that I remember in the late 80s and early 90s when the country was changing, and we had a CEO at the time who testified in Washington, D.C. about the value of the market structure that we have because we do make very long-lived investments. Electricity is not just necessarily a commodity that can be traded like wheat or corn across the country, because when you do not have electricity, it's just a very bad day. I mean, electricity is the source of our economy, of our health, of our well-being, our communities, and so we need to take that very seriously, and the market structure that we have works.
This will be the last one, quick one. When folks registered, they could write in questions, and somebody wrote one in for you. Distributed Energy Management Systems, DERMS.
Yes.
How do they benefit the reliability of the grid?
Sure, we are definitely looking at incorporating DERMS systems into our larger portfolio. So all of these resources that are out that our customers own, we definitely want to bring those in, and they'll be an important part of our mix. They're not going to be a huge part of our mix, certainly in the beginning, but we're going to pursue that in a meaningful way.
Awesome. Kim, thanks so much.
Oh, thank you.
Enjoyed our visit.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Please welcome Brandon Craig, President of BHP Americas, and Peter Bryant.
Great, we're back, and welcome Brandon to the Energy Forum.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just for information, Brandon's based in Santiago in Chile, and is head of the Americas for the world's largest mining company. So we're going to reimagine mining, or educate on critical minerals, I guess, in 20 minutes. So this is probably the least well understood part of the supply chain for the entire economy of the United States by anybody in Washington. So quick few opening remarks. So I hate the term critical minerals, by the way, because it takes 55 metals that have different characteristics, suppliers, countries that have these resources, and puts it all into one. So every mineral has different companies and countries and different technical difficulties. So it's really dangerous to try and lump them all together, just a warning. So we've talked about a lot of the demand drivers for energy and industrialization, not only in the US, globally, that depend on minerals. But I think it's more the supply challenges we want to kind of dive into today. And some of them I'll just quickly, and we'll dive into some of these in more detail with Brandon, is I call it the 20-year nightmare. 29 years to permit and develop a mine in the US, 16 to 20 years elsewhere. Wow. Increasing technical difficulties in terms of the depth that we have to go to mine these resources is quite phenomenal. The grades are declining, that is the amount of metal that's in a pound of dirt. Resource nationalism, which is what I say is a country's desire, which is in direct conflict with America first, is a country's desire to keep more and more of the downstream value of its resources, which is a right because they want to grow the prosperity of their country. So that's a kind of a tension with kind of the Western secure supply chain. And then finally, I think something often forgot is the social license to operate, is how we work with indigenous communities where many of these minerals are on or adjacent to these lands. And I think Barclay's report, which was published last week, I think, on AI, nailed the importance of critical minerals. They said the AI hardware, it's not the chips and the hardware that's the linchpin, but it's the critical minerals in the supply chain that is going to potentially impede the advance of artificial intelligence deployment. So I think that was pretty profound from an investment bank. So Brandon, let's go. So the 20-year nightmare, 29 years. Can you explain to the group why does it take so long to permit and develop a mine? It doesn't matter where it is, right? Why does it take so long?
Well, let me explain a little bit the full life cycle of mining, and I'll include the permitting in that mix as well to just help calibrate on that question, because clearly 20 to 29 years is a very long time.
It is.
So there are circumstances when we can go a little bit faster,
right?
But there's often circumstances when we cannot. So the life cycle of a mine, unfortunately, is a very long process. So if you have a look at the rate of mine discoveries, you'll see major discoveries of major minerals, for example, copper, The major discoveries come, if you're lucky, once every 1 or 2 decades. So, there's a very large number of junior companies spread around the world actively exploring for commodities, and it's quite often you'll find quality resources, but often they tend to either be small or they tend to be too deep and therefore not economic. And when you look at the nature of mining today, the scale of what it takes to do mining, what you're actually exploring for is very large deposits. And when you're thinking of trying to find deposits of that type of scale, there's just not many of them out there. And if you don't achieve the scale, you don't achieve the economic benefits. If you're fortunate enough to actually find a high quality resource, then you actually start the process of initiating a project to actually turn that resource actually into a mine. And I was actually reflecting on the discussion we had earlier, listening to the shale discussion. We also have to do extensive drilling on a deposit. So if I use a copper porphyry deposit as an example, the physical scale of that mine could be a mile across, it could be a kilometer deep. Sorry, I'm mixing the terms. I'm South African, so I talk kilometers, not miles. I'm getting mixed up between the two. But you cannot build a mine without actually drilling out that ore body to really understand what is there. That's the most critical thing. And there's a lot of regulatory compliance around how you define a resource and a reserve, whether you're in oil and gas or whether you are in mining. So because of that, you actually have to spend anywhere between 3 and 5 years just doing the characterization work to understand what you have. Once you know what you've got, then you actually get into the real engineering of the project. So you've got to go through a process of actually doing a couple of things simultaneously. You need to actually design the mine, how you intend to beneficiate the resource. You have to design all the infrastructure. I think most people would know that mines tend to be in incredibly remote locations. So you've got to put in roads, water supply, power, infrastructure, and then you need to design all of the infrastructure to operate the mine. And using our example, porphyry, they tend to be at 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters at elevation in mountains. So because of all of that complexity, that engineering design is complex, and it takes a lot of time to do that. In parallel, I think you also see mining still to this day has somewhat of a stigma attached to it. So, historical environmental performance, historical sort of social sort of resistance to mining is something that's still strong in a lot of jurisdictions that we operate. So because of that, the way you do studies for environmental baseline surveys, environmental impact statements, social studies in terms of how you can understand how you can make it beneficial for communities for the mine to be and so on, are also pretty critical things. So you have to couple together ESG considerations, technical considerations, and a bunch of really complex sort of environmental considerations around the mine to build the mine. So then once you actually understand what you got to build, then you get into the critical piece, which is permitting the mine. And in some jurisdictions that can be pretty efficient. You can in different countries around the world get a permit in 2 to 3 years. There's other countries where that can be more challenging. So if you take the US as an example, we have a project together with Rio Tinto at Resolution, and we applied for a permit in 2012. So it's 2025 today, and we're still going through the legal process trying to secure the permit for that particular development. So you're talking 12 years there. And then finally, once you cross through the permitting process, you can actually get into the job of building the mine, which takes another 5 years. So if you add all of that up,
it's 20 years.
15, 20 years. If it's highly litigious, it can go even longer. So, that full life cycle of bringing commodities to market is something, it's very significant, and it has to be planned incredibly carefully if you're going to be successful.
Yeah, and I think we'll talk a bit later if we have time around the implication of when we go America first, let's mine in the US now. Even if we were sitting on a deposit, it could be 20 years plus before we even see a production from that mine. So a while ago in London, actually, a top CEO, I can't name who, said, what got us here today as a mining industry is not what's going to get us to tomorrow as a mining industry. So we talked about this. What do you think, without reading his mind, was he thinking when he said that, do you think?
Listen, I think my view on that would probably be technology and innovation more than anything else. When you look at the history of mining, I mean, mining is one of the oldest industries that exists. And if you go back 50, 100 years, you know, most mines used to be very high-grade ores at or near surface, very easy to apply, very simple technology, and to be able to reach ore bodies, you know, at surface easily. You don't need excessive scale to be able to operate. When you look at a modern mine, to achieve economies of scale and to get the cost that you need out of the mine, the mines tend to be incredibly large. And when you look at the history of where mining is going, mines are getting larger and they're getting deeper. The impact of that is, if you want to be able to maintain competitive prices, you've really got to rethink the mining methods and the mining techniques you're going to use into the future, because you know, those methods that worked in the past where you could use small equipment at surface very efficiently, that's not the future. So if you look at most of the mines people are thinking of developing today tend to be what's called mass mining methods, which is underground block cave type of technology where you literally undercut an entire ore body, and instead of extracting it from the surface down, you actually undercut the ore body and you extract from beneath the ore body and take the material up. So it's exactly the reverse of what you typically picture in your mind when you think of open cut mining. And in terms of what's happening with grades, mining is characterized by depleting grades. So all the best deposits generally have been found, and the next generation deposits are lower grade. So huge investment in technology for how you beneficiate these types of ore bodies is critical. Like leaching technologies and similar will be incredibly important in the future.
This is going to be a two-part question now, one which is around, I always say the grand innovation challenge for the West, as relative to how China does this for extraction and processing, is how we responsibly extract and process minerals, okay, at the lowest possible cost, because you know, the more responsible we become, the more cost we lay on. And just for the audience, a fact. So compared to 1980 and 2020, to produce 1 pound of copper took 16 times much more energy, 2 times more water, 16 times more rock was moved. Think about it, by the way, we need 25 million tons more copper in this case, and it's a 0.5% grade. So every pound, we've got to move 200 tons of rock.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty significant. So when you kind of look at that, and you talked about this bifurcated world that could be emerging, do you want to kind of unpack all of this innovation challenge and the bifurcated world that you see?
Yeah. Listen, it's really interesting because there's a couple of views where the world is watching, like, where are mining companies going to develop new mines? And mines tend to be in quite difficult countries. When you look at some of the bigger projects happening today, they tend to be in places like Argentina, Pakistan, Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia. So these are quite difficult places to go into. And there's often a view in Western companies that you can have certain operators who go into those jurisdictions and they apply very poor ESG standards to those projects, and the absence of the application of appropriate standards means they can develop these resource bodies into commodities at a rate that would be cheaper than what would be the case with Western companies. So when you look at a lot of Western companies, they will go into these jurisdictions and apply very beneficial social frameworks that I think we've become familiar with in this part of the world. So it's a really interesting dilemma, because I think in the short term, you could see some proponents being quite successful with that model, but at the same time, a lot of our experience with governments in these different regions ultimately want the social value component that I think comes with the Western model of how business gets done, because African countries, for example, or in Argentina, most populations are highly sensitive and care deeply for the environment and how business gets done. So I think you'll definitely see that short-term mindset. My view on it is it won't be a long-term successful model, and companies that operate with higher ethical standards will ultimately win out. But in the short term, you may see some movements around that.
So I'm going to change gears into a topical topic, or hot topic, which would be China's control of the value chain. And I think it's important for people to know that every metal, China does have a choke point on the value chain that looks entirely different. So it's not 90% of processing is done in China. That's for rare earths and lithium. For copper, it looks different for nickel. But let's I call it state-directed market shaping. So in nickel, the Chinese, through Indonesia, flooded the market, collapsed the price. BHP shuttered its major nickel operation. So it basically shut down, I call it the Western nickel industry. So how do we, where we have Western companies operating for a profit motive, and arguably China's operating not on a profit motive, more a strategic motive of control, how do we compete in that when they pulled levers to affect the market?
I think my first reflection is a very, very complex. It's a very complex question. I think about it in a couple of ways. I think on the surface, I think there needs to be fair trade practices. That's really important, and the ability to ultimately level the playing field. The Western system of markets is definitely based on fair competition, which is really important. And I think the institutions that exist for ensuring that fair competition is in fact exactly what we get is something that's really, really important. But at the same time, I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that I don't think it's easy to apply that playbook universally across the board. So we should be quite thoughtful about it. If you have a look at where this has been very successful historically, if you have a look at alumina and aluminium as an industry, you can see that the alumina industry was pretty much flooded with supply. And countries like China clearly have very vast reserves of bauxite and can go to alumina and so on. So they were quite successful there. The other case study, I think, is nickel. So you can see that Western nickel companies are having a difficult time. But there's an interesting set of circumstances that sit around nickel. One, it's definitely a smaller market. Than if you had to compare nickel to, say, copper or iron ore, it's definitely a materially smaller scale. So the ability to create more significant impacts in that market is very high. And you have countries like Indonesia and Philippines and New Caledonia, which the amount of laterite nickel ore available is vast. So the ability to deploy capital compression into those countries, you can definitely then produce a situation quite rapidly that you actually then swamp the nickel market with product and then impact Western companies that are traditionally sulfide and similar. So, but that being the case, I think it's really important that one, as I mentioned at the start, the free trade is very important, but Western companies I think should think very carefully how to prevent themselves getting into that type of position in the first place. So, not being, I think, very clear-eyed around the strategic investments that need to be made in value chains to be able to ensure there's a level of diversification in the market in terms of processing and capacity to enable and ensure that the markets are always going to be operating on a, on average, more fair basis.
More fair basis, So we've got 3.5 minutes. So two things in the last 3.5 minutes. One is copper, and then one final takeaway. So, Daniel Yergin mentioned in their copper study, which we're involved with, so we have to double copper production by 2035. You add up all the existing projects that are in the pipeline, and even project a linear straight line of current production, which is arguably not going to happen, you end up with a 10 million ton annual shortfall every year from 35 against a total of 50 million tons. That's a huge gap. And recycling and thrifting is not going to close that gap. I mean, how do we solve for that? Is there a way to solve for that, or does demand just have to slide out?
It's a difficult one. So, I mean, when you look at most mineral companies, particularly copper companies, we did a study inside our business where we actually had a look at how good have they been at forecasting their future project delivery. And what tends to happen is every year the forecast just moves out another year. So projects are promised but not delivered. And a big reason for that is the cost and complexity of building copper projects, and the scarcity of copper resources, or the scarcity of quality copper resources, for example, that I mentioned. So when you look at that combination and you have a look at the total known projects that are in the pipeline today, there are not enough projects in the pipeline today to actually meet the projected demand. So assuming, and it's always dangerous in our game to predict what the future is going to try and be, but assuming those demand forecasts hold to be true, where copper goes to 50 million tons or thereabouts by 2050, assuming that holds to be true, it's very difficult to see where the projects are going to come from. And so when I look at that, this is not, when you go country by country, you know, in a way, global is, copper shortages in the world is going to be a global problem, not a local problem. And I think it's going to be essential that countries think very clearly about how they actually secure access to copper. Because in a world where there is going to be a shortage of copper, the critical thing is going to be to make sure you've got secure supply chains to actually bring that copper to market.
Exactly, and I think for the energy people in the room, I think I was working with a big oil company in Europe, and they were doing sector analysis because their belief is when there's a shortage, which sector gets the resource first before other sectors. And interestingly, energy is actually low. Construction will grab as much copper as it can first.
And I've got an interesting anecdote. So if you were looking at the US, for example, so if the US wanted to be, just to try and give you a scale of the challenge, if the US wanted to be self-sufficient in copper, the US demand by 2035, you know, there's forecasters out there saying that's going to be about 3.5 million tons. Currently produced domestically 1 million tons. So you'll have to be able to develop mines that can produce 2.5 million tons of copper. So that Resolution mine I was talking about earlier, that has the potential to do about 500,000 tons of copper. So you'll need 5 of those mines developed by 2035 to be self-sufficient in copper in the US.
When it takes 29 years.
And that mine has been in progress for over 20 years. So that gives you a sense of the scale of the challenge that faces us. So when it comes to copper and copper security, mining companies are going to go to where the best deposits in the world are. It's going to be Argentina, it's going to be Chile, it's going to be DRC, it's going to be Zambia, the Copper Belt, and so on. There's a few others. But those are the ones that have the quality, the grade, the scale to actually support the world's demand for
Fantastic, Brandon. I think the message for the US then is we have to work with those countries to help secure the supply chains in a way.
Yes, exactly.
By the way, some of those countries you mentioned are ones we're beating up with tariffs at the moment, which is helpful for long-term strategy. Our time's up. Amazing. We just started. Brandon, thank you very much. But before you go, I've got two public service announcements. So one, if you're interested in critical minerals, there's a great overview on your tables. Key minerals at a glance that was prepared originally for the US Senate. So if you're interested, it's good for that. And then I have to announce Congresswoman Fedorchak, that was going to be our closing speaker, unfortunately because of her daughter's wedding, which is a reasonable excuse not to be here, I think, as she can't make it. And Marc Mills will announce after lunch a surprise closing session, so don't run away early before the cocktail party. So Brandon, thanks very much for our quick tour of critical minerals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
We will now take a break for lunch. The buffet is right outside the doors. Enjoy. take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Please welcome Eric Gray, President and CEO of Gas Power at GE Vernova, and Sabrina Johal.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. We're going to be watching to see who stays awake for this session. Welcome, Eric. Thanks for joining us today.
No, thank you for having me. We're happy to be here.
So we've been talking a lot about reliability and all of the transitions that are currently happening to the grid. And as renewables grow and we start facing more challenges with reliability and volatility with the grid, gas turbines are increasingly valued for fast ramping and capacity. So how should we collectively be thinking about the evolving role of gas turbine engines within the marketplace?
Sure, I think I would say gas can supply many different areas across the grid. So I'll start with where you did in terms of renewables. So there's been a tremendous amount of new renewables installed over the last decade. However, though, those renewables typically get installed in places where maybe the electrons aren't necessarily needed. So gas can be a really nice complement to providing that grid reliability, the inertia that's required on a grid to keep it stable and reliable. As of late, though, what we've seen is a lot more demand for gas turbines really to fuel the grid with just the basic increase in demand that's out there. Whether that be for industrialization, a lot of manufacturing that's been coming back to the US over the last few years, whether that's the electrification of things, just needing more power to electrify. And then as of recent here, it's really been a lot of the data center conversations and AI training models that really require a tremendous amount of energy. And given the fact that gas turbines can be installed in a relatively short period of time, versus some of the other technologies out there, gas is a good solution to what we need today.
Right, okay. And in mini grids, it's the workhorse.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So as you think about that, are you doing anything today in terms of innovation around making your systems more efficient?
So definitely, we held the world record in a couple of our H-class gas turbines. Those are our largest gas turbines, approaching greater than 60% efficiency. And then you mentioned microgrids. Our small aeroderivative turbines, think 30 to 60 megawatts, those are a really nice complement to burn hydrogen. So in places where you would typically be curtailing solar energy, you can use that excess solar energy or wind energy with electrolyzers rather to produce hydrogen, store that hydrogen, and then burn it in our gas turbines at times when the renewables necessarily can't provide the amount of load that's being requested.
Okay, great. Okay, so we've heard from a few developers that there are supply chain pressures on gas turbines, and it may become a real constraint to the market. Do you expect supply to keep up with demand near term, mid-term, and long term?
So I would say we are definitely doing everything that we can. If you rewind about 18 months ago, you could have called us and we would have told you we'll have your gas turbine to you in 12 to 18 months. If you call us today, we're likely talking about a 28 delivery. So the cycle times to get a gas turbine today have definitely increased. But that's not to say that we haven't been standing still. In January, across GE Vernova, we announced a $600 million investment here in the US, 1,500 new jobs. Half of that is going to come to gas power. So around a $300 million investment, around 850 of those jobs, all right here in the US between Greenville, South Carolina, and Schenectady, New York. That will increase our capacity by about 35%. So that is a massive undertaking where over the next 12 months, we're going to install and move around 500 pieces of equipment in our Greenville, South Carolina facility to enable this extra capacity. But even with that extra capacity, the demand is still outstripping what we can supply today.
Okay. In terms of domestic versus international, are you seeing any shifts there? Have the tariffs impacted you at all? What are you seeing in terms of a global perspective on supply chain?
Sure. Well, let me start with, I guess, the shift in demand. So over the last decade, I would say the demand for gas turbines in the U.S. has been somewhat constant. Over the last 12 months, the demand in the U.S. for gas turbines has absolutely ramped. Prior to that, it was really countries in Southeast Asia, Taiwan, Saudi Arabia, that were already seeing an increase in demand or the energy transition and requiring a lot more gas turbines. Mm-hmm. If you fast forward to tariffs, as we've said publicly, around 5% of our spend comes from China, Mexico, and Canada. It's definitely not immaterial, but it's something that we're working our way through. The conversations we're having with our customers today, obviously having an increase in price changes the deal economics that they thought they were underwriting. But the fact of the matter is that the demand is still there. We need the electrons. So they're being somewhat accepting of the tariffs and the price increases that they're seeing as a result.
Okay. Okay. So shifting a little bit, in your current work, are there any projects that you're especially excited about or that you've seen a lot of innovation that would be relevant to the group here today?
Sure. I think there's a lot of projects we're excited about. I think they're all exciting in their own right. Last year, though, I would say one of the most exciting from an innovative perspective is we signed Net Zero Teesside with BP. That is an advanced class gas turbine in the UK that will be the world's first fully integrated combined cycle carbon capture facility. So we've been able to develop technologies within the gas turbine itself that actually make carbon capture more efficient. And we do that by increasing the amount of CO2 that you get out of the back end of a gas turbine while maintaining that efficiency, and it allows you for lower capex in the actual carbon capture facility. We also take roughly 100 years of our integration expertise in terms of understanding how complex processes work around steam. So we use a lot of the steam that's being created by the gas turbine to make the carbon capture facility a lot more efficient as well. So I would say that's definitely one of our most innovative recent projects that we've announced that we're quite proud of.
Okay. So there was one I was thinking about specifically. Maybe I'll ask another question. You've spoken a lot about the need for dispatchable generation. What role do you see for nuclear within the broader energy mix and any potential projects you may know of?
Sure. So that is on the nuclear front. And while I am the CEO of Gas Power, my coworker who leads nuclear would have absolutely mentioned the world's first small modular reactor project that we announced last week. So
in North America.
We signed the project with Ontario Power. It will be, as I said, the world's first 300 megawatt small modular reactor. The site is sized for additional such that we can basically make carbon copies of the one that we just signed. Should go into operation sometime around 2029. So from a technological perspective and in terms of what the world needs in terms of nuclear power, that is absolutely one of the projects that we are extremely proud of. And we believe that the world needs all solutions. And nuclear is going to play a very important role, not only in this country, but in others, in terms of providing the energy security that we need into the future.
Okay. So you've been in this sector for a long time, and you understand the markets quite well. Curious about, from your perspective, what do you think is the most misunderstood factor affecting our energy markets today?
Misunderstood. I would say maybe it's not so much misunderstood, but it's probably one of the biggest hindrances I see in terms of just getting more electrons on the grid quicker, and that is somewhat of the arduous process of first going through all the permitting that it takes in order to build a new facility today, and honestly that's whether it's gas power I'm talking about, whether that's a wind farm, whether that's a nuclear facility, all of those take a pretty rigorous permitting process. And then on top of that permitting process, you also have the constraints of just waiting for an interconnect queue. Those interconnect queues have grown to be several years long over the last few years, and that really prevents a lot of developers, a lot of folks that could put power on the grid faster, but they're really just waiting in line for that to happen. After that, then you can actually get into the process of building whatever power solution it is that you're going to deploy. But I actually think the energy markets are fairly well understood. Maybe the only other thing I would offer is the ancillary markets. So I think electrons get a lot of the topic of conversation because that's what everyone feels in their electric bill. But the fact that you need some level of inertia on the grid, you need VARs, you need something that's actually spinning, and you can't get there through renewable or energy alone, that's where you start to miss out on that grid stability factor. And we've seen a lot of places across the globe when you don't have enough inertia on the grid, what can happen in terms of blackouts. So I do think there's just a certain amount of fundamentals that's important for the world to understand.
Okay. So we heard in the back room that we have a very technical audience here today. Would like to give you a couple minutes to geek out, if you will, on your technology, what drew you to it, why you think it's unique, and maybe a basic understanding of how it's working and what the innovations coming up, how it's going to be changed.
No, definitely. Thanks for asking that question. I guess by way of background, I have been in this industry now for 24 years. I started my career with General Electric as a plant chemist. So I have started in this industry in the plant, on the ground, and have kind of worked my way up to the role that I have today. So the technology has always drawn me to this industry because it is pretty amazing when you think about the massive size of a gas turbine and the fact that we're spinning it at 3,600 RPMs with clearances the size of a human hair. That is what's required in order to get that 60+% efficiency out of a gas turbine in a combined cycle today. We are firing those gas turbines at temperature that would melt anything immediately, I think, that you all are familiar with. But through advanced metallurgy, through extremely advanced coatings, we are able to fire our gas turbines at more than 2,400 degrees Fahrenheit. And the metal doesn't melt, and it's spinning. So I just think there are very few organizations in the world today, much less right here in the United States, that can produce the type of equipment that we produce. If any of you are ever interested and you find yourself in Greenville, South Carolina, we are extremely proud of our manufacturing facility there. We're extremely proud of the men and women who work in that facility. And we love to have visitors. We love to take you through our factory, show you everything that we do. And really, I think what's probably most impressive is over the last 5 years, we have really dedicated ourselves to reinvigorating lean in our factories. And the amount of innovation and the amount of efficiency that we've been able to get out of our existing footprint, that $300 million investment that I mentioned earlier today, that isn't with any rooftop expansion at all. That is really taking maybe some inefficiency where we used to have parts kind of meander their way through our factory in order to get complete, to now being in very direct lines where we check for quality in every step of the way. And through those lean innovations, we're actually getting a lot more capacity that's helping us serve today's demand than we ever would have been able to 5 years ago.
Okay. All right, we've been talking a lot about policy on the federal and the state side today. Is there anything that you think with regard to federal policies, how they are currently affecting your business? Any recommendations or guidelines that you'd like to put forward that would assist in this great manufacturing and technology capability that you have?
So I typically leave policy to our Government Affairs team. They are much better suited to manage those types of questions than I am. But I would say, we'll phone a friend here. But I would say anything that just provides surety to our customers that the assets that they are investing in today, the technologies that they are investing in today, are able to provide power and earn them returns into the future. So it's really more so policy that creates stability, because that's what's important to our customers. And at times when there's policy that starts to draw that certainty into question, then I think it makes our customers pause. And I think it's a lot of what we saw over the last decade in terms of not a lot of investment into gas power, not a lot of investment really in that spinning reserve, the inertia that the grid needs, because customers just weren't certain of the policy that would be coming that would then potentially leave one of their assets stranded. So I think our biggest ask when it comes to policy is just consistency and that recognition in terms of how the markets work and what the grid needs to be stable to provide that energy security to America. Those are the types of policies that I think we would be advocating for.
Okay. All right, so we've talked supply chain, we've talked about markets, we've talked about innovation.
We even hit nuclear.
We even hit nuclear. Let's shift a little bit to workforce.
Sure.
And workforce development. Are there anything specifically that you're doing within your company that you would advise as being beneficial and helpful in really generating the talent that we need for the next generation?
No, definitely. I think if you look at our sustainability framework, outside of decarbonize, electrify, conserve, and then thrive, the biggest part of thriving is safety, and the safety for our workforce. We really manage our business on safety, quality, delivery, and cost, and always in that order, where safety has to be the priority day in and day out. When you're talking about ramping up to the extent that we are and hiring 15 new production workers into our workforce, we're having to do a lot in terms of bringing those production workers into our factories much earlier, keeping them in their buddy system much longer. We've looked at our safety records in the first 6 months. When a new employee comes on and they're partnered with somebody, we have very few injuries. It's actually the next 6 to 12 months that are the most dangerous part of onboarding a new worker, because that's the part where you put them into the factory by themselves and they no longer have that buddy system to rely on. So I would just say we do need to do a lot more in terms of the trades. We do need a lot more in terms of education for manufacturing jobs. But that's just the front end of getting the gas turbine built. If you look at the amount of workforce that's going to be required from a craft perspective, once these turbines get shipped to the site where they're being installed, to build the typical combined cycle power plant, you need around 1,000 or so craft laborers who are going to pour the concrete, who are going to run the pipe, who are going to do all the electrical work to get that power plant up and running. When you look at the demand between what we've already seen in LNG, you see the demand coming for combined cycle power plants, you see the demand coming for new data centers. There is just a lot of manufacturing work to be done in this country. And that's probably one of the biggest concerns I have is do we have enough people who have been educated in the trade schools who are really going to be able to install all this equipment such that the people who installed the equipment do not become the bottleneck to us being successful in terms of getting those electrons on the grid.
So speaking of bottlenecks, where do you see your biggest bottlenecks?
So I think in terms of our own internal factory, our biggest bottleneck has really been supplying some of the raw materials that we need to do more. Some of the precious metals, extremely important to reaching those high temperatures that I talked about. Getting the equipment and getting all that equipment installed. So as I said, it becomes extremely disruptive when you think about having to move 500 pieces of equipment while you're still operating a factory. So it's not as if we don't have gas turbines that need to ship out every week. But on top of that, we also have a very robust installed base. So we've got more than 7,000 gas turbines running across the world today, and we need to continuously be making parts to keep those gas turbines up and running as well. So it's really just the volume of work that we have to do right now, while meeting traditional demand as well as serving the new demand that we have coming.
So business is good for you?
Business is good. This is a good problem to have. There is no complaints. We like to be busy.
Okay. All right, in our last 20 seconds, in the next 5 to 10 years, what do you vision as your biggest opportunity?
So I think we view our mission as GE Vernova, one of the world's only purpose-built companies to both electrify and decarbonize. That is our biggest mission, to do both. And depending upon what country you're in today, the order in which you will prioritize those two may be very different, and they may change from time to time, but we believe that we have the right solutions to do both.
Very good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Please welcome Mike Howard, Chairman and CEO of Howard Energy Partners, and Peter Bryant.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
So after lunch, wake everyone up.
Bring some energy.
Yeah, get some energy. So we're changing gears from the supply chain and the issues there to now we're going more upstream to the midstream. And talking about the plumbing. Everybody forgets about plumbing. So I think this morning all we've ever heard is more gas, more gas. I think every speaker has mentioned we need more gas. And we've talked a lot about, one thing we haven't talked about is two demand drivers. We've all talked about AI driving demand within the US. What we haven't talked about is the LNG demand on the outside, which has got huge economic incentives, plus there's we'll get into it later, the national security kind of implications. So, and Toby Rice he was CEO of EQT, for those who know him. 25th of April, and The Economist said, we just have the gas, we have the gas, we just don't have the pipelines to get it to places, which is kind of, oh. So it just seems to me with that comment and some of the other things we've heard is, we are getting an increasing plumbing deficit in the United States, and with competition between the LNG, AI as well playing out. So are we having a deficit? Is it getting, we're saying we need all this energy, it's got to be gas predominantly, we've got a pipeline. Is this getting worse? Should we be worried? Do you want to unpack that for us? And also the importance of pipelines maybe for everyone.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on there. So we have an incredibly complex energy system in the U.S. And what's shocking is we have about 3 million miles of pipeline in the U.S. today. And to put that number in context, we have about 49,000 miles of interstate highways. So the number of pipelines that we have is tremendous. And if you go back, I heard a lot today about the beginning of the shale revolution, and that's whenever in 2005, what the U.S. was producing at that time was about 49 BCF a day. Today, we produce 110% more than that. We produce over 100 BCF a day in the U.S. of natural gas. In that same time period, we built 500,000 miles of pipelines. So we learned in the midstream business, and that's all I've ever done is midstream, 30-something years of this. What we've learned is as production technology has improved, where we get our natural gas, how we get our natural gas, and how much natural gas is coming out of those areas has changed drastically over the years. These fields that we hear from where they drill oil and natural gas are not the same as they were 20 years ago. And then when you bring on a well, because when oil and gas comes out of the ground, it's not a commodity you can sell. You have to do something to it. You have to clean it up to make it a commodity you can use. You have to transport it where somebody else can use it. And typically, where we produce oil and natural gas is not the garden spots of America. Yeah. It's usually in places where there's not a lot of population, and then you're transporting it to places where people use it. Another statistic, what you can go back and look in the last 20 years, we have not increased energy production in the United States of America in 20 years. We've in fact decreased energy production in the U.S. last 20 years. You're thinking, well, how can that be possible? We peaked production in 2007, according to the EIA. So how is that possible? We've offshored manufacturing. We have converted more inefficient power plants to more efficient power plants, and today we export energy. So just to put it in context, we produce about 100 quadrillion BTUs a day in the U.S. We only use about 70. And what is fascinating about that is where energy is consumed and where it's used changes during the seasons. So in the Northeast, in wintertime, up here, I'm from Texas, so we use a lot of air conditioning. Up here, the difference between energy consumption in the summer to energy consumption in the winter is like 3x. Meaning that natural gas is not a consistent flow across the system. Depending on the season, depending on the demand load, it adjusts where natural gas needs to be at any given time. So you have this incredibly complex system of pipes that connects supply to demand, and then that adjusts seasonally depending on how much storage and demand is each, and then there's price differences between those areas. So that's kind of a long-winded, kind of to get it,
it's complex. It's
very complex how we get the conversation started.
Can we jump into this kind of proximity notion? Because we've seen a lot of the tech companies and AI data centers being put really close to the energy generation source and close. And we have this concept gathering pipes, I guess, and transportation pipes. So do you see this as kind of a trend on the margin, or is this a big trend where a lot of the new energy consumption is going to be placed close to these natural gas sources and the power plants, so you don't have to rely on pipeline infrastructure? How do you see that playing out as a kind of an infrastructure mix, if you like?
Yeah, as we're talking to hyperscalers and people that are these large, we've heard about them today, these large users of energy, it would make sense. Let's take the Permian Basin. Permian Basin produces more oil than anywhere else in the U.S. The U.S. produces about 13 million barrels of oil a day. Out of the Permian is about 6 million barrels of oil. But the associated gas with the Permian Basin, 25% of the gas in the U.S. is produced there. That wasn't that way 10, 11 years ago. Tremendous amount of pipes have been built out of that area, but still we're seeing across the state of Texas over a $2 to $2.50 MMBTU price difference between what natural gas prices at Henry Hub, where most natural gas is priced, versus what a producer is getting paid in the Permian Basin. So the Permian Basin in the last 3 or 4 years has even went from negative gas prices to not even $1. So if you're a large energy user that's looking to build, why wouldn't you go where there's a lot of wind energy in West Texas and a lot of natural gas in West Texas that's practically free? And so it'd be a logical place. The issue, though, is workforce and water.
Okay.
In these areas where you want to build these data centers, there's infrastructure problems with that.
Cooling, yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Who makes the $2.50, by the way? Just interested. who makes that extra $2.50 from producer to what's being in the hub?
Well, gas marketers mostly.
Oh, really?
Pipelines are generally set on their price. The infrastructure companies like mine, we set a price and get infrastructure type returns. Marketing companies hold the capacities. Okay. So some producers are large enough to be their own marketing company. Others like ConocoPhillips or BP or others, these large Vitol, Trafigura own capacity on the pipes. They capture a lot of that. It's pretty complicated, but typically marketers.
Okay, so that gets us into that other area, which is LNG versus domestic, right? So obviously we're talking about getting Europe 100% off Russian gas, so they're about 70% off. Asia, so there's increasing demand for US LNG. We believe the free market will sort out where the gas goes, but there's massive national security implications that kind of drop on top of that. How do you see, how's that all play out? I'm asking you for a crystal ball. First, how's that work? What do you think is going to happen?
So first of all, I'm going to put into context how much increase in natural gas we're talking about. Yeah. Right now, we export about 14 BCF a day, so about 14% of our natural gas gets exported on a daily basis. We touched 15 BCF a couple weeks ago in the U.S. That's the highest ever in history. So 15 BCF leaving the country, and according to most estimates, the consensus right now is 7 to 10 BCF of data center demand for natural gas. So that's a 24 to 25% increase in natural gas with the things under construction today. Okay. There's a price implication to that. That's great demand. But part of that 14 BCF that's getting built right now, the next 14 BCF between now and 2030, so it's going to go from 14 to 28 BCF, is predicated on Russia not being there. And also Asia still pulling.
Yes.
Well, if peace breaks out in Russia, then they possibly, since they're so much closer, could supply most of Europe's demand like they were in the last 20 years. That puts a price stress back onto the U.S. So a lot of that investment we've made for this LNG export causes natural gas prices in the U.S. to go low because now we're oversupplied.
Yes.
So these infrastructure projects takes many years to put into place. So if the dynamics change of whether Asia pulls from the U.S. or from Qatar or from Russia, or if Russia starts getting demand from Europe again, it's definitely going to have price implications back on the U.S.
Okay. You talked about permitting. Let's talk about permitting and pipelines. So I don't know if we talked about this before, but anyway, permitting, I mean, is permitting a big problem? I mean, it's a problem for all infrastructure, it seems, in the U.S.
Yeah, it's funny you quoted Toby Rice at the beginning. He would know more than anybody, right? Our company has a pipeline that connected the largest natural gas county in the state of Texas, in the Eagle Ford Shale, to the largest user of natural gas in Latin America. It's a 200-mile system called Nueva Era. We FID'd that project the same year Mountain Valley Pipeline FID, 2014.
Right.
Our project, and this is going between two countries, so in order to take hydrocarbons out of the U.S. and go to a different country, you have to apply for a presidential permit. There's a actual permit that the president has to sign to go under the river to Mexico, and so that's one. And then you also have to do all the FERC permitting and that sort of thing. We got our pipeline put in for about on an equivalent inch basis, about $1 billion in 3.5 years. Building between two countries. Mountain Valley Pipeline took 10 years and $10 billion. Wow. Between two states, West Virginia and Virginia. And the only way it got done in the U.S. was through an act of Congress.
Wow.
After a permit was given to it twice. So permitting is getting all the attention right now, and I'm thankful what the chairman of FERC had to say up here, and the attention also by by many groups and organizations talk about permit reform. What we find is that there's a whole judicial component to that, meaning that once you get a FERC permit, you get sued the very next day, and they're suing the regulator and they're suing the potential builder. So to do a permit, it takes a year and a half, 2 years, maybe longer, depending on how difficult of a lay it is, pipeline-wise. And you've done all the regulated things it needs to do to build a pipe, then to get sued, and they claim you didn't do enough. Right. And it's just this perpetual cycle of suing you. So there probably needs to be some sort of shot clock on the judicial review process. Yes, because once our company has significant investment from Canada through a pension fund in Alberta. And so it would not be highly responsible for us to go invest hundreds of millions of dollars to buy pipe, permit. You think you have a surety to build something, say in Pennsylvania where we operate as well, and then for that permit or that project to get delayed, where Mountain Valley Pipeline was a $3.5 billion budget. Yeah. Back in 2014-15, it ended up costing 10. So a company like ours, we're not going to go in those areas where there's not certainty.
Exactly. I mean, it gets back to the capital discussion I was having. It's not certain capital goes to these projects because these delays can make, even though it makes economic sense for us, it might make not financial sense for anybody.
That's right. And also, what we find is local governments, state governments, landowners, the not in my backyard crowd of not wanting any progress or any infrastructure of any kind. Another statistic, there's 6 million miles of electrical lines in the U.S. Okay. And it's shocking. There's a transmission line trying to get built in South Texas. They're on their 10th year of trying to build it, a high voltage transmission line. Another statistic, Robert Bryce, which those of us that are energy nerds follow, great author. He tracks canceled renewable projects. Yeah. This year, he's up to 800 canceled renewable projects in the last 10 years, which are solar, wind, CO2, and other. So pipeline permitting is a problem, but infrastructure permitting is probably even a bigger conversation problem, when it comes to not in my backyard crowd.
So I'm going to ask you to get your crystal ball out. And you don't have to answer if you don't want to. So the mentioned Barrasso bill that didn't pass in the lame duck session actually had judicial reform in it. So think of a bill that had the ranking Republican Democrat trying to push it through, and it had judicial reform, right? What are the chances, do you think, of us passing legislation similar that will get the kind of permitting reform we need? I mean, as you look out, you're going, maybe, maybe not.
To do what we do, you have to be eternal optimist.
You do.
And
yes.
so I am seeing more conversations now where people are starting to transcend politics, are starting to understand that energy transcends politics, that reliable, affordable energy is probably in front of clean. I'm hearing that a lot more now. We are seeing more people reach across the aisle to have these conversations, because permit reform through an executive order or through a reconciliation bill is not lasting. That doesn't give me the confidence to go spend billions of dollars on new infrastructure. Yeah. You have to have an act of Congress that both sides of the aisle agree to and make real laws. And that's been an issue in our country for quite some time, but it's really being highlighted now. And if energy is important, as everybody's starting to come to understand that now the conversation's getting away from just clean, but also affordable and reliable, I believe that judicial reform and laws are going to get passed. What year, I don't know.
Okay, that's good. That's a good caveat. Which year, which administration, right?
That's exactly right.
Also, multi-use pipelines. I don't think we talked about this either. So I find it curious, like, people are always talking about hydrogen in the future, and I've heard that you can actually upgrade pipelines. If you make them new, that can carry hydrogen as well as natural gas, but then the same people nix anti-pipelines. So do you see multi-use pipelines becoming more of a thing in terms of being able to carry different molecules?
So traditionally, a lot of pipe has been built in this country, obviously, in the last 120 years. We have seen numerous times where an oil pipeline becomes a gas pipeline, or a gas pipeline becomes an oil pipeline. Sometimes a gas pipeline becomes a natural gas liquids pipeline. So we do that already. When it gets into the hydrogen conversation, that's more difficult, right? Sure. These pipes are older. We have slowed down new build pipes. And so hydrogen embrittlement, metallurgy, it's not designed for any of these products. So I don't see this existing infrastructure, besides some, if you want to dilute some of your natural gas stream with some hydrogen, that's fine, but not to a partial pressure where it makes a sense, or it starts impacting metallurgy. Yeah. So we would need a new network. If we're going to go to some other energy source, we would need a new network. Yeah.
So last question, then I'll ask you for one final takeaway is, I've spoken to a lot of people that are reshoring to the United States, and we have high construction costs, high labor costs, et cetera. The only thing that offsets all of this is energy. Cheap energy. So as I listen to pipelines costing 4 times what they should have, all these costs spiraling, eventually the consumer pays, but is there a danger we eventually spiral into becoming an expensive energy country too? How do we kind of control that balance? Because nobody's going to come to the US and make anything if we also have high energy. So
yeah,
we mitigate that?
The reshoring of manufacturing, right now there's about 500,000 manufacturing jobs available currently. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal this morning about it. There's about 7 million total jobs available, most of them blue collar. If you listen to Mike Rowe, the dirty jobs guy, he's so good. What he would posit is that those 7 million jobs, that he wrote a letter to the Obama administration back when there was a lot of push for remanufacturing in the U.S. There's not the welders, the pipe fitters, the electricians, the operators to do that work. The same issue is going on now. He's recently wrote an open letter to the Trump administration, and we're seeing it in our industry with all these LNG plants going in right now, with data centers going in. The number one thing you hear about is workforce. I know in our area in West Texas, we were out there last week. We have a large facility out there that extracts natural gas liquids from natural gas. Our operators are flown in or drive in every 14 days. They come from Canada, Louisiana, Kansas, different parts of Texas to work their 14 days, and they go back to where they live. So we're having to already, in the industries that we have, having to go way outside of where they are to get workers. So it's a real problem.
It's a real problem, yeah. So before the final takeout, what's your prediction? It was interesting to me. If there's peace in the Ukraine, do we allow Russia to export gas? Does Europe expose itself to that liability again? But it makes me wonder if there is a reason, in scenario language, is if it's highly possible or probable that Russian gas comes back to the market, that to me would seem to impede investment in increasing gas production when maybe that LNG export market dries up.
That's right. So we're market responders, right? Yeah. So we're going to spend capital where we can make money and return on that investment. And depending on what the Europeans or Russians decide to do, how it impacts gas price, that'll impact drilling and that'll impact infrastructure. So we're a dynamic. If you look at the energy flows in Dan Yergin's new map, he kind of predicted how energy flows work and where we're at today. Anything that disrupts any of those energy flows is going to affect what we do to supply.
So you're in a wait and watch at the moment with Russia, for sure.
That's right. So we always like to say we're very careful to spend too much money in front of peace breaking out.
Exactly. So in the last 45 seconds, Mike, any final takeaway or gem you want this audience to really walk away with from the midstream perspective?
Yeah, capital follows certainty. And so if we have certainty of getting a pipeline in place, a data center in place, a power plant in place, a transmission line in place, it will get built. We have the know-how, the technology. We did it in the last 20 years. We've repiped America from a natural gas system in the last 20 years. We know how to do it, but we have to have certainty. Yeah. And so capital follows certainty. That's what I would leave you with.
I think that's a recurring theme at this event. Mike, thanks very much. Really insightful. Appreciate the comments. Thank you. Thanks, mate. That was awesome.
Please welcome Dan Lipman, President of Energy Systems at Westinghouse Electric Company, and Scott Tinker.
All righty. Everybody get enough coffee and little fruit tarty things after lunch? Keep you buzzing here. Dan, it's so good to have you with us.
Thanks very much, Scott.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this dialogue because nuclear has come up today across so many different sessions, and we're really happy to have you here with Westinghouse, kind of where the rubber meets the road in many ways. Let's start big picture. Just state of nuclear globally, what does it look like?
So we've, in the last several years, seen just a tremendous uptick in business, Scott, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe, which shouldn't be much of a surprise, I suppose. There are countries currently in the Russian energy ecosystem that have made decisions to prioritize energy independence. So Poland, Bulgaria, Romania several years ago, Hungary has started, and then as you move, the Czech Republic, and as you move into the Baltic areas, you start seeing Sweden and Finland. But we're also seeing activity now in a little bit in Western Europe with the Netherlands and in the UK. Which in many ways is a poster child for new nuclear. They have 15% of their energy comes from nuclear, and they're from designs that are 50 years old almost. They don't mine coal anymore. They don't bring in natural gas the way they used to. So we're seeing them begin to really resurrect their nuclear programs. And of course, here in North America,
before you leave that one, so UK, so Ed Miliband's okay with nuclear?
He's very okay with nuclear. There's a large renewables component in the UK, and you need energy assets on the grid to provide the inertia necessary for when renewables aren't operating. And so the UK, of course, has a very long legacy of nuclear energy. From the Cold War, they designed their own nuclear reactors for many, many years. And now it just seems that they're pushing now, having made commitments on climate and so forth, and always the need for energy security to increase their development of the technology.
And all these countries with you just mentioned, are these the larger reactors, gigawatt scale, or some of them SMRs, or both?
Yes, so both. In the earlier geography, Central and Eastern Europe, it's largely gigawatt scale. There's a need to replace large coal plants. There's a need to supplant other technologies that they had. In some cases, Russian reactors are being shut down. But generally, the idea is to get large amounts of power onto the grid.
Mm-hmm. Russia and China are building a lot of the world's nuclear as well, aren't they? I've read like 60, 70%. Is that ballpark?
I think so. I mean, the Chinese have been building nuclear reactors since the mid-90s. Excuse me, since the mid-90s. Yeah. They imported sort of one of a kind, 4 or 5 different technologies, and they've settled on, interestingly, the Westinghouse AP1000, but also their own homegrown design. Beyond that, they have invested in more advanced technologies, Generation 4 technologies like high-temperature gas reactors. So China has really been an impetus for new reactor development.
Yeah. U.S. led for a while, 60s and 70s, built 100 and something reactors. Are we now behind?
I think you could make that case, Scott. We are just beginning in the last 6 or 7 months to start to see a resurgence of interest in nuclear. A lot of that is impelled by the hyperscalers, which I'm sure folks have been talking about. The statistics I looked at were, I think today, hyperscalers account for about 4% of US electricity, and the idea is it'll be at 10 fairly soon. So these are enormous consumers of electricity, but not just. There are demographic shifts going on in our country. There's more reindustrialization, all of which is more electricity intensive. So if the next question is, well, where in the United States? I'll start with your home state. If you visualize a map of the US in your mind's eye, you'll see Texas, and then it really goes Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, up here to Washington, D.C. But not only, we see some in the north central United States, but those are where I'm starting to see and where I'm starting to have the conversations with senior utility executives. And you had Kim Greene here earlier today, you know, the CEO of Georgia Power, which successfully deployed an AP1000, and I'm sure she discussed what's driving her company.
Yeah, we talked quite a bit about it. And the joys and challenges of being the first to bring it back to, you know, hit Plant Vogel. But again, allowed that they don't have any on the books right now, but probably some are coming as AI and data centers move that way.
They do.
They just need the base load. Demand growth. We've talked a lot about data centers, talked a lot about the reality of that and the hyperscalers. Do you think that nuclear is a unique solution in some ways, along with natural gas, for those dedicated, needed, fully reliable, very efficient? Is that what we're looking at, or can the grid be part of that, or both?
So I'm an all of the above kind of guy. I think we should use, and I think any country should use, whatever technology makes sense for them. It makes sense to have, if you're, look, I live in Florida, so we've got some wind and solar. Wherever you go, you see some mix of renewables, but still burning of hydrocarbons. You see some nuclear. I was in Slovakia last week, small country. 70% of their electricity comes from nuclear, which I guess I didn't fully appreciate till I was there. So I really think that any country interested in supporting their economy, and particularly manufacturing, really needs to have a stable source of electricity. Nuclear is one of those sources.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I host a PBS talk show, Energy Switch, and several seasons ago we discovered, I'd say, Grace Stenke on, and Grace was at the time undergraduate, senior at the University of Wisconsin, and she had been Miss Wisconsin. When we invited her onto the show, she was also a nuclear engineering major. By the time she came on the show, she was Miss America. And so she had her crown with her, and brilliant woman and a huge proponent. And so what we talked about there was it doesn't seem like young people are worried about nuclear. I was trained to be scared of nuclear. We got under a desk in kindergarten because we knew that would protect us from a nuclear attack, that little kindergarten desk. That's what we did. Terrified. Kids aren't scared of it these days. Have you seen that in some of your work?
You're right. First of all, I'm no Grace Stanky, as you can obviously see.
Well, but you have other attributes.
Perhaps so. I was really struck by a survey, Scott, that came out last month. The Wall Street Journal had it, and it talked about, it surveyed first-time voters. So generally, you're going to have a younger demographic there. And it said that 67% were in favor of new nuclear and renewables. And I think that's important because nuclear works with renewables. When the wind isn't blowing or the sun isn't shining and battery storage today isn't where I think we all need it to be, or other long duration storage solutions, that nuclear runs 24/7, 365. So you really need a balance in your energy system. And I was just struck by how such a large majority of younger Americans were pro-nuclear.
Yeah, absolutely. No emissions.
Right.
Bring us into the tech side, kind of the state of the state, gigawatt and small modulars. Where do you see us today technologically?
So at Westinghouse, we design small modular reactors, and we design, of course, the AP1000, which is a large reactor, and I'll sell you whatever you want, I guess. But the point is that you do have a debate within the U.S. electric utility community about what size makes the most sense. Do you want a more decentralized source of power, close to a load center, like a data center or a small community? If you do, an SMR might make sense for you. If, on the other hand, you're in a state where you've got a lot of load centers, where you might have manufacturing, where you might have new data centers, where you might have demographics shifts in the southeast where I live, more and more folks are coming in, you need more juice on the grid, and that's where the larger reactors are gonna work for you. The other thing is cost. The costs of large reactor per kilowatt hour produced are significantly less today, and that's largely because we haven't built SMRs yet, but we will, and when we do, there is a learning curve that we'll travel down that probably will make SMRs extremely competitive.
Yeah, interesting. I know there's lots of discussion about that and concerns, but what are the trade-offs technologically, light water, advanced reactors? How do you see some of the trade-offs there?
Yeah, great question. So as a nuclear guy, I'm used to water reactors, okay? Light water reactors, even heavy water reactors. But I have worked on projects in what one would call Generation 4. So they don't use water as a moderator. They might use gas or sodium or other other media to cool the reactor. And here's the trade-offs. If you want a more advanced reactor, you're really not going to see it on the grid until about 2040 or so. I mean, they're working their way through the licensing process in the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. There are some really great designs out there, but it's taking time. That's number one. Number two, I think the costs and the uncertainties of what it takes to build and operate them are still unknown. So perhaps utility companies are a little less willing to make that kind of investment. And third, they involve alternate fuel cycles, and the nuclear proliferation people have concerns over safeguards and security of nuclear material, particularly as plutonium and so forth are produced. On the pro side, though, they can be small, they can be walk-away safe, they can provide heat and steam in a way that light water reactors of the type I'm used to building and starting up and operating, you know, we don't, it's not as economic to do that. So there's puts and takes for both types.
Right. And you mentioned heat, and that's really important. Not all electricity is created equal in some ways. I mean, nuclear actually has the demonstrated potential and actual to be able to make the kinds of heat to do some industrial scale things, doesn't it?
So I'll take you back to Eastern Europe. And I said, you know, Central and Eastern Europe had a lot of activity. Bulgaria has several nuclear power plants, and it's at a place called Kozloduy. It's on the Danube, and a significant amount of the output is used for district heating. You know, so it provides warmth for people in that area of the country. Now, you don't see it here in the U.S. that way. It's really electrons on the grid providing that reliable baseload electricity I referred to earlier. But you do see these alternate uses for it, you know?
Yeah, and my brain was going to sort of 400 or 500, 600 degree too to do some industrial things that nuclear may be uniquely qualified as an electricity source and not burning molecules if you don't want to burn coal and natural gas. Can we do some things there too? Or?
You can. I looked to a contract. Actually, it's been underwritten in part by the Department of Energy, an advanced reactor demonstration program. X-Energy is the name of the company. They have a high temperature gas reactor, and they're co-locating it at a Dow facility in your home state, except in East Texas. And the idea is electricity for now, but it has the capacity to provide steam to be used for processes at petrochemical units. So there are other uses for them.
Yeah. You mentioned the NRC. Let's talk regulatory policy a bit here. So what this administration is trying to, well, who knows what it's trying to do, actually. It probably changed since we've been up here, but that said, they are trying to accelerate the processes for some things and look at revamping some of the things in the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. What's needed? What's holding things up today? And what kind of changes are needed to allow what we've just been talking about to actually happen?
Sure. And I'll preface it by your, I'll address your humorous remark. Frankly, in the last 3 administrations, we've gotten very, very good government support for nuclear exports, for the development of nuclear technology and small modular reactor technology. As I like to tell people, these aren't red jobs, these aren't blue jobs, they're red, white, and blue jobs, okay? They provide livelihoods for American workers, and I'm happy with the support I've gotten out of the last several administrations. But relative to the NRC, these are smart folks whose job is to protect the public health and safety. And there's a number of challenges with that. You have a reactor fleet in our country, which has been around for a long time. The earliest reactors came online in the late 50s, and certainly most in the 70s and 80s. They've been focused on extending the life of those, the lifespan of those reactors, which is very, very important. And frankly, it's the cheapest megawatts out there. If you can just keep a plant going, you're going to get a lot of economic benefit from making that investment. So that's one mission. Another mission, the obvious one, is the licensing of new technologies. So these advanced reactors that I just talked about, SMRs, the NRC is heavily engaged in that. And what you're looking for is predictability in the licensing process, so that when you're asked a question and you answer it, to know you've answered it properly, or if you made a mistake, hey, you didn't do it the way I wanted you to. And the third thing is the siting of reactors. Once you get the license and you can deploy the reactor, you know, the long pole in the tent from a regulatory perspective, Scott, is the environmental review. And when you go and you talk to folks, they don't care about the size of the reactor vessel. They don't care what the nuclear fuel looks like. which of course makes a guy like me cry. But the point is that they care about the environmental impact of these plants. They care that their ecosystem is not going to be negatively affected. And so the NRC spends a lot of time on environmental review. I think that's an area that could be done more expeditiously, particularly because we want to build these new reactors in places that already have nuclear reactors. You know, it just shouldn't take as long as it could.
Supportive of the process, but let's not just keep looping through it over and over. Need some certainty. Do we have the talent in the U.S.? This is a big issue, and what's it going to take to get us ramped back up?
Look, it's an issue everywhere. Everywhere I go throughout the world, human capacity is a key issue. And not just engineers, and I'm not talking about PhDs in nuclear engineering. I'm talking about electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, civil engineers, the kind of people that build these plants, project managers, that sort of thing. But I'm also talking about craft labor. Craft labor is, I mean, I'm not going to make a generalization, but most people don't want their kids to be a welder, all right? They want them to be something else. And so as a result, and I happen to have a nephew that is a welder, but the point is,
he's got a job for a long time, by the way.
He's got a job for life. That's exactly right. But the importance of craft labor is critical. And I sometimes joke as we sell these reactors, Scott, I sometimes joke, and it's sort of sardonic, it's easier for me to find 10 electrical engineers than it is to find one electrician. And I'm not exaggerating. And so you've got to design these things in a way that reduces your reliance on craft labor. And so you'll read about modular construction. You know, do it in I was looking to see if there's a modular fabrication facility there, but you assemble these at a site and then you truck them on into place. So there's less stick building and then less reliance on craft labor.
Unfortunately, they cut our clock from 20 minutes to 10 minutes again, and we've run out of time. I'm kidding. We got 20, but it sure didn't seem like it. Dan, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Sharing this today.
We will now take a break, and we'll be back with the programming shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Welcome back. Please welcome Dan Golding, CTO and partner at ASG, and Marc Mills.
All right, we're going to talk data centers. I mean, we began the conference with everybody observing that data centers are the animating feature of what's making everybody rediscover two things: growth of any kind requires more power, especially data center growth, and things in the market that use power love reliability. So as you saw in the bio, Dan was at Google as a chief engineer for a long time, now out in the market designing and building data centers. This is sort of a non-technical, quasi-personal question for Dan. So you worked for Google.
I did.
And Google is a terrific engineering company, but you worked on the side not of how does Google search work, but how you make the machines, build them that allows Google search to be available all the time. How's post-Google life feel?
Post-Google life is great. You know, Google is a wonderful place to work. It's full of really smart and energetic people. It's a little bit bigger than it was when I first started. When I first started many years ago, it was pretty entrepreneurial. Now maybe slightly less, but it's, I think there's really few places you can go to learn the art of deploying infrastructure better than someplace like Google.
You know, AWS is in the news a lot for their infrastructure, of course, as Meta is and you've got a lot of big players, and I could say that behind the scenes, the engineers that I've worked with look at Google as being sort of the gold standard for engineering, even though they're not typically viewed that way. So here's the big question, the big kahuna is this for the electrical engineering people, the nuclear power designers, the gas turbine makers, the utilities, is what's the number going to be? I sort of began this conference by bracketing it with, the FERC has a number of 130 gigawatts of net new demand from data centers in 2030, and then we've got a low-end number of 30 to 50 gigawatts from some analysts. Stipulating 30 to 50 gigawatts is a very big number. If since you're not working for Google now, and you're just crystal balling right at the outset, so you're going to have to spitball and guess, but where do you think the net add comes, not in data center square feet, but in gigawatts?
Right. So I did some projections on this. Just from AI, you're really talking about 35 gigawatts through 2029. But the important thing to understand about data centers, it's not just AI. Exactly. We've got a huge installed base of cloud computing that's growing 20% year over year without having to touch it. We've got a huge installed base of what are called internet applications. This is your Instagram, this is your Facebook, this is your TikTok. That's growing 15 to 20% a year, and that 15 to 20% a year is off a huge installed base. So you're really talking, I think the real number is somewhere around, call it 50, 60 gigawatts. Through 29, and the only reason it's that low is because we just can't source enough diesel generators, enough switch gear for interconnection. Like, there are hard limits on some of the hardware we need to make it work. If we could build more, or if we could build faster, then that 100 or 130 number actually, that's more of an unconstrained forecast. Right. The numbers I'm giving are a little more of a constrained forecast, but we do the higher number if we could.
So this is the part that gets interesting, because the framing is in my head, and again I began the conference this way, is that the appetite for the core product, which is the bits and the software that massages, stores bits, is essentially infinite. But the physical capacity to deliver the hardware to store, harvest, move, constraint. Power is certainly a constraint. But the GPUs, looks like NVIDIA can print GPUs that consume kilowatts each, faster than we can build power systems to fuel them. So you're not seeing the hyperscalers having trouble getting GPUs anymore. It looks like NVIDIA is meeting the demand, even if it's hyperbolic. Is that your sense?
So, well, more or less. NVIDIA is late on delivering certain items. So we thought a year ago that they'd be delivering like the BH200s, the latest generation. They're really about a year delayed, but in the meantime, they've been, shipping large numbers of the previous generation, the H100s, and they work great. Yeah. And they still use a lot of power. So Jensen, the CEO at NVIDIA, is an optimist, which I think is a great trait. They're generally running, a year late, and they're going to run 18 months late, but that's not really going to impact the power demand, which is still really, really significant. It's the only thing that may save us from stocking out on power.
So let's come back to the power demand, because and I've talked about this off channel, but so in the energy world, the go-to by definition is, if I'm going to build a data center, whether it's 100 megawatts or a gigawatt, I want the utility to give me the power. And I want the utility to give me the power because I know a lot about the utility, and I don't have to be in the business of being a utility. But if I really want to get something built, and the utility can't give me the power, so the current trend, a lot of talk about doing behind-the-meter power, no grid connect. You're more of a skeptic than I am on how much of that's going to happen, how soon, but
yep.
Why?
I think behind-the-meter gas is a bridging situation. The real limit on building data centers are utility transformers for interconnect.
Yep.
So we still need those data centers, so folks are throwing up, now they're successful, call it 100 megawatt gas projects where you've got turbines and they're sort of in place temporarily with some recips next to them. The question is, can you go sort of fully behind the meter at a 300 or 500 megawatt scale economically? And with the reliability we need, because we need 4 nines of reliability. And when you do the math, when you pencil it out, you can do it at like 99.8 or even 99.9% reliability. You can't do it with 4 nines with the economics that we need. So I think what you are going to see is you're going to see these as sort of temporary behind the meter, but eventually there is, and eventually it's 3 or 4 years, we're waiting on the utility side. We are going to have that grid interconnect, and effectively you're going to have these peaking gas plants that are sitting right next to data centers, connected to the grid, stabilizing the grid with an increasingly large data center campus next to it. You see a lot of announcements of gigawatt data center campuses, and that's sort of alarming. The reality is, 18 months in, you're still on the first 100 megawatts.
Exactly, they're phasing it in. So you're seeing what, as you know, it was in the news, what Elon Musk did down in Memphis, where he announces a half or 1 gig, I forget what, of GPUs.
Right. And there's a bunch of stuff in the parking lot producing much less than a gigawatt
Yeah,
of power.
it looked like the first light was 100 megawatts. So it's got a lot of parking lot turbines. And to your point, TVA wants to grid connect them. He wants to grid connect there. But the cycle time, not just for the transformers, but TVA's ability to rebuild the substation. So I gather, if I got the news right, he bought the substation from TVA, said he's going to have his team rebuild it in half the time, sell it back for $1, and get grid connected because TVA's got capacity. But back to your point on nines. So you come from a world where what they want is confidence that I can have the reliability.
Yes.
This has implications. So we heard from the president of NERC, who you know who this, the National Electric Reliability Corporation, telling us that huge swaths of the country are degrading their nines. And of course, all of you probably know the nomenclature in the reliability world is nines means 99.99999% uptime. And grids run at best at 4 nines, 99.99%. So you don't have an outage every year, you have an outage every 5 years or 6 years. Data centers have to run at 9 nines, but those are created on the other side of the meter. That's all the conditioning and the backup.
Yeah, we normally target 5 nines to the server, and adding that last 9 is pretty expensive. I think, if we've got this trend to going 3 nines on the utility, we didn't take that into account when we designed these data centers.
Exactly.
There are a couple of things we can do, and the biggest one is going back to building that gas plant right next to the data center, and you build enough of those, and it's now grid stabilizing, because I may have a 300 to 500 megawatt data center, but I'm not going to build a 300 to 500 megawatt gas plant. I'm going to build a 775 megawatt cogen plant.
Yeah.
And so, even if it's a 500 megawatt data center, on steady state, I'm only operating it at 300 or 350 megawatts. So there's plenty of extra capacity to help stabilize the grid when necessary.
So the hybrid model you're describing, which has been talked a lot about, is some party behind the fence is building gas turbines to supplement, stabilize both the data center load and the native utility, which some utilities are happy about, some are not so happy about. But here, what gets interesting here is that you're making life, one is making life complicated rather than simple, I want to connect. So my theory, you could tell me if this is right or not, parts of the country that are degrading their grid reliability because of bad political decisions, bad engineering decisions, bad IRP decisions, the first instinct you would have is, if you're a hyperscaler, is don't build anything there.
That's correct.
Just don't go there.
Yes, that's correct. So when we're looking for, land to build data center, what we call powered land, we're looking for reliable power in the quantity we need, preferably from the utility. We're looking for water in some cases. We're looking for carrier fiber. There's a laundry list of things we look for. But if we're in an area where the grid power is demonstrably 3 nines, It isn't that we won't build there, it's that we may have to have more diesels. It may be that we need to have a BESS system or more batteries. And these things increase the cost of the project, and normally they make them uneconomical.
Well, uneconomical, and back into the business here in engineering, as you add those features of mechanical complexity, you increase the probability of failures. There's a tipping point, as you know, in engineering, as you increase the number of things you have available to keep yourself running, you get more and more reliable till it tips over and gets less reliable.
Right, and there are these black swan events that you see. You know, one example is, well, you have an extra gas turbine, you know, what do you care? Your reliability is going to be fine. It's fine until it throws a blade, and then it eats itself. That BESS system, which is a battery system, is great until you've got thermal runaway and you lose it. And the thing is, when you lose that blade, when you have thermal runaway, this isn't a 30-minute restoration. This is a 3 or 4 month restoration. This is, hey, we've got to get cranes in here. We have to do hazmat. So the thing we're concerned about when we have to add all that stuff is we're increasing the probability of a black swan event for every new system we have to stack on top.
Exactly. So if I were on your board and you've come to me as the chief engineer to choose a degrading grid zone and a stable grid zone, but I have better fiber, or somebody's giving me better tax breaks in that state, but you tell me what you just told me, if I'm behaving with a fiduciary mindset, I'm thinking, why would I increase my risk?
So I think there was a time when these hyperscalers were much less mature, when the real estate people would have said, oh, let's just go with the tax advantage, right? This sounds good. Things have gotten a lot more complicated, and you know, the revenue is so tightly tied to uptime and the ability to serve. Exactly. So I think what's happening is exactly what you said. You know, they're going to go where they can hit the reliability. Now, if the reliability is 4 nines versus 4 nines plus 1 or something, nobody cares. But there is sort of a minimum level of reliability, and that minimum level of reliability is 4 nines electrical power.
And again, you know, MISO is moving towards 3 nines in a bunch of other regions. So we have this tug that's it's exacerbated by the scale. It's not just and the velocity with which data centers get built. Even if it's the case that somebody announces a gigawatt, but they're only in air quotes lighting up 100 megawatts in 18 months. 100 megawatts is a steel mill.
It is. And the nice thing we can do, going back to that hybrid approach, is let's say you've got a 3-9 grid, and I've got a gas cogen plant that's 99.8%. When I combine those two things together through interconnection, plus my internal systems, I've got a 4 nines reliability. That being said, I mean, I think we're going to steer away from the areas of decreasing reliability in the coming years. The thing that's going to be a problem is if those areas of increasing reliability are near major metro areas that we have to serve with revenue-producing traffic, there's going to be a little bit of a collision there.
Yeah, I think that's the real issue, is that the kinds of data centers that are being built just for pure large language models that can literally run anywhere on the planet. Yep. Some of those are clearly being built in Malaysia with new coal plants, because you're doing something that can essentially be built elsewhere. Right. But once anything has low latency, you're serving streaming loads or dynamic needs. So let's go back to scale. First, there's a lot of announcements of gigawatt size and multi-gigawatt size data center parks. I mean, I'm losing track of how many there are.
Right. So
you think?
There's a research note I wrote a while ago that's become very popular called fake data centers, the age of fake data centers. and that's what we're seeing in a lot of cases. You know, those gigawatt campuses are either nothing, they're a trial balloon for someone trying to get investment, or it's really a 300 to 500 megawatt data center that's actually announcing, you know, in year 10 or year 15, we've got expansion capability, which actually is very important for the buyer because it costs a lot to say, okay, now I need to build a second campus 5 miles away. But people know it's not a gigawatt in 1 year. It's not a gigawatt in 5 years. It's a gigawatt in 10 if you're lucky, if you can get the power. And the multi-gigawatt data center campuses, I'm very, very skeptical about because there's risk management issues. A lot of these really large hyperscalers self-insure. And so there's risk management with putting too much stuff in one spot where an F5 tornado can take out, you know, $50 billion worth of assets. And no matter how big you are, $50 billion is a number you're going to lose some sleep over.
Yeah, no, I think There's another paper out recently talking about, you talk about the age of fake data centers, phantom data centers.
Phantom data centers, right.
And of course, some of the phantom data centers come from hyperscalers and merchant data center producers, the colos and those floating proposals in 3 places or 4 simultaneously, each for say 1 gigawatt, and they get double counted initially. I think utilities have gotten very sophisticated about figuring out what's phantom and what's real.
So I've got to say, I don't think they have. I want them to. But right now, if you look at some of the queues in certain areas, and I won't call out any utility specifically, but there's a couple of very, very deep queues for interconnection where they have not applied a sophisticated heuristic to the rank ordering of who's going to connect. You're starting to see it. You're starting to see people say you have to put up money. You've got to pay. You've got to prepay. You've got to put up a bond. You've got to do X. You've got to do Y. You've got to put skin in the game because the fakes fall out. The phantom guys, they may still be in because there's usually money behind those because there's some choices.
And they may put the money in to hedge the game.
Right. They may put money into hedge, but that's also okay because at least the utility is going to have some cash in this. But there's been some estimates that 80 to 90% of some of these really deep interconnection queues are not real.
So, it's, in my head, I'm with you completely on this, but I think there's the counter side, the countervailing piece, is that while we know that a lot of this is difficult to track and document, and a lot of people are getting better at it. A few utilities I've talked to do exactly what you said, money in the game, and they've gotten some very, very sophisticated about looking behind of the requests, right? But the flip side to that is that I think, and you were at Google a long time, the analogy I'm using may seem weak because analogies always are somewhat weak, but the functionality and how market will use AI in all of its forms, not just large language models to do semantic web and do fake videos of Trump or Biden, all that fun stuff. The primary utility functions for AI are difficult to forecast. And they're extraordinarily powerful and getting better all the time. It feels more like 1984 at the beginning of desktop in 1988, 89, you got mail, where people couldn't really forecast accurately things like e-commerce and all the things that happened in social media. Different things will happen with this, but it's nascent enough, powerful enough, and on a very fast learning curve. So the flip side to me looks at this and says, well, I think you're probably right. The real gigawatts are more like 60, which is a big number. But as it gets cheaper fast, the use functions are going to take off in ways people didn't imagine.
Yeah, so we have no idea. I mean, let's be really clear. No matter what Elon says or anybody else, we have no idea what the end applications of AI will be, except that they're going to be really, really significant. There's a lot of talk about agentic AI, which is having various kinds of intelligent agents, and some people are skeptical about that. Many folks in this room are pretty senior. You may have a great human admin assistant. Think back to your career.
You said these are senior people?
Yes, perhaps senior folks in the room.
Just kidding.
So, think back to your career before you had that, and think if every employee in a large organization had the equivalent of 80% of a very sharp human admin assistant. How much does that give you? And there's all kinds of things we can't even conceive of yet. But what the problem with this is we have to figure out where to put those data centers because we don't know how sensitive they're going to be to latency and delay. So, people say, well, why don't you just put it in North Dakota? Well, we are. But the issue is we don't know how close we have to be to New York and DC and Atlanta and Frankfurt and Amsterdam for the applications that don't exist yet. We have to sort of, we're throwing a softball into the future 5 years and trying to make a good guess.
No, and I think this is why the interesting part is you're defining, I'm being simplistic, the learning part of an agent versus its inference.
Right.
So you could do the learning in Malaysia or North Dakota or up in the Northwest Territories in the bottom of the ocean. Nobody cares, bottom of the ocean. But the inference has to be low latency, fast, in real time.
Right.
Because first, behaviorally, Google was the first one that pioneered the decline in ad revenues that they got by the millisecond of delay and when you hit boom. So Google's very sophisticated about that.
Absolutely.
But all the markets become sophisticated. So let's. We'll end with a crystal ball question because then we got the proverbial 20 seconds.
Yep.
So you're right. We can't guess, but I love guessing. Based on everything you know, does it go faster or slower in terms of the propelling the age of AI and its infrastructure?
Faster.
Same page. Amen. Thanks, Dan.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Scott Gatzemeier, Corporate Vice President for Front-End Expansion at Micron Technology, and Peter Bryant.
Dramatic music, Scott. Yeah. So, hey, we've finally come to the actual end of the value chain. So I think Scott from Micron, 5th largest chip company in the world, is actually one of the end users of energy. So, Scott, great to have you here. So as everybody knows, obviously there's a big fab build-out happening in the United States, you know, with Micron. And I'll get Scott to talk about what their big build-out plan is in the US. And when you think about it, fab plants more than anyone rely on absolute, reliable, secure, and affordable energy. Relies on a very secure supply chain of minerals, etc. As I mentioned before, the Barclays report said the linchpin for the AI supply chain, is critical minerals, not this design of AI, etc. So when you think about that, it'd be interesting to get comments on the build-out for for your fab plants, but also you made testimony to the Energy Natural Resources Committee recently about a particular 500 kilowatt power line.
Yep.
I think your kilovolt power line, which was started in 2006. Very exciting. I'd be interested to see how long that's been live and how that's going, because I'm sure you're excited about that. But maybe first let's talk about the build-out plan, which is really impressive that you guys are leading in the US.
Yeah, so thanks for the opportunity to be here, and thanks, Peter. It's good to talk to you. So at Micron, we've got a couple of expansions that we've announced. First, our 600,000-foot expansion in Boise, Idaho, which I can see from my office, and we're actively doing construction right now. We have been for about the last 18 months. By the time we fully outfit that fab with construction and all the front-end equipment, it'll be about a $25 billion investment.
Wow.
And then we've also announced 4 of those fabs in upstate New York, in Clay, New York, which is about 10 miles outside of Syracuse. And so that'll be another $2.4 billion in clean, or $2.4 million, excuse me, in clean room. And by the time we build all 4 of those fabs, it'll be a $100 billion investment.
That's a significant investment. We'll talk about what makes that business case work. But maybe just switch gears to this impressive power line, I guess, very important.
Yeah.
As you said, you started this permitting in 2006, so where are we at?
Yeah, so in Boise, Idaho, we're kind of in the Pacific Northwest. And there's a transmission line, the Hemingway to Boardman transmission line, and it interconnects, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, and about 500 megawatts of power that can be used seasonally between those 3 states. And so it makes the energy grid more robust. Idaho Power originally started permitting that in 2006. Still have not started construction.
Wow.
Construction is slated to start, exactly, later this year. But they've spent over $200 million in permitting fees and still haven't been able to do that. So their SVP likes to joke that by the time the line's done, he'll be able to take it out to have its first beer. Because it'll be over 21 years,
As someone that depends on grid stability for your operations, and I'll just mention a statistic that there's over $1 trillion, nearly $500 billion to $1 trillion required in grid investment alone, not forgetting transmission. Does that stuff kind of scare you as you're building out these fab plants?
Yeah, absolutely. I ran the Intel Micron joint venture fab in Lehi, Utah, and we actually had a few power outages when I was there. We have very sensitive equipment, and one of those power outages, we lost one phase, about a 75% dip for less than a second, and it shut down the whole fab, and it was tens of millions of dollars in loss.
Wow.
So if you think about it, we have these wafers going through wet process tools, so they'll be sitting in acid, for example, and if the tool has an alarm and has to reboot, now they've sat in that for too long, they have to be scrapped, thrown away. We also run a lot of deposition gases, and they're running through turbo pumps and things like this. When the tools freeze, the pumps get shut down, then those gases start to deposit on the inside of the pumps. Those all need to be replaced, torn out, sent back for rebuilds. And so it takes about a week, to recover and get the fab back up and running. And so when I think about the size and scale of what we're building, reliability of the energy sector is so important to our industry.
So interestingly, I think, because people would go, wow, building 4 fab plants in upstate New York, not obvious. At initial glance, you go, wow, that's not a place I'd build fab plants, but closeness to energy generation. So you're going to increasingly go places where you don't have to rely on a grid for your energy.
Yep. So a couple things there. First, one of the key criteria in our decision-making process was access to reliable, affordable energy. And if you look at upstate New York, our site that was chosen is right across the street from it is a 345 kV substation with a direct line of about 45 miles, multiple phases, multiple redundancy, to the Constellation Energy nuclear power plant at 9 Mile Point.
Okay.
So when we looked at the reliability of that substation, it was one of the most reliable substations in the country. And so, no matter where we buy the electrons from, those are really going to be electrons that are servicing our plant.
That's pretty crazy. So, we've talked a lot about at this conference so far today about affordability of energy, and when you listen to a lot of things, spiraling costs, et cetera, it's almost hard to imagine how we can keep energy cheap in the United States. As I listen to everything, capital costs, construction costs, labor costs. So I'm interested with all these high costs in the country for even non-energy costs. What's the business case predicated on to build these fab plants? And I guess the same for all manufacturing and coming back to the US.
Yeah, if you look at it, all manufacturing and AI is going to require to have a more robust energy grid. And this is where we've really got a lot of issues. We've talked about transmission, but also on generation. The overall generation capacity in the US hasn't increased in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
It's really concerning. But if you look at, kind of the construction delta, what we see is 40% more expensive here to build in the US than in Asia. Then you look at labor costs, another area where we're cost disadvantaged, more expensive. Power actually is one of the cost advantage areas that the US has today.
Yep.
So we pay between 25 and 40% for the cost of power here in the US than we do in some of the high cost energy geos in Asia.
Okay.
On a 400 megawatt fab, which is what our fab will use in Idaho, obviously 4 times that in New York, at that cost with these energy savings, that basically offsets the labor cost delta that we see between the US and Asia. Okay. So that's what enables us to be cost competitive. If we lose that energy cost advantage that we have here, now, these projects are not cost advantageous, are cost competitive, and so they'll be done somewhere else, which is very unfortunate because then that has major implications on economic security and national security, of which chips and AI are both critical for.
Cool, yeah. So is Micron going to be a spectator, or are you guys active in working with administration, government, and whomever else to ensure that we keep our energy costs low? What viewpoint are you taking?
Yeah, we're out here being champions wherever we are. It's why I'm here today. It's why I testified before the Senate ENR commissions talking about these things. I was actually meeting at the White House today talking about energy. Recently went out to Idaho National Labs talking with them about nuclear and SMRs, which I think can be a great potential resources. If you look at some of the transmission problems, if we can get SMRs built close to the large users like data centers or like our fabs, then you don't have to worry about permitting transmission. So actively, out here trying to get, permitting reform, trying to talk to anybody who'll listen and make sure they're educated and understand. And we're advocates, for the energy industry to build a grid and generation that will make the U.S. competitive on both the, chip manufacturing and AI leadership that we want to have.
That's cool. It's good to hear. I think we need all of that. I think we need more of the downstream industries at the end of the value chain talking back to government. We really do. So let's just switch to minerals, for example. So if Barclays go, this is the linchpin for AI, for chips and the fab plants. How are you guys thinking about minerals? So it's not a well understood industry, obviously, in the US.
Yeah.
So when Micron's thinking about, what do you guys think about minerals?
Yeah, I'd say we look a lot at our supply chain. In building here in the U.S., we obviously have our research and development fab in Boise, Idaho, so we do get a lot of supply. We also have the only memory manufacturing plant in the U.S. in our Manassas, Virginia, so real close to here as well. So we have a little bit of an ecosystem, but we still have a lot of chemicals and other things that are only come from Asia. I'll just give the example of photoresist, which is a light-sensitive chemical that interacts with patterns that we shine on it, and it's how we make the patterns on the wafer. You can think about a classic old photo, process. That's how the fundamentals of that photo patterning work. Well, it's only manufactured in Japan today. It has a shelf life. It's a no-fly chemical, so it has to come over on a tanker. And so we're constantly out advocating. We've had several bringing in all of our suppliers, introducing them to the economic development agencies to help them reshore, build their infrastructure, and we want to bring that supply chain with us to the U.S. We're out advocating for them. We've done a couple of trade missions to Taiwan and Japan to really bring that, along with other government officials, to bring the whole ecosystem here to enable it so we can be competitive and self-sustaining, because we all know the supply chain issues and how important that is as they cropped up through COVID.
Is that resonating well? Do you think you're going to be able to pull that off?
Oh, everybody absolutely wants to bring the supply chain with us, but I think it's a little bit, those downstream companies are a little bit skeptical. They want to see, us building. So Air Liquide is actually building a, large gas plant right next to our fab. Now that they've seen us doing it, after we announced in upstate New York, Edwards, who's one of our pump suppliers, also announced that they're building there as well. So we're starting to see these companies come to the U.S., and we're seeing a lot more of them come as they see our investment.
It's almost building a campus concept for manufacturing. I like it.
Exactly.
Lucky you weren't here this morning. As grid stability was talked about, and I was like, whoa. And I'm not a technical person. I learned more about frequency and inertia than I ever imagined I would. So, and we had the big outage in Portugal and Spain. So when you guys look at that, you look at the US grid, you look at some of the insights coming out around Portugal, Spain's outage, you're going, whoa. Yeah,
I'm hoping it wakes a lot of people up to, ensure that they know how much the need is for reform here of our grid. If you look at a lot of our transmission lines, they're old, potentially overgrown. We've had the, fires in California and other issues like that coming up. So how do we go and really maintain the grid? And then again, generation. How do we get new reliable sources that are also 24/7? Wind and solar, great, but the battery technology isn't necessarily where it needs to be. And if you just look at their availability at 24/7, that's not what users like us, where our fab runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 a year. Same with these AI data centers as well. Then I already talked a little bit about the reliability, but an outage of less than a second is probably in the scale of these new fabs, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Amazing.
In product loss, from a very, millisecond outage. So these
Does it get worse as time goes on? Like if you had a 2-day outage like Spain, you'd be...
Yeah, I mean, 2-day outage, catastrophic. So that's where, at this, a 5-minute instability caused them to disconnect in Spain and Portugal from the rest of the European grid. Yeah. And then they were out for, I think, 10 hours or so, right? It's huge. That would just be an absolute nightmare for somebody like us. To try to restart and recovery. How do you come back from that? And this is why, if you look at all the semiconductor fabs in the industry, why they've chosen to locate where there is stable, reliable utilities, because it's so critical to the business, and there's such a massive impact without it. So I think there's a lot that we can learn from this, and we really need to get this reform. And it starts obviously with regulation, environmental permitting. How do we go through and get a lot of this streamlined and realize that without this infrastructure, the rest of it cannot be done.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So this is crystal ball stuff now. When do you think push comes to shove when, because the Tesla versus Edison concept of a grid, right? Tesla saw distributed power generation closer to consumption. Edison was the big centralized grid. At some point, companies like yourself, and I'm asking you to speak on behalf of all manufacturing now, at some point you just go like, I just can't rely on this, and I've got to go, a bit like you've done in York, go right close to generation, right next to my plant. When's the point of decision making for that? Just give up?
Yep. In our factory in Japan, we have a cogen plant right there that runs diesel. Less than ideal, but air permitting, do we want to do it? And then we're in a regulated state in Idaho, right? So we'd have to have Idaho Power do the generation for us and then buy it from them. So we can't necessarily just do that. I think this is where, small modular reactors and nuclear provide a unique opportunity, but looking at that and talking with people, we've got issues with, the fuel for those. We don't have the ability to refine and make good fuel, depending on what type of fuel it is today. So how do we go through and overcome that? And then, INL, they think commercially 10 years out. I'd like that to be much, much shorter if we can, but what do we do? And then new generation, natural gas, how do we get that nearby? How do we go do that with our partners? Absolutely. I think, if you're a manufacturer today, I'm sure when they do the site selection, if you've got a large load or demand call like us, you're taking that into account and you're going and looking at it. And that's where Idaho Power has been a great partner for us in Idaho. Constellation, I mentioned that. We want to make sure that we have these relationships and we're going and doing it, but we need everybody to be thinking about this and driving it forward. But that is where I think we're going to need to go, and it makes more sense. You can eliminate transmission loss, a lot of other things, if we're able to get there.
How big a role is government incentives, I guess, to this whole thing? Everything we've just talked about, reshoring, energy costs, is government incentives, which can be very uncertain because we've all got whiplash last year. So how important is government incentives to all of this?
5 years ago, Micron, we were not talking about investing in new fabs in the U.S. The CHIPS and Science Act and then the investment tax credit, which both passed, really made our investments possible and made us the ability to do it cost competitively with Asia. But that also, all of those numbers take into account that the U.S. has more affordable energy. And so that's the one advantage that we absolutely need to maintain. And we need to go out and really start to rebuild the infrastructure and continue to improve on it, to maintain that advantage.
We hope the people in the decision-making have because this is a very sophisticated problem, very complex. And I think the danger is, in government, they tend to simplify everything too much, and you lose that kind of dexterity around the complexity. And don't make wrong-headed policy as a result.
And when you look at what we're building, $25 billion investment, it's not like you can pick it up and move it. So we've got to have certainty. We've got to have, agreement on these generation sources, agreement on the power, the water, all of the utilities that, make these fabs a reality.
Actually, you did bring up water. It's a good one. Water's a scarcity in a lot of places. Like in Chile, for example, they now, for a lot of industrial processes like mining, you're banned from using groundwater. You have to actually build desalination plants, pump water 4,000 meters up, 1,000 miles, which is crazy. So, that's a big impact,
So we're very fortunate. We have, good water rights in the state of Idaho, and then we actually, on our plant there, we sit on a large aquifer. And we actually do aquifer recharge.
Oh, you do?
So we pump water up from the Boise River with our water rights and do an aquifer recharge, and we actively manage the well depth that we have there to make sure that we're responsibly using it and reporting it that way. And then in the state of New York, again, we're 40 miles away from the Great Lake.
Unlimited almost water.
So another great resource there. But we actively looked at that as a large part of our decision-making process.
Often we forget the water part of energy. Wherever there's energy, there's a water kind of implication, right?
Exactly.
In our last 1 minute, Scott, what's one or two key takeaways you want this audience to take away from your perspective, from the chip?
Without generation, you're not going to be able to keep the lights on. And without transmission, we're not going to be able to connect to new sources of generation. And so when you look at this, a reliable, affordable energy grid is absolutely paramount to the U.S.'s economic and national security.
Yeah.
We're not going to be able to build the chips that we need for the AI renaissance and this manufacturing renaissance, which is going to bring great jobs back to the U.S. We're also not going to be able to have AI leadership if we don't have a robust grid. So the work that you all are doing in this room, you know, as energy providers, just encourage you to keep it up and continue to, you know, continue with the generation and transmission.
Yeah, and we've got to have action beyond words. Executive orders get us, I think, telegraph intention, but we need legislation and action and capital to make it happen. Scott, thanks very much. Very insightful and quick 20-minute tour of chip manufacturing coming to the US. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good discussion.
Please welcome Aaron Zubaty, CEO and founder of Eolian, and Sabrina Johal.
All right, what am I sensing?
I was
really
just looking at that. No, I was looking at the AI-generated image of an energy storage project. There are a lot of things wrong with it, like these coils look like they're melting. So I don't want you to think this is what it looks like in real life. This is not what it looks like.
No offense.
Sorry.
Okay, well, Aaron, thank you for joining us for the last session of the day. So let's just start with the big question on everyone's mind. Is energy storage necessary? And if so, what role does it play in the energy market?
It's a tough question. I'll start, I think, thinking about kind of the history of how we've gotten to where we are with energy storage, a little bit, just 30 seconds. So our first projects, I'd call the experimentation phase. So that was 2015 to 2020. We were looking at energy storage as the glue for the grid, trying to figure out how to put it in places that would improve reliability of all generation types, obviously deal with intermittency from renewables as well, find a way to help have all of that fit together a little bit better. These were smallish projects, 5 megawatt, 10 megawatt type scale. Some of them were lead acid batteries. I mean, this was kind of stringing together stuff like a kind of a workshop. By about 2020, battery technology had improved to the point where you could start to make them bigger. So instead of a 50 megawatt hour project like we were building in Southern California in 2020 with Tesla, we bought Samsung batteries, we brought them to Texas, and we built a 150 megawatt hour, so 1.5 hour, 100 megawatt site in Texas. That was in Fort Worth. It was, at the time, the first large-scale merchant battery built in ERCOT or really anywhere without any contract. We used Chinese technology on the inverters on purpose. We wanted to test it out and see how they performed to the grid. We also wanted to see what sort of cybersecurity solutions were needed to ensure complete safety of bringing any technology from overseas. The third project we built was 6 times that size. It's in South Texas. Different technology. We built it with Wärtsilä. They're one of the world's largest makers of kind of diesel and ship engines, and using CATL batteries. So LFP, lithium phosphate, iron batteries. CATL makes a lot of batteries. You've probably heard them in the news. So we purposely tested different technologies, different locations on the grid. We wanted to see how they would perform. We are now entering the next phase, which is much bigger scale at grid critical locations. So we're building a 2 gigawatt hour site right now in Texas next to a retiring coal power plant. We're finishing multiple 1 gigawatt hour sites right now in Portland, Oregon. These are designed to be in locations so that you don't need to rebuild transmission and so that the grid runs more efficiently. And that's really important for the future of where storage goes, because that will be the third phase. So in the next couple of years, projects that are even bigger than this, but that are directly connected to load. So we're designing data center locations, aluminum smelters, a lot of different huge load applications. And the reason why we're designing them with energy storage as a front end is to make them controllable loads. Everyone heard today of all the reasons we have to build more stuff. That's because if you operate the grid as we do today in basically a blind manner, which is to say, I don't care what's happening on the grid, I care about just consuming electrons, you're really not taking advantage of the technology that exists. So where we're headed is using energy storage both as generation and load to enable huge amounts of load to basically get added to the grid.
Okay, so the short answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So most of what's deployed today...
I don't give short answers, by the way.
That's fine. So most of what's deployed today is lithium ion. What technologies are you following, if there are others, and what's the viability and practicality of bringing them to scale?
So there are other technologies, I'd say specifically sodium. There are a couple companies in the US basically building a sodium ion supply chain instead of lithium. There's a lot of sodium production in the United States from soda ash, so we can make that in the US. The idea of sodium is that over time it can become as cost competitive as lithium currently is. The challenge, I will say from a scaling standpoint, is that lithium today now benefits from 40 years of, I'll say, industrial innovation and scaling. Scaling of the lithium production, scaling of the, unfortunately, a lot of the lithium refining, which is currently happening in China. But in effect, lithium has become pretty commoditized in terms of the cells, in terms of the machines used to make the cells. I visited 4 different factories now in China in the last 2 years, and I keep asking where you're getting the cell line. It turns out it's one manufacturer that's making the same cell line for all of them. So there's a commoditization that's occurred with lithium ion. It makes it really hard to beat on a cost standpoint. So the reason I say that is if you're worried about the cost of lithium ion, it's going to be pretty low, especially as a result of all of the scaling from the automotive scale-up that we've seen. What that really means is lithium ion that we're building today, we're building 5- and 6-hour duration sites today in Texas. That's not very public. The next ones are going to be 8 hours. The next ones are going to be 10 hours. So using lithium ion, we can be cost competitive because the costs keep coming down to build 8- and 10-hour sites. And when you can do 8- and 10-hour, where, by the way, we can turn it on in 250 milliseconds, that is a very unique asset on the energy grid. For all the reasons we heard earlier about reliability, the combination of many, many hours of reliability plus instant response has pretty much never existed in the history of the grid at this scale.
Okay, so speaking of lithium, lithium prices, geopolitical risks, and permitting challenges all raise questions about scale. Do you believe the lithium supply chain is up to the task?
I do. Most of the actual raw lithium is mined in Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, and Australia. Tesla actually today is already operating a lithium refining plant in Corpus Christi. That's for lithium carbonate, not lithium hydroxide, depending on whether you're making an NMC cell or an LFP cell, there's a difference. But the point is, they have already now built a lithium production facility, basically a lithium refining facility in the United States. They get their lithium from Chile, and I know there's a lot of stuff that does come from China, but it is possible to build your own supply chain that does not rely on China.
Okay. Okay. Long-term duration storage. We keep hearing a lot about the necessity for long-term duration storage. Do you really believe that, or do you think it's more just a hedge for certain situations?
So a lot of the long-duration storage technology, and people like Matteo, who are the CEO of Form, if you've ever heard Form, they're developing an iron air battery. They're building a factory in West Virginia. They developed this in part because of belief that we had so many excess electrons that we could store them, and even if the efficiency of that storage for months at a time wasn't great, that there'd still be value in doing that seasonally. From everything everyone's heard today, there's not that many spare electrons floating around anymore, right? No matter what season. And that shift is one of the reasons our focus is much less on implementing long duration storage. It's much more on using various technologies together so that the total package gets to the same solution without breaking down a bunch of existing infrastructure and needing to build a bunch of new, almost unnecessary infrastructure. So to some degree, gas is energy storage, right? That's the whole point, right? It's in a form that you can consume largely at will. We have gas power plants. Instead of shutting them down, let's keep them running. Maybe they don't run as much all the time, but that's actually, to me, far more efficient, better for consumers, to keep existing thermal power plants on as long as possible by integrating them operationally with energy storage versus shutting them down and trying to put a long-term battery. That is not a common view, but it's one that we see as being by far the least cost for consumers.
Okay, so most folks think of battery storage as a complement for renewables. Do you have a different vision of how battery storage could be used in the market?
Yeah, so when we started building storage, as I sort of mentioned, the impending need to balance renewables was very clear. You know, a lot of solar was going to get built, a lot of wind was getting built. So needing to balance within, I'll say, intra-hour or inter-hour within a few hours. That was something we all foresaw. I think what we started to see once we built and operated in the markets was something different, which is that the system actually has periods of time that have high levels of risk where storage actually has attributes that are really valuable, irrespective of renewable energy at all. Has nothing to do with renewable energy. The periods of time, for example, that used to be dead seasons, the spring and fall outage season in power markets, are not like that anymore. Because when you have a thermal power plant, you need to take it offline for weeks and sometimes months at a time. You find tube leaks, you've got bad blades, you have to fix what is operating. Energy storage, we're finding already in ERCOT on a daily basis, we are backing up the system on days with high thermal outages. That has nothing to do with renewable energy. That has to do with the fact that, as has been said by others today, every resource at some point has an Achilles heel. There is no such thing as a resource that is there every second of every hour of every day. A nuclear power plant still needs to get refueled. So the reality is when you think of them all together and backing each other up, that's actually what real reliability is. And that's really our vision of energy storage. It's not about, let's just scale renewables and throw energy storage everywhere. It's really about using the grid far more efficiently than it's being used today and using power plants in a much more efficient way. We don't want coal power plants trying to go up and down and cycling. It's really bad for them. I'd rather keep an old plant for the next 20 years, use it 3 weeks out of the year on really cold days, and have a bunch of energy storage doing that hard work of bouncing around all the time.
Okay, so can you break it down for us? Break it down on how you would actually implement a battery storage system within the grid, where the electrons would flow and how, as it relates to other generating sources. Take, for instance, a solar plant or a nuclear plant. Just give us a practical example of how this would work and how it's beneficial.
Okay. So we're finishing a project, as an example. I'll try to give 2 examples that are slightly different. One of them is in Portland, Oregon, I mentioned. This is in the port of Portland, Oregon. So Portland, if you've been there, you've got the Cascades, you've got a lot of power plants east of the Cascades. It is very hard to build anything west of the Cascades. It's very hard to permit. You cannot permit a new power plant there. You also cannot cross the Cascades with new transmission lines. Portland General tried to do that in 2007, and they got killed. So you can't build new transmission. Your power plants are all east of the Cascades. What do? Turns out what we did is we put energy storage at major substations in the loop that surrounds Portland. And what that means is we get to consume electrons when the system is not stressed, bring them into the urban core, and then during the most high stress situations when the transmission's maxed out, we've already brought that energy there and we're deploying it. So it's as if we've built these power plants in the loop. The reason why this is important, I know a few of you have talked during the day. Duke University came out with a study based on EAA data a few months ago. And multiple people have mentioned it. The CEO, for example, of Constellation mentioned it recently too. And they did a very simple analysis, but what they showed was if you reduce basically a couple % of the loading on transmission lines, what you end up with is a huge amount of freed up capacity. And so I think everyone understands the transmission grid is built for those tail end cases. And not just tail end cases, couple hours per year of extraordinary demand combined with multiple outages occurring at that exact moment in time. Most of the other time, almost every other hour, there is an incredible amount of spare capacity on the transmission grid if you flow the electrons around. That's what we're trying to do, is unlock that. I asked once a utility, I said, what do you think your loading is on your transmission lines? They said, I don't know. I'm like, you're the utility and you don't know? I'll tell you, it's 50%. So 50% of the time, we have spare capacity on a lot of the grids. This Duke study was really good at that. I just checked the EIA data last week because I was curious for 2024. The average utilization of a coal plant, if you take all the coal fleet in the US, is about 55% as well. And for gas combined cycle, it's low 60s in terms of percent. We have a huge amount of spare capacity sitting around all the time on the grid. And so while a lot of people are saying we need more, we need to use what we have more. That would be my first caveat, because just building our way out of this is not going to work. We have so much wasted transmission capacity, so much wasted capacity in power plants that have already been built. And yeah, they're coal and they're gas. I get this all the time. I don't care if we charge with coal and gas, because if it's an electron that's otherwise being wasted and we can turn it into something productive for later in the day, we just avoided building an entire new power plant. So that is very, very important.
Okay, that's really interesting. So my mind automatically goes to the financial modeling aspect, which I'm sure you and your team have done, behind looking at excess capacity that's going to waste versus capital of building new battery storage resources. Can you tell us a little bit about that, how that pans out?
There's the ideal world where you can see how much spare capacity is on a grid, go to the utility and say, we're going to put load in this battery right here. We're going to take all those extra electrons all this time, and when you can't supply from the grid, 2% of the time, we'll have the batteries there to go 4 to 6 hours during these peak events. Those economics, they work because all those spare electrons floating around most of the time are dirt cheap. So for AI applications, for all of these data center applications, incredibly, we have huge amounts of these cheap electrons. But the utilities, that's actually not their incentive. Because the utilities make money not by using existing assets more efficiently. And this is a really big regulatory challenge. They make money by investing capital in building more things and improving their rate base. And that's just the way that the regulatory model works. So when we go to them and say, we are going to use all of this infrastructure and it means your rates are going to go down and we can add more, but you don't have to build anything, they don't like that. And so that's the sort of, what's interesting is we're building a lot of storage in liquid power markets. We're starting to build it in PJM this year, MISO, SPP has some regulatory issues I won't get into. But the reality is we've spent most of our time in regulated markets, deregulated markets where we can be part of the market solution, because otherwise we're finding that the numbers, even if they look very good, kind of hit a regulatory snag.
Okay, so in the regulated markets then, in this consumer advocacy position, keeping rates low, who do you find as your audience that you're trying to get in front of, or what policies are you trying to change in order to make it happen?
We've actually had to go to the legislatures in multiple states to start a process of saying if the utility will not work with customers quickly enough to add load, that there's other means available. So Utah, we and a number of data center customers were basically very frustrated by the lack of movement. So it is a state-by-state process a lot of the time, unfortunately. That said, if there were someone with a magic wand that said the way through this AI mess is to mandate that every single utility must offer a large load, flexible load tariff, which seems stupidly obvious, quite frankly, that would be revolutionary. It doesn't exist. And that alone would allow us to unlock that 30 to 50 gigawatts overnight without building any new generation. I'm sorry, GE.
Okay. I don't know if they're still here, so. All right, we've been talking a lot today about the increase in demand with everything that's happening in the energy market. What are you doing specifically within your business to get ready for this, and what are you keeping an eye on?
So we're doing two things. One is we're really focused on how storage helps reliability generally. A few people mentioned the ancillary markets. It's really important to note that the word inertia has been mentioned many times today as a critical part of the grid. Inertia is one way to solve what the real problem is, which is maintaining frequency in a very tight band. That's not necessarily required from inertia. NERC has actually done a lot of work on this. A number of people, including ourselves, have shown this now in ERCOT, that very quick response is able to basically negate the need for inertia. So I say all that because the reliability is actually really a key piece of making everything in these markets work, and answering a lot of the questions and concerns of, if we keep going down a path, do we need to stop what we're doing and sort of put a lot of spinning mass on the grid? I think there's another path, which is to say, instead of worrying about putting a lot of new spinning mass on the grid, let's first define the markets really clearly for what we're trying to solve. And whatever technologies can then meet that, have the ability to participate. ERCOT has shown that that was a really viable path, and I think we can do that all across the country.
All right. On that note, thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Good job. You survived.
Please welcome back Peter Bryan, Mark Mills, Scott Tinker, Sabrina Johal, and Marty Durbin.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks everybody for sticking in there. We're closing in here, but we've got a great treat for the end here. For those who weren't here earlier, we were going to end up with a conversation I was going to have with Congresswoman Fedorchak. Unfortunately, she had some travel delays and was unable to join us here, but sends her regards, and we know we'll be working with her on a lot of great energy policy going forward. But instead, what I get to do is say we had such great content today and so many great speakers, but now we get to hear from the people who are actually asking the questions, and I'm really looking forward to be able to dig into this a little bit. So as we started things this morning, you heard from me, you heard from Mark, you heard from David talking about what we wanted to accomplish today. And this was about having insightful and even provocative conversations that could get us driving toward a conversation around energy reality. I think we've done that throughout the day, and we've heard a lot of common themes. Talked a lot about abundance and the need for more, but also about the importance of reliability and affordability and energy security, but also clean energy. That it continues to be part of the dynamic that we have to be able to drive toward. A lot about innovation, and we heard again and again that what we need is certainty. Capital is going to follow certainty. We heard that from several of our speakers, and the need for clear policy moving forward as well. And of course, this being Washington, D.C., we want to focus on what is the policy that's needed to help us achieve all of that. So what I wanted to do was just, I'm going to start down at the end with Peter to say, so you had a lot of conversations yourself, got to hear a lot of this. What stood out to you?
Actually, 3 things.
And is there something that you learned that you didn't expect to?
Yeah, actually 3 things I took away today was, I think, we talk about affordable, reliable, accessible energy that's clean. I think that misses the point. I think it's too blah, 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 to be honest. I think what I learned today was it's about comparative cost advantage of our energy. We need to maintain a comparative cost advantage to the rest of the world because this whole reshoring to the US is totally dependent on that. And I was kind of shocked about the level of the state of grid, actually. I think the grid reliability is a much bigger problem than I'd realized before. And I learned a lot about frequency and inertia that I didn't realize that I would today. So I think that's a big one. And I think we need to stop using a benign term and really get down to this is about a cost advantage. Because everything I heard today is I don't see how we're going to maintain it. Nothing here tells me we're going to maintain a cost advantage relative to the rest of the world. We're already an energy superpower. Second thing is capital follows certainty. We need capital to make this happen. There's no certainty going on, and that even predates this administration. So how do you get the capital flowing into the immense project and investments we need? I'm not so sure how that happens in the investment stack. And the third thing is we can't executive order our way into the future. And mining is the one. So think about what the gentleman from BHP said. We need 5 resolutions between now and 2035 to satisfy US copper demand. We've got 1. It takes 30 years to develop. So if you can't executive order mining to happen, so we need to be much more kind of deliberate in a strategy. How do we shore up Western supply chains to do that? And I think, and I think we kind of blind ourselves. If we do an executive order, everything's fine. That's a statement of intent, to my word. So those are kind of 3 big takeaways for me so far today. I've got more, but those are the 3 biggies.
No, but I think it's very clear. I mean, we can't have the certainty if we don't have the policy in place to get us there.
Exactly.
So, Marc, how about you?
What he said.
That's all right, Marc, thank you.
So briefly take the co-chair's privilege of just thanking you, Marty, and your team for helping and partnering on making this all come together, and of course my interlocutors here for their hard work. I pay them big bucks to do this. I drag them from home. I bribe them with alcohol, but only if they didn't drink it before the meetings. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you all for coming. So, for me, when you listen to the experts that we have that were here and talking, you would have 2 obvious takeaways. And I am, most people that know me know that I'm allergic to the phrase "all of the above," because I think it's a weak out, because nobody really means that when they say it. They really have something in their head that they want. But I have to say, despite the fact that I'm allergic to the phrase, what you heard when you listened to people talking today was that there's no magic solution, there's no magic button. There's pretty much a significant convergence around the desire for growth and getting things done. What you heard was almost everybody you heard said, I can build these kinds of things. I can build pipes. I can build nuclear plants. I can build gas turbines. I can build grid-scale batteries. It's the old can-do America idea from the post-war era, that World War II era, that's still true. Mm-hmm. So the key takeaway is that anchors it. Now, obviously, it varies from region to region and time to time. And the other common theme, to your point of uncertainty, is that we can do it if you let us, unleash me. Mm-hmm. And this is obviously both a Washington problem, and it's also, you heard from Mike Howard talk about what the challenges locally. It's a state and a locality problem. And it comes back to something that you taught me years ago in the mining community's sort of zeitgeist, which I saw early in my life when I worked for a mining company. It's the social license to operate. Mm-hmm. And when I first heard that phrase, I was also allergic to it because it sounded so touchy-feely. But as you get older and you realize, no, it's actually true. You have to convince people that you have some high degree of integrity. These businesses are doing something you're paying attention to the laws. You don't want to destroy things. But you have to do something that most corporations have done a lot less of, which is talk to people, the old communications mantra. So I just heard that, and so I didn't feel like I had a technical lesson because I came in with a bias, like we can do this. But I did get an education about the things that I used to be allergic to are fairly useful.
Let me ask you first. I should have mentioned. I wanted to mention at the front end of this. In addition to everyone that's stuck with us all day today, we know we had more than 1,000 unique individuals following us online here today as well. So that says a lot about the quality of the speakers and the presentations and the interlocutors that we had here today. But Marc, let me test you on something there. Allergic to all of the above. What about? Because early today, I was getting texts from people that, like worried that this was too much of it's not, either or.
Right.
And it's about and. And my staff uses that. In fact, they kind of taught me about, no, it's and not or.
Right.
So not necessarily it has to be everything, but we need more energy.
Well, I was serious when I said at the outset that your framing of more is correct. So there is a camp, a faction that believes you can have growth without more energy. They're the dematerializing camp that thinks that's possible. There's no evidence that's happened in history. And there's too many people who have nothing, so we need more. Mm-hmm. All of the above thing, the reason I'm allergic to it is that it obviously is highly specific to geography and circumstances. Mm-hmm. And so it's never all the above, because some places you really just, you need the gas. There are places where solar makes sense. So the addition feature is what has driven energy systems throughout history. Mm-hmm. We actually, as you know, I wrote a piece recently where I've just declared the truth that there's never been an energy transition. None of the energy sources that we have used since the dawn of time have been abandoned, including burning wood, except there's exactly one exception, which we're going to have a quiz on later to see if anybody knows what it is. But we don't abandon things. We use more of other things. And we do it based on economics, circumstances, social license. So this is the fiction that we can transition from where we are to something different. That's not true. The transition is from where we are today economically to more wealth and flourishing. But that's not a transition, that's growth. So it's a bad word. I mean, that's a word I'm still allergic to, and I think it's a bad word because it's not happening, it's not going to happen, and it's not going to be in service of humanity. We didn't have people here today talking about windmills and wind turbines. We could have. I like windmills. Or about solar arrays, because they're not controversial in the sense that we know there's going to be more of them and the governments will like them. Yeah. The other stuff is controversial now.
Right. Well, we know we like easy phrases, though. Are you okay with energy addition instead of transition?
Expansion.
Energy expansion.
Exactly. Scott, let me ask you. I wrote down something you said from your first conversation this morning with Dan Yergin, that you can't negotiate with physics. So I learned something, but not that I've ever tried to negotiate with physics, by the way. But nonetheless, so what did you take away from the day?
Well, it was a really good day, and I appreciate the way it was set up. And I think the folks I've been talking to have enjoyed it. Dan is one of the sages of energy, so it's just fun to be up here on the stage with him. And he set the stage really well. I think the big dialogues of scale and security, the north-south divide, the metals and mining challenges, China, AI, demand, all those things. It's complex. I think that's what I took away and always do. It's not simple. It's complicated. And he essentially said in a very diplomatic way, there's no transition going on either. And then Clay came up with, and we started with the thought of abundance. And Clay, who's the resources guy, kind of said, well, we're in the late innings in shale. And well, okay, so we're not abundant. Maybe we can't be quite as sanguine as we thought about oil and gas in this country. Energy's important, he reminded us, and demand is growing, but energy's hard. And I think that was important to understand, that in order to continue these things, we have to invest in these things. Yeah, we've only recovered 10% of the oil and gas out of shale. There's 90% left, but that's hard to get to. We need advancements in that, so technology, et cetera, emphasizing that need. Kim Greene, fun in Georgia Power. What I took away from that was she described the Georgia Power portfolio, and it's about 80% or more dispatchable in terms of its fuels, and that makes it reliable. And Kim emphasized reliable, 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 and even that AI is powered by a reliable grid makes it affordable. I think that's counter to some of the things we've all been hearing about We need distributed, dedicated power supplies at these big AI and data centers, maybe, but not always. And that was, I think, really good to hear. And then with Dan Lipman in the afternoon, just the whole nuclear scene, I think that as he described what was going on in the world, and there is a lot going on in the world in nuclear, the key piece there was we're behind. The U.S. is behind, and we're going to get our lunch eaten if we don't figure out a way to catch up pretty quickly. And that's a combination of things: technology, regulatory, supply chains, talent, but we've got to go on that. And nuclear isn't the grand savior, but it's a piece of that. Oh, I'm sorry. It is the grand savior, Sabrina, but it's a piece of this portfolio. But we are losing our capacity to leverage that piece if we don't get launched here. Yeah. So those are some big thoughts that I took from them.
Sabrina, a good place to pick up there, because while you had some great conversations here today, you could tell there was a little bit of a bias toward one particular type of energy. And so speaking of nuclear, did you come away from the conversations today feeling more optimistic about, clearly you're optimistic about the opportunity there, but there was also discussion of the challenges. And so how do you see the timeline and the opportunity to make nuclear even more of the solution here?
So I think I'll answer your first question around my takeaway from the day, and then it leads into the answer to that one. So the thing I took away most today is echoing what Scott said, how complex the energy markets are. And we heard from a lot of experts in various facets of the energy market supply chain and regulatory scene, and there was a common thread. And when the regulators get up here and start talking about concern on reliability and inertia, and you keep hearing it over and over within our grid, I think that is concerning, and that is the main message to take away from today, is that we need to do something to help solve that. And when we take on new generation sources and we start tinkering with our grid, we have to be very careful about making smart choices. And so that makes me more optimistic from a nuclear perspective. I mentioned earlier, being a naval officer in the nuclear engineering field, you really see how reliable and how important nuclear is, and that's why I'm such a big proponent. I think that there are challenges to build and construct, to answer your second question, around nuclear, because there is a lot of risk on the technology side and on the financial side. However, with enough backing and enough support, and now I think society is finally coming around to where they see nuclear as a potential solution, that just couples extremely well to the fact that we need it and we need it now. And so for me, coming away from today, that was a big takeaway, is that this is sort of, I think, a call to action for everyone here and everyone listening, that we need to start being a lot smarter about how we are developing our grid and how we're bringing on resources, and not just look short term, but look long term too.
Great. Let me turn the conversation a bit. We heard a lot about what companies are planning for the long term. I guess part of what I think so many companies out there, they're making very long-term strategic business decisions about what is a global market. So as we heard with GE Vernova, it's about electrification and decarbonization. We see that with a lot of our member companies as we continue to stay engaged with the global conversation around climate and decarbonization, what have you. Clearly, right now is not a period in Washington where we feel like, gee, everybody can get along, we can find a way to do this.
Really?
How? Yeah. I haven't even looked at the news today, but I do think there's some opportunity. Well, tended to feel that with greater recognition of this enormous demand growth that's coming along, I think we've got a point in time here, once we get past reconciliation and what have you, to actually build a consensus around the idea that there's a lot has to get done, and there's huge opportunities, economic growth opportunities, building the infrastructure, providing the energy, ensuring security, reliability. I think a a competing force that's going to be coming along here is because if we don't do those things, everybody's power prices are going to be going up. And that's when people will really start to care, and we might get policy decisions we don't like as much. So I guess I'm using that as kind of ask your thoughts on, number one, do you think that opportunity is there, and where would you focus your attention? So Peter, maybe I want to start with you.
It's a great question. I think it's tough. Because I think we do a lot of work with particularly in the US Senate, so I think there's a big education exercise that needs to be undertaken with legislators to get alignment, and I think the challenge is how do you avoid politics getting in the way of sensible decisions? And I think even late last year we saw sensible bills like the Manchin-Barrasso permitting bill. I mean, common sense couldn't pass. So, there's an education piece to get people aligned to how important this is, and the second piece is to try and avoid the politics of it. The House is a different story, I think. But we've got people like the Climate Solutions Caucus, which is, I think, a powerful bipartisan group that we need to bring along for this, because I'm not sure they fully realize the enormity of the task ahead. I just don't think there's a realization. And it gets down to me, politicians just simplify something too much that's complex, and you end up with wrong-headed policy as a result because you simplify it too much. So, but I think there's education is very key. So that's where I'd start.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the Climate Solutions Caucus, because I think they're doing some really important work. While they don't advocate for any one specific policy, it's just getting people together to have the conversation. What can we accomplish? So thank you.
Perfect.
Marc?
Well, some of us here remember Charles Krauthammer, the great sage, columnist, writer. Sad that he died so young, but he had a line that he used frequently, and because somebody asked him why he didn't become a psychiatrist, a physician, why he got into essentially political commentary, and in his answer, and I have used it with credit in the foreword of my book about technology and where we're going, is that if you don't get the politics right, nothing else matters. And he was talking in the context, obviously, of all the debates were going on while he was still alive, which are not new. I mean, the specifics of the debates are new, but the fact that we have political debates is not new. And I've, over the years, become much more, where would I look for? Not sensitive, realize the obvious things. The politics just matter enormously. I don't do political work per se, we do policy-related work, but it's always about the politics, and the politics are always hard. And the communication phrasing is right, because people who need to spend their time doing the things that everybody pillories, which is lobby your position, I'm not talking about a specific bill, to the legislators and their staff, is annoying, it takes time, but if you don't do it, other people will, they are doing it, so that educational part sounds trivial to state it, because I'm not lobbying for a PR firm to do it. It's the individuals have to do it, and it's time-consuming and annoying, but we're not going to cross the bridge towards a sensible future without doing the politics, and the politics are hard, and we're not going to get to the solution we want. As a very young man, I worked in the Reagan White House, and so I've adopted his mantra, which I think, roughly speaking, paraphrase, we all know, so if you get 60% of what you want, that's a victory in politics, and obviously, a lot of people won't feel that way. They want it all, and both sides of the political aisle. That's not how the world works in a democracy. Democracies are messy. It's a long way of saying, I can say I don't like certain things that the Congress has done, and they pass silly laws and things happen. Fine, whatever. I would rather have that happen than a dictatorial structure where a bureaucrat or genius or the potentate knows the future, because we don't. So we have the capacity. I'm an immigrant. I'm an American who left Canada, unlike the other colony, New Zealand.
The better colony.
The better colony. It's a colder colony.
Cooler, cooler. You mean cooler colony.
Yeah. But I came here like a lot of people do because of the nature of the cultural and political system here, and because of the opportunity. You hear that from both legal, and I was legal, and illegal immigrants, because they want what this country has. I still think it has a unique capacity not only to argue really vigorously through contentious issues, but we also have the luxury, because it's such a wealthy country, that we can tolerate making mistakes on our decisions. I think we've made energy mistakes in to that specific domain, which is causing costs to rise and causing reliability to degrade, being specific to our conference. But I think it's becoming clear we did that. I think it's no longer a mystery that that was a mistake. And so I think there's much more bipartisan convergence on some of these energy issues than I have seen in decades of testifying before the House and Senate. I mean, I was blown away at the amount of convergence on some of the big issues, recognizing that there wasn't this one-stop solution. We need more reliability, we need lower costs, we need, you know, the geopolitical nature of energy. All these things have converged. Each person has their own agenda. I want to have more solar on the grid. Okay, great, but the gas turbine guys want to get on the grid. We heard data center guys would rather be on a grid than self-generate because they recognize the magic engineering going into grids. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, my podcast, which I've got to revise, is called The Last Optimist. And most people who I interview, so when is the good news going to start? Right. Look what's going on. I think I'm cautiously optimistic on these issues. We're migrating, like the Churchill drunk analogy, we're migrating slowly, drunkenly towards the right solution.
There you go. Well, count me as part of the optimist caucus here. Scott, your thoughts? I might invite you as well if you want to say another word about Energy Corps.
Sure. Yeah, well, you mentioned prices being a motivator, but Germany, UK, California, highest electricity prices, and they just continue to march towards
They went into
sea.
it willingly, I feel.
Well, they come out of it willingly. I mean, I guess I just always come away with the thought that don't bring data to a passion party because it really doesn't matter.
That's the mistake we made today.
But are there opportunities to converge? You know what I think is driving this quite a bit is the recognition that there are still 7 billion people in the world in various stages of energy poverty, and they're pinned there while the wealthy world continues to host events like this and pull apart. And that never ends well. When you see that kind of economic disparity and it continues to diverge, it doesn't end well. It doesn't end well in countries, it won't end well globally. We have to unpin this for all of our sakes and not just for the poor people over here. I think that seems to be recognized and accepted and embraced by almost everyone I talk to now in the energy world, and energy underpins that economic health, Marty. So I would say the convergence opportunity is around this thought that we have enough energy. It's hard. We need to figure out how to provide that energy access globally, and not as a gift or aid, but investments in which the results can be measured on human flourishing, and the commercialization, local and regional commercialization grows and is healthy. And at the end of the day, healthy economies underpinned by energy invest in the environment. So it ends up being good for the environment. It just is it's a path that you get there, energy, economics, environment. I think that's what's causing a lot of this convergence and will continue to do so.
Good. Sabrina?
When you think of the energy grid and you think of the importance of different infrastructure projects, the grid is probably our single most important piece of infrastructure in our country. And it's really important to understand everything that we do and don't do in order to maintain its health. So I keep coming back to, we talked about the state of California, which is where I live right now, and pricing is just on this trajectory that it has to course correct. But yet the state only has one ambition in mind, to get to net zero by 2045 by building more solar and wind. And so it immediately comes to thought that somehow I think there's a gap in our education system behind how energy systems work. And how do we improve that? How do we start building better education in our school systems? And I know I'm pointing to Scott because he has some ideas, I think, around this. But it really is a gap within our energy, how we come through and really start educating our young ones and our middle schoolers and our high schoolers. So I think collectively, if we can think about how to fix that, maybe we'll be in a better place in a generation.
Excellent, excellent. Well, it's a nice place to try to wrap things up here, and I hope everyone sees this as the start of a conversation and not the end of it. We've got a long way to go. These are the people that we need to be part of that discussion. So I welcome you as to join with us on this. We want to take a moment to again thank our co-hosts at Real Clear Foundation and NCEA. Thank you, Marc. Thank you, David. Round of applause for all 4 of our interlocutors today. And if I could also ask for a round of applause, there's a whole team back there that's working on this. The Chamber's events team, my team at GEI, there was a lot of work that went in behind the scenes, and they did it flawlessly. So if we could thank them as well. And I think at this point, we have some closing remarks.
Please welcome back David DesRosiers.
I have a 20-minute speech to give you guys right now. Thank you. Thank you for, for welcoming us into your Carnegie Hall here. To the interlocutors, you guys were fantastic. I mean, we really worked you this year. And thank you. You brought out the future in the conversation. And, my co-collaborator, Marc, my affection for it. But the people that we have to thank are the people that have been in this audience. I don't think anybody here is probably quiet by nature, but you guys have paid attention, been with us the whole day. And also the sponsors that, that got us here. I hope you see the importance of what we're trying to put together. And I would just to say Real Clear, is open for, thinking on the future. Right? If you have something to write, you have something you want to share, get in touch with us. If you see something happening around you that you think is deserving of an investigation, that you think needs to have real journalism put on it, give us a call. But one of the things that came away from me today was just this recognition of profound opportunity, but also some severe limitations. I'm a big fan of abundance, but it seems like time's not on our side. That we have to do a lot of things. And I think everybody here who has a claim on the future should start doing as much of those things as you can right now, and with the hope that you can scale up to the challenges that I think AI are going to put before us. But, we're going to do another one. Are we welcome back? All right, so we got them locked in. We're going to do another one of these next year. But let's use the time in between then and now to work together, to collaborate together, because I don't think we're going to get to where we need to be unless we all bring our best game to the Energy Future Show. So thank you very much. You can have drinks in the other rooms. You deserve it. And I'd like to hear you guys talk a little bit. But thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. Please join us outside for our closing reception.